All right, what's going on, everybody? TCH Live. It's Tuesday, and we got a fantastic lineup here for some 5, 10, and a quarter no limit Texas Hold'em. Starting things off, of course, with a PLO flip. I'm Aaron McAvoy, hanging out with you down here in Austin, and up there, my main man, Mr. Eric Van Loosen, adjusting the camera. What's up, my man?
What is going on, man? You have fun. Big tournament last night, and we, of course, got our big cash stream tonight. So we are back in action and going to have a fun one. Got a couple of cool shirts, got a July 4th theme tonight with our lovely America having her birthday this weekend. So we're kind of kicking it off early with the celebration tonight. So we're going to get started with a $100 PLO flip. Looking forward to a fun night. Y'all engage us in the chat. We're going to have fun.
Heck yeah. And yeah, not only is it the old America's birthday, it's also the start of the main event tomorrow out in Vegas. WSOP main event, 10K buy-in kicking off. I'll be out there playing on the 4th. Really looking forward to it. So let's run good and make a deep run.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and good luck to everybody who's going out there to play the main this year. As cards are in the air for our first flip. Let's look around the table here. Garrett, Coach, Bobby, Carlos, JD, Spooky, Zach, and Scott. Everybody buying in for 5K or 2+. So it looks like Coach buying in for 2, Bobby and Spooky going to buy in 4K and 3.5K respectively. Reverend Dogood joining us in the chat. What is up? Welcome in.
All right. We've already got a Reverend, so we better be on our best behavior tonight.
Oh, no. I got a straight. Oh, man, I got a 9 and a 9.
I see a full house down there. 5's full for Mr. J. Diggles.
2, 4 straight. Oh, yeah, 4 2. I didn't see that.
Oh, I have a vote. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No.
That sounded like Bobby. Yeah, he had the 9, but didn't hit any of his danglers. Never fun to miss your dangler.
I like how he was the most upset about JD winning with the full house. He was already losing to a straight, but like it was like no when JD turns over the boat. That's
Well, dadgum, says Bobby. And there you get a little camera view. Cameras are panning around, showing you the players.
It has been, man.
Yeah, going to be a fun night tonight.
Sarah was telling me about it, too, so.
Always good to have Aaron Money McAvoy with me.
All good things.
happy to be here.
Raise 75.
All right. And we got a coach on the table. So Reverend in the chat, coach on the table. And Joe Dirt on the t-shirt. Spooky over there. Gotta love it.
All right, heads up here. Spooky makes the call on the button. Going to connect with the top pair. And yeah, Garrett, I thought, folded. Coach just going to go for the check and fold. And did I just hear one of those little poppers go off?
I think I may have scared some folks next door. All right. Well, those are on steroids for sure. Did you hear the pop?
I heard it very loudly, yeah.
All right. Well, that was our celebration for America.
Let's go. Yeah, Mr. Spooky passing out those little throwable explosive devices that kids like to play with, and looks like Eric got his hands on some, and that's a recipe for some loud noises.
Raise $300. 300 is bet.
All right, open to 75 and a 3-bet from Zach on the button with the ace-king suited. JD out of the way, and Zach will take down a small one.
Raining a little bit today. Not bad. For any golf fans, this is the shirt that JJ Spawn won the US Open in.
Well, and also to celebrate the July 4th weekend, on Saturday, we normally have our Big One tournament. They're going to juice it up a little bit, add 10K to it, so it's a 40K guarantee, and the buy-in is just $240. So I'm hoping we can get like 400 entries or something just crazy this weekend. But it's July the 5th, Saturday, 10 a.m. right here in Dallas for 240 smackaroonies. We'll have a 40K guarantee to help celebrate America.
Yeah. Coach here still ahead after the flop. Bobby with the butt flush draw and an overcard is going to put in the call. We'll go to a turn, and tens are still good. Coach going to continue going for value, and we'll see if Bobby wants to continue across another street for 175. He does not.
I know a lot of people, that's what they it's like becomes their thing, and then they like spend, you know, tons of money on it lifetime.
All right, and our dealer tonight, Johnny Rodriguez in the box. His wife got to deal the second part, the finale of our big tournament last night. And once more, shout out to all the players that were on our final table for the even bigger one last night. It was the biggest even bigger one monthly tournament that we've had so far, Aaron. The prize pool was $413,000.
That's incredible. What's the buy-in on that? 300 bucks?
300 bucks, yeah, 250 guarantee, and they crushed that sucker by over $160,000. So it was $71,000 for first place.
Wow, epic. And no deal made? It was one outright?
No deal made. They played it all the way out.
Let's go. All right, queens are hot so far. No player connecting with this board, but Carlos does have an up and downer, and 10 high is just the best hand. But Garrett going to take a stab at it from the button. Carlos will make the call. Pair of deuces now on the turn improves Garrett to the best hand, but a statistical coin flip here going to the river if we see it. And after Garrett picks up this pair, yeah, he's just going to happily check it back, but Carlos will get there on the end. And I was about to say, no real incentive for either player to bet here, but Carlos is going to go for 200, and that seems to be a bluff, right? I don't think you ever expect to get called by worse there, so turning the rivered pair into a bluff, perhaps hoping that Garrett would fold a jack. I'm not too sure about that, but goes for the bet, gets the fold, takes down the pot.
And you mentioned the buy-in so far, so it looks like everybody bought in for close to the 5K, except Spooky bought in for 2, is that right?
No, Coach bought in for 2, and then it was Spooky and one other player that had bought in for like 3,500 or 4K. But yeah.
All right. Well, our man Scott here looking to get in the action, waking up with the Ace King. Got a little South Park shirt on tonight, so thought this was America.
And Malpal joining us in the chat. Greetings from a main event satellite, and says, how funny would it be if they let me win the WSOP main event? Well, you know, I think it'd be pretty incredible because you're running hot, girl. It's time to take down another tournament. Why not the main event? Let's go. I'll see you out there. You can beat me heads up in that tournament. I will be happily finishing in second place when you win. Queens are still hot. Wow, flopping trips here is Coach. Scott with equity going to the river.
Oh yeah, no question. If you can keep the run good going through the whole sesh.
Is going to check and call. And wow, how about quads? Ace King, not that bad of a hand here, as a flush should never be betting on this river, which Coach is obviously about to bet. So Scott here is like, what do you have?
And the look of frustration on the coach's face.
Yeah, depending on the size here, I think Ace King could very well pay this off. But I didn't quite see what it was. Maybe 450, 500, something like that.
Shows the queen.
Ace King was headed for the muck regardless, I think, because Scott folded that very quickly.
Watch videos of driving on the left.
When you're dominated, you just have to hit your dangler, not once, not twice,
So like, you know,
but 3 times.
Why
I
not?
was told
Why
I was
not?
told for like 15, 20 minutes
Shout out to
before I
3
just
coin.
posted.
Not 1, not 2, but 3 coins and 3 queens for our coach.
75 is the raise now. 75.
All right. Under the gun open here from Zach. Scott will make the call with the Queen Jack offsuit. And Bobby now waking up with the real hand. Ace King on the button makes it 400 to go.
400 is the bet.
And this is now awkward for Zach.
He's hiding his big chips like that.
Wow, Narc.
Look at both Narc over here.
400 and a four.
He tried to get me to jam. I didn't know he had 2,000 of black on.
400.
Wow.
Heads up.
You guys both been hanging out in Vegas.
Man, queens just hit the board every time. Quick check, check. Zach here way out in front.
Every time I do it,
400 is the bet.
California.
Bobby, though, not having it and is looking for a king and a king only. That's not it, but it is a heart, and Bobby has the ace of hearts. I don't know that you expect to check back very many flush draws. I mean, I think you should, especially ace-high flush draws
13.
when,
1300.
you know, you want to protect your range a little bit, but also queen 8-4, 3-bet pot.
John, you started
This
with
is a
five
good
bet?
board for you
To me like that.
Okay.
Ace
most
king, no
of the
good here.
time, as like your opponent is pretty much only going to have like king queen suited and ace queen as far as queens go. So probably all of your ace high flush draws just bet. I don't know, that one's a little bit awkward, but doesn't really matter as Zach is just undeterred by the river heart bets and gets a fold.
Yeah, went 3/4 pot there and didn't even have the chips in the pot. Bobby already given up.
Raise 75.
And hello, there is our first birds sighting for Scott, who has another fun card protector we'll have to get a camera view of here in a second. I believe it is the slave. In dominatrix gear. Goodness gracious. Goodness.
Well, this open to 75 is going to get called in 3 spots. And that is a pretty nasty board for aces. Of course, there's no immediate flush draw, so you are going to be able to get some value from hands, but now things have really connected up on this board.
300 is the bet.
Bobby, the one to take a stab at this with the 2 3s. This is a little bit adventurous, but like, you know you're never beating any other pairs, and if no one else is betting at this, you may as well take a stab because, shit, maybe they all just fold. And sure enough, they do. Scott folds the aces for 300 here, and Bobby takes it down.
Great board.
Scott actually letting him know that he, good bet. I folded aces, knucklehead. Yeah, that is just absolutely gross. Maybe taking a stab on the flop might have been adventurous as well. It was already a little wet, but
While he was already
25 to go. Full.
no
Yeah,
reason to
when-
put any money on that turn.
Yeah, when there's no immediate flush draw,
Raise.
you know that you can be up against plenty of like pair plus straight draw that you can get value from with aces. I like a small bet into the field there at a pretty high clip. When you have like a board that's super connected in a straight fashion, super connected in a flush fashion, and you don't have like the ace of that flush draw, makes a lot of sense to just check. Like, let's keep the pot small. Maybe we do see sort of like a brickish turn card and we can start betting there. But yeah, it's like you don't really benefit from betting because you're just going to build a pot. And if somebody has a piece of that, like they're not folding. So you're going to see a lot of nasty turn cards that are going to slow you down. So I may as well just check the flop. But there, yeah, maybe a bet was in order.
Then for like 8 days straight, I just like sleep and play.
Poker Monkey joined us, as well as Mr. Phony Targetson. Says, hope you guys have a great day. What's up, TCH fam? Hit that like button for the crew. Thank you much. We've got Taylor and Cooper in the production room tonight. And, of course, I'm Eric Van Loosen, joined by Aaron Money McAvoy. And later tonight, RJ Dupree will be joining us. So definitely do us a favor and smash that like button. Hit subscribe. We're in for a good night, it appears. The boys are already pretty chatty tonight. And Carlos, with my request, has brought back the Prince card protector.
Wow, Scott has the aces again. John opening to 75. Scott 3-bet to 300 from the big blind, and oh, no takers. The fives hit them up very quickly.
Ace King, and ace is already for Scott, and he's just 1 for 3 with those hands. But gladly take that one.
Makes you appreciate the quality of dealer too. That TCH has. I don't know if you've seen some of his videos. Have you seen that Pocket 7 video? Yeah, that one's.
I think we should go see what happened.
I played that one on the floor.
Yeah, it was kind of.
Raise
Lady has Pocket 7 together, gets 10s all in free. You know?
Mr. Doc Hollywood joining us in the chat. Appreciate those kind words and happy to have you, man.
What's up, Mr. Doc?
Down, face down.
Had a good time with Doc on our most recent PLO stream. Always looking dapper when he's on. It's great to see you there, Mr. Doc. Curious who Doc wants to see get felted tonight. Who are you rooting against tonight, Doc?
The card that's in the muck.
Raise to 75.
So then he pulls
And
it
it's
back.
pretty obvious he did it, and one of the cards is the card that from the muck is a 7. I think the girl has 7s and the other guy has 10s. And nobody, it's pretty obvious, like if you watch the video, that like
Raise
7s came from
175.
the muck.
Hold on 6. Hold on 7.
And
So if you
nobody
put four
says
cards, they're like, oh, I don't know.
Nobody
And he
says
goes-
anything.
Well, he tries to put the 7 back in the muck, and then the lady with the
sevens
7
just
is
wins.
like, the lady with 7 is like, no, the card's supposed to be on the flop. And then like,
Where was he saying?
Yeah, this sounds like I've seen some videos pop up on my feed that I need to watch to get caught up on
No. Worse than that.
the sort of controversy that they're talking about, but
she
I'm,
was all in.
as of yet,
She was
They
all
accidentally
in.
mucked the
and
flop.
They
What
took, a
is
card,
the
they
muck?
took a card from the muck and put it on the flop.
But the card they took from the muck gave her a set, so she doubled up.
225.
And the
Oh,
card
wow.
from the muck was a
That's a crazy hand that they're
The bad part is,
talking about. I'll have to look that one up. Card came out of the muck and ended up on the flop to give somebody a set.
yeah,
That sounds pretty nasty.
yeah, and who knows? I mean, anyone who's played WSOP over the summer knows that there are probably somewhere around like 1 in 6 dealers, maybe it's higher, 1 in 5 dealers, something like that out there, that are very inexperienced, if not like just 100% green.
under the gun.
And a lot of mistakes are made. So if there's not video evidence to like blow up a story like this and make everyone be like, oh wow, did you see what happened, right? Like it kind of just fades away into obscurity. But there are a lot of mistakes that are made at WSOP over the summer, and it is part of the process. It's something you have to be willing to endure because it's going to happen.
So I've not been out there for the WSOP, I don't think, since 2019, and I remember that was a problem then. So they have not rectified those issues. I remember having a dealer at my table that was like, yeah, I'm a blackjack dealer, but
It's just no break.
I know the game of poker. I'm like, awesome. You know the game.
I mean, at least a blackjack dealer is going to be like,
Did they pay out the...
is going to be like familiar with how to operate as the dealer, right? They're going to understand like the process. you know, I do this and then I wait and then I do this and then I wait or whatever, right? Like it's gonna be a little bit more natural. There are a lot of those dealers that this is their first time ever pitching cards. They may not understand the game of poker and like anything above like they've read through some hand rankings to try to understand like who wins the pot. I mean, it is that level of wow.
Yeah, when you have players at the table helping every hand, that's not a good thing, especially for the biggest series in the world.
I mean, so yes, that's true, and let's show some grace to those folks that are trying to make a living, and they're putting themselves into a really challenging situation, right? Like, I'm gonna go and try to make some money to pay my bills, and like I'm gonna try to do this new thing that I've never done. So there's something to be said for, you know, showing a little grace to those folks, and I always encourage people when you go out there, take a deep breath, close your eyes, like calm yourself and think about like, you know, what it was like on your first day at your first job or whatever. And it doesn't matter where these people came from, what they look like, how old they are. It doesn't matter. Like they're there trying their best, and maybe their best isn't very good, and that sucks for you as a player, but like let's not start shouting at them or berating them. Like that isn't going to help. So it's a challenge for all of us. It's something we have to put up with, and yeah, you kind of cross your fingers and hope that you get a good string where the dealers kind of can keep the game moving along and you don't have to help them too much. But yeah, it's also nice if you do see something like that where a dealer is just like really discombobulated or making mistakes. Shut down the people that are shouting at them and be like, listen, I'm going to help you. We're going to get through this. Like, just do your best to try to pick up on what's happening and learn, and we'll walk you through the process, right? Like, that is the best way to not only, like, help that person out in the moment, but help them become a better dealer for the people down the line.
For sure. Kindness goes a long way. But I will say, I was more hoping shade would go towards the folks who run the event, you know, the people who put that together, who clearly isn't their first time doing this. And I don't know what the struggle is like for them to find dealers, but it sounds like it's been a struggle for a long time. Might have to do with how much they pay folks, but who knows?
Well, yeah, it's absolutely at a base level, that is going to be the thing, right? Like, if you pay well enough, you will get all the traveling dealers that you will ever need. But can they pay brand new dealers less and just sort of pass that along to the players? Yeah. And they have, and they will continue to do so, I'm sure. So you're absolutely right. Like, the ire, if any, should certainly be directed at the management of the whole operation. But it's also just crazy. Like, every year, these turnouts just seem to get bigger and bigger. And it's a challenge. I mean, when you have 10,000 people in a single flight of a tournament or close to it. I remember when I was out there for the Mystery Millions, 1K buy-in, right? We had like 9,000 entries on the final flight of that tournament in one day. That's insane. I mean, those dealers are just, they're at the table. They're pushing down their string all day, no breaks. Like, every table is full.
They won't have anything to do with it. They'd rather you
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Carlos, beneficiary of this dealer, Mr. Johnny, hitting him with a couple of nice rivers there. Full house on that one. Taking down a pot.
75 is the race.
Did have a little dip joining us. Saying grateful for the TCH dealers. Some of the best dealers in the world. And Kara joining us, shouting out her man, Mr. Johnny Rodriguez, in the box.
425, full fold.
I keep waking up with ace king, bro. I mean, oh, sorry. I mean aces. I meant aces. I mean.
Bobby here squeezing from the cutoff with 2 jacks. JD looks at the ace 10 of diamonds, a beautiful hand, but yeah, it's just like too cuspy. And let's go. The rest of these hands also destined for the muck. One would assume, but Scott has other ideas. The ace deuce.
One of us had a better hand.
Going back to your question of Doc, who do you want to see go down to the felt? He says, well, I'd like to see Scott play more hands and also for him to go down to the felt. Well, this is an opportunity. He's got the ace deuce suited. Flops bottom pair and a backdoor straight and flush draw. Yeah. There's $1,000 in the middle, and Bobby's only got 2,700 left.
600.
Vacation?
No.
Bobby did show those pocket threes earlier on that bluff, so might be in Scott's mind right now. Bobby up with some shenanigans.
Yeah, SPR is under 1, and here's the flush draw coming in. Pair and a flush draw for Scott. And he's going to lead
They really get out of the way to see you.
for 600. Bobby just calling, a little bit concerned perhaps about that overcard and the lead. But Scott shuts it down now. And Bobby is going to win a nice little pot there. Chips himself up to the 5K that most of these players started. Well, Doc, he didn't go down to the felt, but a little bit of damage. So you got part of your wish.
Part of his wishes. But it's early, baby. Only through 100 and, I almost said 117 hands. How about 17 hands? 118 viewers so far. Thank y'all for joining us on a Tuesday night.
Barrel the river.
And yeah, I can only imagine what someone who's worked in Las Vegas for 12 years. I mean, I guess maybe he didn't say. No, you said, yeah, he lived in Vegas for over 12 years dating blackjack player. Yeah, my goodness. Oh, just for a few years. Okay. Anyways, whatever you're saying there, that is a job where you're going to see some stuff. You're definitely going to have some stories. That's I can't stand to be in Vegas for more than a week. I can't imagine living there. That would drive me insane.
Spooky with the check mark already. Only player holding a king. Of course, we know a 3 could hit here if there's one available. May not be one available, as one was just folded.
We had a bus to drive our family around, and we spent a lot of time in that freaking bus. It was like surprising.
Diamond on the river. So Bobby will take a stab for full pot here, 200 bucks. But I mean, you have a king, right? Like, you got it, you got it. Yeah. Spooky makes the call.
You can stop whenever we want, go wherever we want. Some of the roads are kind
And
of
Poker Monkey, no doubt there must be a shortage of decent dealers. Again, I don't think that it's a shortage, but it's a shortage that will take the pay that's offered and all of the incentives or lack of incentives that are offered for the dealers to leave their home base and go to Vegas to deal those cards. I mean, they bring in hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, over 1,000 dealers, right, over the course of the summer to deal those games. And they supplement that with a whole bunch of other folks who have never dealt the game before.
Mainly started seeing a place called Clarny on the far coast.
But I mean, I know a lot of people too, like people that I consider to be very good dealers that will go out to Vegas in the summertime, but they'll take jobs at some of the other locations. They'll go to the Wynn, they'll go to
for sure.
Venetian, and they'll deal those games because the pay is better and some of the perks are better. And so therefore the best dealers that are going to travel will actually go to those places first. So WSOP, as far as I can tell, just, you know, the murmurings that I've heard at least, that not quite as good of a deal. 5 here on the end. Zach will continue to hold the best hand with the turn set of 9s. Scott here with a hand that has some possibilities for for YOLOing it into a bluff, obviously wouldn't be recommended here into the set of Zach, but if you were going to think of a hand that you might try to bluff with, you block some sets, you block some 2 pairs with the 6, you have an 8. That's a good card to have, but yeah, he's just going to get out of the way and Zach will take it down.
Me and my wife on a trip over with 3 of them. We were there for like one day. I was ready to come home.
And yeah, the dealer is a TCH, man, right? Like, fantastic. I think every location that I've been to, the dealers have been well above average.
And as many hours as we spend in there, and I know as much as Poker Monkey plays, for him to say he's over the years just had a handful of issues, you know, with something that we play all the time. It's pretty, speaks volumes for the quality of dealers that do come to these clubs here.
I think we're not going to come back to double until like we're like 5 hours. So of everything, we'll probably see double in the least. But double is also the easiest part to get back to. So.
Call 75.
Yeah, again, it's pretty nice.
All right, well, Scott doing his part, playing the Jack 3 here.
I think he folded.
Did he? It said fold, but I thought he still had his cards. He does have his
Oh,
cards.
you're right.
Yeah.
He's in there.
And how about a straight?
Had way too much.
75.
All right, so we'll have to back this up a little bit to get Scott back into the action as... There we go. Now it's going to give him his cards back and award him the pot.
They don't hate Americans.
I had no stress.
Not as much as everyone else.
Yeah.
Enjoy those child-free years of bliss and just exploration.
I think that might be forever for JD.
Yeah, Doc, I think, I mean,
Enjoy.
there are a few of the sort of younger generation that have sort of filtered into the dealer pool, and I think they're doing quite well for themselves in relation to their peer group taking on other jobs at the entry level.
100%.
It is definitely a job that, you know, I think it's sort of like lifeguarding, right? It takes a certain amount of skill in a particular part of the market that it just by its very nature kind of filters out a lot of people. They're like, oh, I don't want to be responsible for other people's safety, or I don't want to do a bunch of math and have to calculate pots and whatever, if they even know about dealing as a job, right? But like, it's kind of a challenging job, and if you can do it, yeah, get in there young. Why not?
I need to do DNA testing. Everybody's asked me my entire life, and I've like literally have no idea.
Carlos here with a virtual hammerlock on this, especially after the Jack 10 hits.
As far back as I know, like, oh man.
Well, we're glad you're a doctor now, that you've improved from Chippendales. Potentially, I don't know, maybe you did save some lives as a Chippendales dancer, but I think you're doing a lot more of the Lord's work as a doctor now.
Really enhanced some lives, you know.
And you know, I mentioned I hadn't been to Vegas since 2019. The awesome strip view that I was told I had when I stayed at the Rio last, when the World Series of Poker was still at the Rio. I was disappointed when I looked out my window, and I think it was Doc Hollywood on a billboard right outside my window. I had a Chippendales billboard staring into my room, and I haven't been back to Vegas since. So if that was you on that billboard, Doc, you've ruined it for me.
Scarred for life.
Scarred for life.
Action figures for every single famous person that's been on South Park. Like
All right. Looked like we were going to have makings of a family pot, but a couple of those hands did get cleared out. 4 ways to a flop. Still, queens coming left and right. John with an up and down straight draw. Spooky a pair of 5s.
Check.
And it's actually queen, queen, ace on the flop. 9 on the turn. And if that's indeed a... Oh, it's a 5 on the end, so Spooky is going to make a full house.
These have been some spicy rivers from our spicy dealer. Mr. Johnny Rod.
No, it went that way.
No, he played it like a fish.
All right, well, no talk of a knit game yet, but really hasn't been any shortage of action. We just haven't seen anything real crazy. No big all-in confrontations or anything as of yet, but just a couple of orbits into the game, and there will be plenty more opportunities for that to present itself.
$113 million over the next 5 years. He doesn't have to play. I mean, he could sit on his couch and make $113 million. I mean, he's gonna go get another contract.
Who is this?
He got bought out.
What happened
Lillard.
Oh, they buy it.
They cut him, but they save a bunch of money this year. They stretch out full, but they have to pay him for the next 5 years. But it gives them cap room for this year to sign another player. So they went and signed. They signed Miles Turner.
Check.
Lillard. He's on the downside of his career.
100.
I mean, he had a decent.
Carlos opening under the gun is going to connect with bottom pair. John check calls with the double gutty. Oh, excuse me, just the single gut shot and backdoor diamonds. John check calls again and is now going to get shown the pair of sevens. I'm not really sure what the plan there is. I guess he's either hoping to hit his hand, or if a diamond comes, then rep the flush maybe, but just wasn't interested in donking the river with the jack high. That one was interesting.
For sure.
And Doc also, in addition to a Chippendales model, was also a lifeguard. And yeah, that is definitely a serious job. I did that all through high school. And yeah, it's, I mean, I had to jump into the pool several times to like legitimately save small children that, you know, would not have made it out had I not done so. And especially in today's world with so many distractions, people like mothers on their phones at the pool and the kids just kind of out there, like, it is entirely on you to be scanning the pool and making sure that nobody is struggling. And, you know, back in high school, didn't have quite as much of that distraction, but still plenty of times, you know, there's like little toddlers in the pool right there next to their mothers, but the mothers are talking, they're absorbed in what they're doing, and one of those kids flips over in their little floaty or whatever. It's like nobody saw it except for me, or, you know, the other lifeguards. Like, that is stressful, very stressful.
Got to watch out for those moms, you know, doing the Instagram selfies and videos.
Dude, yeah, these days, I can't even imagine like how bad
Seriously,
it was then.
how bad the distractions are now when mom's got to get that perfect shot.
Dude. Although now they're probably also just as much like taking videos of the kids and posting them too. But at the same time, yeah, it just doesn't matter. Like, there's just so many distractions, and you're in an environment where little kids, yeah, I mean, just it only takes 2 seconds, and they're in a critical situation.
Did see the aces come back out, so the aces are going around as well tonight, Doc. But yeah, on the boards, we've seen a lot of queens so far tonight. JD just had the aces. How about some spades for Mr. Scott?
Yeah, and a very odd situation here, right? I mean, like, how did this pot get this large? Why is Spooky in here with the 950? Connecting with top pair here, really quite dangerous for Spooky. As, yeah, it's kind of time to just get to showdown here. Like, if you continue betting, you're almost bluffing.
And then it pays up.
Raise all in.
Only the guy that
Spooky here, I suppose, just hoping that maybe he could eke a little bit of value out of an ace or a spade or something, and then we'd just get check on the river. But man, yeah, that one's tricky.
Yeah. It's like,
Our counterpart today, Aaron, reminded me. I don't know if you've heard this story before. I don't know how much of a baseball fan you are, but July 1st is Bobby Bonilla Day. Have you heard of that?
I've heard. I know vaguely of Bobby Bonilla, but I don't know about the day, and I honestly I can't remember.
So yeah, today is July 1st, Bobby Bonilla Day. He got a huge contract from the Mets. I forgot what year it was, but let's see. Deferred contract agreement made in 2000, where the Mets opted to pay him a significantly larger sum in the future rather than paying him a lump sum. Every July 1st, he gets $1.19 million, and that goes on until 2035.
Okay.
8% interest also included. So today, Bobby Bonilla woke up with another million plus on July 1st, and he gets that for another 10 years.
Wow.
Crazy.
So it's like taking the annuity instead of the lump sum on a lottery win.
Yeah, it was a $5.9 million payment owed to him. They decided to pay him $1.19 million annually for 25 years. That started in 2011 and it continues through 2035. So he definitely got the win there.
Wow. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. I could understand if it was like, you know, you're sort of worth on the market something like 15 million and we defer it into these payments to 25 million over 30 years or whatever, right? That makes some sense because then you're like diluting your cap hit, whatever. But 5 million and change up to 25 million or whatever, like what?
Crazy. A little spicy one here on the flop. Spooky has some clubs. Bobby had a big hand pre, but didn't land anything. John landing a pair of nines is going to bet.
Yeah, it makes a little bit of sense when it's checked to you. It feels like you could get a little bit of protection. Maybe something like Queen Jack or whatever. Every once in a while, it's just going to like check and call. But betting at 9 is also a little bit dangerous.
Spooky does also have a pair of fours, just seeing that one to go with
Yeah,
the flush draw.
I expected this to be a check raise from Spooky, which was going to put John in a really tough spot, which is why betting at 9 can be kind of dangerous on this spot. You open yourself up to being check raised, and now your hand is like, oh, I kind of have to continue, but I don't want to. That's why you kind of tend to shift more towards just betting with air or like a strong draw that can continue to a check raise or top pair, right? But second pair is really kind of dangerous, but it doesn't matter. The 6-4 hits the muck here on the turn. And John's just able to take this one down. I mean, obviously the top card pairing makes your ace-9 feel a whole hell of a lot better, but yeah, if he got check raised on that flop, it would have been very awkward.
Do you share a little bit of the thoughts of Doc and I, where you kind of pay attention sometimes to the whether it's cards specific or suits that are hitting boards just at a super high frequency, or do you just kind of pay no attention to that when you're playing air?
Well, here's the thing. Human beings are naturally going to pick up on patterns, and we're going to fixate on them. That's part of what has helped us evolve and survive. So it happens. I definitely will like recognize it. But there's some challenge in like whether or not you adjust your strategy based on that, right? I will say that if it seems like a spade flush has just occurred at a more than usual frequency, and then I look down at like 7-5 of spades, of course I'm going to be more inclined to play it. Like, you know, you can't defeat your own humanity, but I wouldn't say that I will go and, you know, drastically overreach for certain cards just because, you know, queens are hot tonight, so, you know, queen 3 against a 3-bet, I'm in there, buddy. Like, I'm not doing that kind of stuff.
What if it's suited, man? Come on now.
Well, if it's suited, you're right, Eric. Of course
God
I'm in
dang.
there. Why would I fool that?
Yeah, those Pittsburgh Pirate lineups back in the day. You had Andy Van Slyke and Bobby Bonilla, some guy named Barry Bonds when he still weighed about 190 pounds.
Right when you get the button?
Yes.
Somehow, some way,
I want to do it.
I'm just a caveman.
he grew an inch in height.
I'm good with whatever.
His hat size increased by like several sizes, and his feet somehow got bigger, all after the age of 30. And I think he added about 40 to 50 pounds of muscle to that frame, but we don't know how that happened.
It's diet, Eric.
Yep,
Yeah.
it was Taco Bell.
I mean, yeah, performance enhancing product right there. That's
It
why
sure,
there's nothing.
sure as heck
Maybe
is.
like 9
I
players,
nothing
maybe it's like
but.
9 buttons. But like you put a button in the middle of the house,
Especially now with Tony Hawk on board. I mean, how could you go wrong?
How could you go wrong?
Unlimited for like never.
There's those knit buttons. Here we go.
So anyway, the last person to win a button doesn't like
Battle of the Queen 10 offsuit. Both players flopping top pair, and we're deep. 185 in the middle. The effective stack here, 4,500. I mean, obviously these hands are not really worth like a whole stack, but we're gonna see some hundreds of dollars go in here. 5 of diamonds, a pretty brickish card here. Zach, happy to check call another street here. 350, the size up from John. He is going to attempt to extract the maximum.
So like basically there's like extra couple $100 in there every time.
And there's the call. See how we play the river. 1085 in the middle. It's a 6 of hearts. Any 4 is a straight. No one should really have a 4, but yeah, it's not like your queen kicker is just like crushing your opponent's range.
Looked like Zach hit him with a little bit of a slow roll after seeing that he had queen 10 as well over there.
Yeah, you got to slow roll the chop.
Absolutely.
It's gotten so stupid.
Yeah, I think betting the river with ace 10 and king 10 definitely makes some sense. Queen 10, yeah, check it out.
It takes too much patience and too much time.
Yeah.
I wish I had the time. The flexibility is really the hard part. Not knowing when you get to go.
How about you? So Eric, you sort of fixate on like, oh, 10s are hot tonight, or a lot of 7s are coming out, and then you try to play more of those hands?
Not a ton on specific cards, just because I feel like that usually dies down after an orbit. But suits, I do pay attention to those suits when they're coming out. We had a table, it seemed like, for at least 3 different dealers. It was super spade happy.
5 to go. Nick and
Okay.
Minimum of 3 spades, you know, on each board.
call.
Lots of 4 and even 5 spades, so it was pretty wild.
Are spades your favorite suit?
Probably,
Okay.
just because they're the strongest, but I've yet to hit my royal in spades, so they're avoiding me.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you have like a clearly definable favorite of something, you'll be far more likely to pick up on those things when they happen.
Oh goodness, look at this one.
Yeah.
So we do have a player with some potential who doesn't have a 6 in his hand, and that is Spooky, who's got a club draw.
Dude,
But-
Bobby's got 1%, man. Don't write him off. He could go runner.
Bobby has been written off because his cards are in the muck.
Oh, well.
You got
Fine.
a dong to do a 3-point.
But yeah, Nick game freshly in effect, and yeah, I think we're gonna get all the money in here between John and JD. Spooky should probably see the writing on the wall after this raise to 1,200. I mean, it's tough for someone to just have like a full house, but when JD continues as well, now you could be up against the nut flush draw, and the king high flush draw is in a pretty bad way.
Don't count Joe Dirt out. Look at that beautiful head of hair on Spooky's shirt, though.
And he is relatively short, so
Yeah.
that is some sort of rationale for him to potentially get it all in. But yeah, I think you just have to let it go here. If your opponent has the ace high flush draw, you're wrecked because someone's got the 6, and it's probably John who did the check raising here. On
Let's
flop.
see who slow rolls who when we get to a showdown, no doubt here.
How did it start? Like somebody was mouthing off.
SPR is 1. I mean, the 9 kicker is not inspiring, but I think John, yeah, he's just gonna rip it.
Wait, so who won though?
Call twice, John.
Twice. Twice.
They want to go twice. Somebody tell them.
Yeah.
All right, JD. Oh, he just turns it over. The slow roll is done. Damn it.
No slow, and Spooky gets there on the second board, but
I was like, trying to have a reasonable that. You have
Good
like
fold.
6-7, you know? Like,
Yeah, I don't think he's seeing that.
Hell yeah. No nip button.
We should have went 3 ways with that.
I was wondering, Doc, if you'd been dabbling a little bit more in the PLO streets. Seemed like that. You got the PLO bug a little bit. How's that been going for you?
JD was up.
I got worse 6. I got
He was
5,
a big
6.
flop.
I mean,
You think, you know, ace six,
5-6, 5-6 beats me.
but no.
JD was up 4-3
You
going into the
got
last rack.
6-7, 6-8. That's it.
And
I was
and the
hoping.
Don gets 2, and then JD, and so then the JD has to do what JD gets 1.
That's a lot.
JD, send me that video.
And they both shoot.
Okay, it's like 3 videos. I got chopped up.
You're the only one that's got
Yeah, I see this, yeah.
I want to watch.
All right, so nobody has gotten rid of a knit button just yet.
Oh, it's funny.
We both shot 5 out of 5 in the first 25
really
shots. We went to
good.
overtime.
That's really good, though. I mean, I would be proud of shooting 5 out of 25.
5 out of
So
20.
some early profit and loss here. Carlos and Zach up about 1.2, 1.3K. Scott down roughly the same 1,400 or so. Really not a lot of big chip movement here so far tonight.
It was ugly for him. Let's put that.
It was ugly for him.
But we're only 31 hands in.
He wants 10 to 1 odds the next time.
Oh, okay.
Shot 15. I was hot. I made 12.
Wow. You shot 15 and you made 12 of them? 3 pointers? Wow.
That's all I can do is shoot. I can't.
Top 3-pointer shooter in his high
I'm
school.
like JJ Redick.
That's impressive. Did you just hear Zach talk about his 3-point shooting prowess? One of our former players that plays on the stream, Mr. Dong, had a bet with him about a 3-point shooting contest, and Zach hit 12 out of 15. That is ridiculous.
Which is also the noise that the rim makes after he shoots.
Evidently, Dong did not shoot so well, and Carlos saying that, yeah, that's the sound that the rim made every time he shoots. Dong. Well played there, Carlos.
What, the under?
All right, gonna be tough for the threes to steal this one away, especially with Scott folding them instantly. But at a 400 and a call, Coach with 2 pair up against middle pair and gut shot.
I think that's true. I don't know about 3-pointers.
No, not for.
I mean, I think whatever you're practicing.
Sassy joining us in the chat. Hello, hello, welcome in.
Yeah. All the NBA players are shooting underhand because it's the
Sassy and Mr. Brian, Mr. Mighty Hammer. What's cracking, y'all?
Maybe take like a random.
It's just a shot. He just
It's
like
just his
is a-
normal motion.
Yeah, it's just a normal motion. That
He
is
tries to
his
get,
normal
he needs to get some power. He's a short guy.
Again, no one does it.
You remember the Lakers?
Spooky gonna let it go here on the turn to the bet of 800.
Behind his head.
Do what?
And I think that's right.
Yeah.
Your opponent is repping certainly better than a pair of jacks.
Knicks, I think.
And your gut shot equity is quite low.
There we go. Nice hand there for Coach. Been a little quiet since he had those quad queens. Nice hand there.
Well, I'll take anybody up on that bet anytime.
Yeah. I might
If I
take
know
you.
my competition's
I might
hitting
take you
5 out of 25.
I might take you on, Coach.
I got,
Let's set it up.
Raise
you
one.
want the,
I
you
haven't
want
shot
the
a
basketball
you
in 20 years, and I still think I could hit. You want the 12 out of 15? You want the 12
Coach saying he wants in on some of that 3-point shooting, especially knowing that the other opponent shot 5 out of 25. He thinks he can beat that.
150 is a total.
Get back into shooting.
I don't know if I could.
He's like, oh, we'll do
I
it.
also
been a
have
while.
not touched a basketball in a long time, and I was never particularly good. I was always tall, so I did play, but I was just like the big dude that went and got the rebounds. I just was never very good at shooting.
Check. Which we found out when we got there. So we were looking up like a random weekday night. So we're like looking up anywhere in the gym.
Checks through on the flop, 10 on the turn. There are 7 still best for JD, but nobody's stabbing at this, so we'll get a free river card. And there's 2 pair for Garrett.
$10 for a day membership.
$30 for 3 days.
It's like $30.
How much was on the bet? Good amount.
Oh, and he's gonna go for the over bet, 600 into 490. I love this. It looks bluffy.
No, he won.
I still don't think 7s is quite strong enough. I think a 10 could call, but 7s are a little bit.
JD was a big favorite going to the last rack too, because he was up by 1 going to the last 5, and I was like,
You need your opponent to just have like full-blown air ball, preferably with like a 5 or a 6.
Oh my god.
But then JD rebuttal, he had one.
Ace 6, Ace 7, something like that. Could take a stab, but
I couldn't put it
yeah,
down.
JD gets away from it. He knows that he needs to have something like a 10. Make
We've
all
had all
on
these
over
weird
bet
side
sizing.
bets, like going on at, you know.
There's no weird prop bets going on.
So you
over
shot
there.
5 at a time? He shot 5.
Yeah, we had 5 in each position. We went back and forth.
They'd have been out of breath if they'd had
All right, so Doc will be playing on a big hustler game. Actually got to see a little bit. I haven't watched the whole stream, but one of our friends of the TCH Dallas live stream, Mr. Danny Chin, was playing on Hustler yesterday. We had our tournament going on last night, so didn't get to watch it while it was live, but got to see him playing a little bit today. So shout out to our man, Danny Chin, and good luck, Mr. Doc, when you go out there.
Bobby, when I made the bet, I was
California.
I was like, we'll do it later.
Yeah,
He's
take
like,
him
no,
down.
I'm like, we're flip-flop. He goes, oh, we'll do a barefoot. I'm like, So I had to Uber tennis shoes like across town. He's like, I'll go buy you basketball shoes right now. I'm like, oh my god. I'll just
Who made this bet?
Uber tennis shoes, you can do that?
Huh?
You can Uber tennis
Yeah,
shoes?
you can Uber package.
Yeah, it was Harvey against Steve.
3 players.
In a run.
I've heard stories.
Wow, what a flop for Bobby.
Combo.
Combo draw.
Super combo here.
175.
And somehow the 9-7 of hearts is the one betting. Knit game going.
Well, Zach was the original Razor coach, and Bobby just making the call, so ace high board's usually good for the original Razor. Zach just sort of gonna see if he can clear the field. All the just like Jack 10s and King 9s or whatever of the world are just gonna fold, so don't hate the stab there with the 9-7, but yeah, he's gonna get the business.
Like, I was gonna hit him with the Steph Curry, like,
Yes.
like a run up his face.
Bobby will check raise. Coach makes the call.
Right in my head. I just bricked
See if Bobby can get there. Not yet.
Yeah, we were just thinking about how much shit we're gonna talk.
Yeah, we were ready.
I was like, I got this.
So John won.
John won.
And you probably would
We went
have.
to overtime.
He probably would have wanted to run it back too. We could have got like double action probably. He would have wanted double action. He would have been tilted.
Yeah, run it back.
Yeah, we could have won again.
Great words to live by there, Doc. Yeah, always trying to get better. I like it. Bobby's gonna bet 1,000 here into 1,700, and Coach, yeah, he's in pure bluff catcher mode. And the question now is, does he want to continue? I think he's got substantially more than the 2145 that it says on screen. I mean, I can see at least 3K, just not even including the chips in his hand. So his stack is not correct in the system, but he is going to find the fold, and Bobby will win with 6 high, baby.
Wow, that's river.
Take a hand as you can.
Give him the river.
We see the river?
You want to see the river?
Yeah. Give him the deuce.
Oh, Brick City. Ace Jack would have been good.
6 high like a ball.
That could be
6 high like a MF boss, Bobby says.
We start paying the money to get in, and then they're like, oh yeah, we have basketball court. Right, great.
Yeah, Doc. I mean, especially if you're going to be playing these big games, going to Hustler, playing and stuff. Getting a coach and really, improving your game certainly seems like a good move.
One of the employees were like, you have basketball? He goes,
good to know.
Uh-oh. Yeah, lean into it, man.
75.
Yeah, let me call this.
Handsome Andy, don't be a bum. Smash the like button. Absolutely.
we're going to have to pay Alex Jack $100 to stay on our court.
Appreciate that.
Shout out to Mr. Handsome Andy and Ace TV joining us from Twitch.
Call 75.
Rarely
Call.
blow. But when I do, I get married to it, so.
Well, you were.
5 players.
I can tell you right now, flip the coin in my head, and you were.
Multi-way here. Kings now coming out. JD obliterating the field here. Top trips.
Calls.
Free money being put in the pot for JD, though.
17 out. Damn near half a day.
And rainbow board,
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, you can call sometimes, but
Yeah, and then if I got
the check raise just going to generate so many folds. You're not really afraid of anything. Like, yeah, you'd love to get more money in the pot and try to get a stack in somehow, but yeah, it makes sense that we just check through.
Scott picked up quite a bit of equity on that turn and got to see the river for free. Does brick out, though.
Yeah, that's the danger of not check raising the flop with a hand like JD's is that you do end up in these sorts of situations where your opponent was actually live against you and got to see it all for free. Doesn't matter, JD is going to put in the bet on the river, gets 2 folds, and shows to get rid of the nit button. Especially with the nit game on, probably would have leaned more towards check raise there, as JD can have a lot of just like sort of ace high backdoor flush opportunities or something like that that are just going to check raise. It's like, who has a king here? Get wrecked. Especially with the nit game on, but you know, you got no warm bets in, so it didn't really change anything.
Raise 100.
All right, Scott going to raise it up with the Jack 10. It's one better hand to fold, the Ace 10.
I think I'd be around the 4 to 6 range. I think.
A bunch of Broadway cards going into the bin.
When I was in 6th grade gym class, we lined up 2 layups.
But 3 players will take off a flop. Coach with the betting lead drills top pair. Against a flush draw, though.
Most embarrassing one.
What grade were you in?
300.
Trying to do layups?
Yeah, never shot as high.
Never played basketball.
Never
before.
played basketball.
Melanie,
Son, what are you doing?
we had a very good little dribblers program when I was.
Garrett telling his most embarrassing story of being in gym class and having to shoot a basketball for the first time, and still haunting him to this day.
800.
Yeah, childhood trauma is real. All right, Coach puts in another chunky bet on the turn, and with no additional equity besides the diamonds, he's going to generate a fold.
And Doc, that is a great question. I'm not sure where Mr. Z-Fish is. It has been a hot minute since he's been on our stream, and I haven't seen him cheating on us, playing on other streams. So not sure where he is, but like you said, he's probably in France. Shout out to our man Z-Fish, though, as well as Mr. Benham. Benham will join us in the chat every now and then, so shout out to our buddy Benham.
Raise 325 now. Call.
Beautiful hand here for Bobby.
Calls for 25 folds.
But he is not going to earn the button. Gets called by John and Carlos.
So you a big tournament player as well?
And Garrett getting priced into this as well. My goodness. 4 ways we will go. 1340 in the middle.
Yeah, but I don't play for a living, so but
Check.
Did you play the?
I play a bunch of big field events, so I don't play like any of the smaller stuff anymore.
Did you play the 250 this last week?
I did not. No, I was in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I had a friend invited me to come play poker up here Wednesday night, so I came up to play, and we didn't sign in the Poker Atlas. So by the time we got here, like, yeah, it's probably going to be.
So you played the tournament?
So me and him hopped in the tournament.
There you go.
Back the first night, Wednesday night, and we played. And as I was leaving, the guy was like, "Hey, you double bag, you get an extra grand." Get back to double bag.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's a cool story.
Cash you a bit, yeah. I got 88 out of 1760 or something. So I ran 10s in the jack.
Wow. Combo draw now for Garrett after Bobby stabs the flop. Check, check, and 9 of diamonds on the river. That's good enough. Not quite the way Garrett expected to make the best hand, but he is going to get to show it down nonetheless.
Oh, why did I not call?
That's cold-blooded.
Oh, I wish.
Get a 10?
Checked.
That's good.
Nice hand there for Garrett. Yeah, I heard Coach just talking about how he came up to play on Wednesday and was going to try to play some cash up here. There were so many tournament tables going on for the even bigger one that the wait was pretty long, so he and his buddy decided to play in the even bigger one. He actually bagged in his first night, and then somebody said, hey, you know, if you bag again, there's a $1,000 double bag bonus. So he played the next day and got another bag. So great job there, Coach, getting the double bag and the bonus. He made it to day 2, and sounds like he made it all the way to 88th, which was way farther than I made it in day 2. I finished, I think, 142nd. So he had a nice little, he had a nice little prize there. The double bag bonus of $1,000 plus whatever he made there, making it all the way to 88. And that was 88 out of 1,761 entries.
Massive.
Massive fields.
Yeah.
All right, John opening the ace-7, called by Spooky. Zach here thinking about squeezing this perhaps, but he is just going to make the call. And Bobby will come along as well. 1075 in the middle, 4 ways. Flush draw for Zach, top pair for Spooky.
And have any of our flushes landed yet? I don't think they have.
I mean, earlier Scott flopped one, right? The jack,
Right, the Jack
spade,
9.
but-
Yeah.
I'll just leave my stack.
Flopped draws have bricked out so far.
All right, still 3 players involved going to a turn. And another king. So queens were hot early, now it's kings. John here feels emboldened by the top card pairing, and he is about to set himself up for some pain.
Hopping on the pain train.
Yeah, bet a 700, which is half of Spooky's remaining chips. He is going to line them up and shove them in, which John is going to be compelled to call, one would presume, and drawing dead. The check raise aspect of this, check raise for such a small amount more, definitely makes you want to fold, but you're getting such a good price that if your opponent ever has flush draws, combo draws, whatever, like, you just have to put it in there. But yeah, Spooky wins.
No glove, no glove.
Shit, you could run it 18 times.
Yeah. Check mark. Already there.
For my customer.
Spooky thinking he got screwed on that second river, but club draw had folded already. Check mark for Joe Dirt and Team Spooky.
There's only really one main private equity in that one, and 10 years ago they were the 800-pound gorilla.
There you go. Currently just 3 players are in the red. John, the loser of that hand, has kind of dipped down towards the bottom there, joining Scott and Bobby. Bobby just down about 10 trips to Taco Bell.
Painful, but recoverable.
Absolutely.
So Raytheon, the defense contract with the federal government, they convinced Raytheon basically to start a company specifically to go out and buy
John here
75 to go.
with a nip button. Gonna make it 75.
And then Raytheon did it, ran it up to a 800-pound gorilla, and sold it. So
3 players.
the new company that took over is like, we don't care if you're the government.
Get some strong autocorrects there from Doc Hollywood in the chat, but
Yeah.
when he jams like that, it screams the king. Yeah, I mean, I think he's definitely more heavily weighted towards king, but when it's only 700 more to call and the pot's going to go up to like 4,500, if he ever has a flush draw, ever, you have to make the call. He's getting such a good price, but Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you're getting the best price, it actually means that your opponent is just never bluffing. Like they would never try to bluff, or they would never try to put it in with a draw, just to see if they could get lucky. So, yeah, sometimes that is the case. There's nothing worse than like having like a vague idea of what someone's chip stack is down the way, and you sort of size up on the turn or whatever, thinking that you're applying pressure, but you're not exactly sure how much they have. And then they're just like all in. And you get the count and it's like nothing more. And you're like, oh no. Like, of course they have it, whatever it is. And now you're like contemplating folding to preserve your like 3,000 in tournament chips or whatever.
All right, there you have it, Mallory. On top of things, Z-Fish has been in France indeed, and he will be back next week. All right, well, let's get our man Z-Fish back on the stream.
All right, always a fun battle here between JD and Zach. JD, 2 overcards and the gut shot, prime check raise candidate. And here we go.
JD agrees.
Yeah, super air ball here for Zach as well. Like, he definitely has a few turn cards that can give him some equity, but he's just like never improving to a made hand on the turn. So these are sort of the exact hands where you c-bet flop and then just ditch it when you get raised. It's good to have some of these so that the folds are easy. Zach is going to sort of, you know, make it seem like he's got a bit of a decision, but let's go.
90%
And I get to be the guy that they call on a daily basis. And I go, I know you watched the YouTube video and said you're going to make millions, but let me show you how this really works, right? I get to be the bear. I get to crush. I call myself the dream killer. I get to crush dreams. And oh, by the way, you need about $2 million.
Yeah, this game's hard, man. Like, it's so hard to distance yourself from the strength of hand that you have in the moment, even when your opponent is basically announcing very loudly to you that they have you beat. You're like, but my hand is awesome. Like, my hand can only be beat by this very small select few hands. Well, yeah, but it's still beat by those. Your opponent probably has it. But it's hard to divorce yourself from that and accept that you're beat. Your hand is so good. A challenge that we will all endure until the end of time. Amazing flop here for Spooky, top pair and the flush draw. His opponents with no pair and no immediate draw.
So I get that guy that's trying to get out of the working corporate world, you know, hey man, I've made $1 million and I've got some investments and I want to straddle 50. I just want to cash flow this thing and suck it dry the whole time, right? I get those guys, or I get the guy that, hey man, I got $10,000.
Looks like the $50 straddle is sticking, as we've seen that out there for most of this orbit, I believe. And 3 players still with knit buttons, according to our graphics there. And yeah, indeed, Scott does have one hiding under the figurine.
Without money, and it's any business, without money, there's not a whole lot I can do.
I have a buddy who like did the same thing with dental practice. Raise 175.
Zach, one of those players with a knit button, gonna get after it. And yeah, no chance Carlos is folding here. He's got a knit button, and the winner of this hand will get rid of one, so he's in there with the 5-3-0. Neither player connects. Going to be really tough for Carlos to continue here.
Well, that's the problem with most of them is they leverage. You're talking about speed playing. I mean,
Couldn't be farther from that flop. Lets it go. And now, looks like, are there just 2 left?
Yeah.
Carlos and Scott.
Who's your horse?
You had to sign a landlord.
And
I did.
You had to.
I'm gonna have to go with
Find another tenant, they just got that. Because they were putting all the equipment in, signing it to this guy.
I really
didn't
love
like it. I didn't like it.
Prince over there,
No, it's not.
the Purple Rain
They're kind of pushy
version,
about it,
but
they wanted
Well,
all
they won't.
that.
They won't loan the guy the money.
Yeah, they want
I think
all
Scott's
that.
gonna get rid of his knit button. So I think
Yeah, it's
Team Prince over there is gonna have to pay up, purple guitar and all.
It's saying that hey, we
Okay.
got first lien on the equipment, and we got first lien on the business. So if this guy doesn't
And
make
we
it,
have the option,
we got an option
the sublet, the sublet.
I didn't realize landlords.
Scott did just fold,
The
so
only thing that I had a problem with
the
is
landlord typically does.
they put it
you
at
might be
30
free rolling here.
on who a new tenant would be, and I'm like, I don't know about that. I mean, it didn't fit my
What holes do you have up there?
Especially with just the $50 straddle out there being
Yeah.
called by Spooky. I mean, this is Carlos has the worst hand, and he's gonna get to see a flop. Unless JD has something to say about it from the straddle, but no, he's gonna check. I mean, Carlos needs to have just an absolute miracle occur, given the fact that two of his opponents have dominating deuces and sevens. But the bottom pair is good enough for Carlos to lead. Spooky top pair not going anywhere.
Calls 150. I'll bet being a high school coach was good training for that.
But we're heads up. I mean, there's a path to victory here on some runouts. This is probably not the one.
That's right.
And the job is about babysitting.
Managing ego.
Yeah.
Oh, Carlos isn't even going to go for it. Check, check.
Like a redneck
No
from Arkansas,
improvement. Spooky will
They
win.
don't have any respect for you, so it makes the job a lot easier.
It's good.
My wife always said you're the smartest duck guy I know. You know, so.
250 from Carlos. Yeah,
Thick accent.
and he's getting snapped off.
Australian, maybe the most valuable, but
Ace gonna get her done, and there's still R2. Doc's saying the queso yellow is growing on him a little bit, but it's like, I don't know. Still having second thoughts, maybe purple felt.
Yeah, I didn't think.
Well, the blue that we had did have a little bit of a lavender tint to it before. What do you think about purple? Aaron, would that go with the chips, or would that be tough?
I mean,
It would have to be lavender. It couldn't be dark.
yeah, that's the thing is, you know, the yellow, yeah, it's a little harsh. It doesn't really satisfy, I think, any of us.
150.
But it does need to have some contrast against the chips. If you do have something that's just like really dark all the way around, it's going to ruin the game for viewing purposes. Because we'll always be wondering, what are the chips, what are the bets? The dealers will have a hard time. Yeah, it's like, kind of have to work with the softer colors.
I didn't. You asked me back when I was teaching my coach.
The hand you pretended to.
All right, raised to 150, 3 calls, and another king high flop. Zach connecting in a big way.
200 is the
Doug, why can't the great city of Austin get felt like this? Well, is our felt so bad? You want the yellow? Is that what it is?
Maybe burnt orange. I think they do need the Capitol building on the Austin felt, though. That would be cool.
Bobby here picking up a flush draw to go with his gutty. And Zach gonna go into check call mode, which for half pot is a very reasonable proposition.
Good call, good call.
older.
Thank you.
I'm gonna make him sell like dish subscription.
Good call indeed. Bobby picks up a pair, but
Team good.
that's not gonna do it. 2K pot here for Zach.
Would you show King what?
King 10.
King 10, Bobby.
Suited.
Playing my hand down
The game continues.
Yeah, if you don't call, I call, and then I hit my dudes. 2 grand on their turn. Nice hand, nice hand.
So you're in Carroll?
Carlos down a couple trips to Taco Bell. Everyone else up or down over 1,000. John down the most, stuck 3K. And Spooky and Garrett only up 1,500 as the leaders of the pack.
You know how to do it.
This side of the table.
I brought my parents.
200.
Couple of aces here for JD. Facing a raise to 200 and a call from John on the button. Here comes the raise and a pretty modest squeeze, but it makes a lot of sense given the fact that Bobby and John are both short. Don't need to squeeze this up too much. Normally, I think this 3-bet would be up to 1,000, but gonna keep it more reasonable.
You know, I graduated 72 kids.
Yeah, ace 9 totally sucks here,
Wow,
but John will think it over a moment before he lets it go.
Second time for Mr. JD to hold those aces. Just seeing a story on my Instagram feed that Mr. Danny Marks is playing in the Aria main event. So shout out to Danny Marks and good luck to him. $3,500 Aria main event going on. Said there was a huge line for that one.
Yeah, dude, it's been great catching all the updates from all of the Texas players out there. I mean, obviously you have to sort of follow who you know and whatever to keep up with them, but always lots of good updates being posted. Of course, Mr. Harvey Castro has been out there over the summer, made a really fantastic couple of runs in some of those events, the Heads Up in particular. But yeah, with the main event kicking off tomorrow, I'm sure there will be many, many Texas players posting updates, and we'll have some fun sweats. Hopefully I'm one of them for all of y'all. Follow me on Instagram at WordsAreHards. At WordsAreHards, with an S on the end, and I'll be posting some updates. Hopefully have a good run in order. Battle of the King highs here after the 7 high flop. Garrett will continue and picks up a diamond draw, but we're one liner to a straight.
Mongolian chicken. Not what I was expecting, but
Scott is going to continue. Wants to get rid of that button.
Steak the other night. Good. Little.
And with this big bet, he's saying, I've got a straight.
Yeah, this one
it's hard to keep it.
But it's an over bet.
It's just gonna keep.
2 flush draws out there, yeah, like if you just have like ace 8 of spades, you're gonna bomb it. You are not trying to see a river card.
Tasted good. I like the rice.
Garrett has been a little more snug, but
Chimichurri is good on everything.
he is going to go for it here with one card to come.
The crazy thing here is that Scott is just like getting value with king queen high. If we somehow brick the river and go check check, oh my god, they're both gonna river top pair. Scott's gonna,
And he may
go
get
all in.
serious value. He may get serious value here. Garrett in the tank now. What to do?
Oh man, he beats only a stone cold bluff though, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, he needs Scott just have like ace queen or ace jack or queen jack. I mean, he doesn't beat anything.
Ooh, good fold. Gets away from it.
Oh wow. I mean, I'm not saying that you shouldn't
Nice answer.
bet,
Hello, King.
but yeah, when you miss out on getting called by king jack of diamonds there, and like, is an 8 ever gonna fold? Like, you're never gonna bluff out a real hand.
And Scott's finding out right now that he had a king with the diamonds. He's like, and you fold?
You're going.
Wow. He got massive value, 900 on the turn. An overbet
Absolutely.
called by king high. And,
He wants the double, though. He's got to get out of the hole. He wants that double.
yeah. Well, you were also correct that Scott did get out of the game unscathed. So
That's
is
right.
Mr. Carlos paying the $800 tax as a splash pot. This one's got a little bit of extra juice in the middle already.
Calls 25, fold.
Be a good squeak spot.
Calls 25.
All right, Doc, thanks for joining us, man. Always fun. And good luck when you get out there to California.
All right, man. Yeah, have a good night. Enjoy the conference. Carlos gonna raise it up to 250 with the nines. There's $800 in the middle, and you've got people limping for 25. Like, yeah, 10x is kind of a big raise, but I honestly wouldn't have hated if he went bigger. Make it.
Yeah, that's his
4.
800.
Well, whether it's his or not, I mean, there's just such an incentive from a pot odds standpoint. Get in there. Look at this raise to 250 getting called by Jack 10, 8-5 and 5-3 offsuit. Like, yeah, dude, he's very likely to just win this anyways. Well, not anymore.
Not anymore.
But yeah, blast it, man. Get the riffraff out of there. As it stands, second pair for Spooky is the best hand, but John is all in with bottom pair and backdoor heart.
And a call from the nines.
This could get a fold from Spooky. I honestly, I think he should fold.
I do too. I mean, it's just Jack 10, no heart.
Dude, your hand sucks. Oh my God, he's gonna make the call though. Oh my God,
Ruh-roh.
what is happening?
And all of a sudden, we've got almost 3K in the middle.
How do you just like put the chips in there that quickly with a 10? I don't know. He does know that Carlos is going to have to play very straightforward. Oh, and when he checks back here, he's going to feel very good about his hand. It gets even a little bit better, but front door hearts comes in, so not ideal. Doesn't matter. John is like, what the hell did I do? Jamming it into two people with bigger pairs. Wow.
Nice pot there for Mr. Spooky.
Much more inbound marketing.
Looks like Carlos going to add some power to his stack there. Looks like 5K going to add on. Oh, he's adding 4,000. Okay, got to put a little bit more in the pocket. He's going to make Carlos the big stack at the table with over 8,000.
Nothing better than filtering through your chips in the big pile in front of you, trying to make stacks. And you got another hand dealt. And you gotta push your chips out of the way to get to your cards. Oh, let me see if I can play this hand too.
All right, got a raise, and then the big hand. John waking up with the ace-king suited. 3 bets. Carlos making a call with pocket fives. And Bobby says, why not? Let's play a big one.
Nice flop for the fives. John, though, 2 overs, has the diamonds, and this is just a bad board for his opponents. Like, how did they ever connect with this? Carlos, though, does stick around with the pair of 4s, and he's still best. Now things a little bit more dicey for John, as his hand is, generally speaking, more interested in getting to showdown after this turn card than it is interested in trying to bluff. But that being said, the pocket fives are in a little bit of an awkward spot.
Especially facing now a bet of 1,300.
Yeah, 13 into 17. I mean, this is 3/4 pot, but what is John really saying that he has? Like, does he do this with aces? Does he just see the board double pair and just be like, whatever, YOLO, 3/4 pot with aces? Like, Maybe.
Everything.
Kings, queens? I don't know. Doesn't matter. He barrels it through. Carlos, let's go with the best hand.
When I got into the business, we
And
built
John
a
will win.
full-fledged, like 50 washer, 30 dryers. You could build it for 50 grand. That would cost you $1.5 million to build in 20 years.
I mean, it's so interesting, too, that you can really dig into this if you do a lot of solver studying. But, you know, there are spots where your hand will sort of shift from, like, yeah, betting the flop makes a ton of sense. Then a turn card will totally change things to where there's just, like,
25 is the raise.
really good hands, a bunch of chops, and then a bunch of really bad hands. And it's like, which ones do you bet with? You generally think like your really bad ones and your really good ones, and all the stuff in the middle, like all the stuff that thinks that it's going to chop or whatever, is like, let's just get to showdown. Keep the pot small. But sometimes you can just keep barreling with those too and get it through, like John did. And I mean, sometimes the solver is totally on board with that. I have no idea what the solver would say there, but Bobby here drilling this one.
I probably would do,
Free turn card though gives John some equity.
probably,
They have some that people find.
honestly, right now,
Like just like disappear from town. You would eventually like.
And Bobby playing this one slow. Free river card for John.
Free river.
A couple like that, I'm sure.
And this is very disguised. Look at this board. How does anybody have anything on this that King 10 loses to? Are you kidding me? Bobby is going to get wrecked. 765 in the middle. Bobby betting 500.
Yeah, so one of my buddies, I'm like,
Raise. 1,500 now.
I mean, Bobby could just jam for value here. I mean, he barely has 600 more, but I mean, he's just going to call.
Oh man, no, I should have blasted. Look at that.
John says straight before he sees the cards. He's like, "Real? What straight could you have? There's 2 10s and a bunch of low cards." Yep. Well, he got there.
Yeah. Yeah, the danger of slow play. Very unlikely for that run out to have hit John, but just this time it did. Honestly, you could put John on like his own slow played 10 though. 10-9, Jack 10, something like that. I mean, I honestly think that even facing the raise on the river, which feels a little bit uncomfortable when there is a possible straight, there are some like sets that are full houses, you know, should probably just be going all in and getting stacked, but Bobby preserves what looks to be, I don't know, $400 or $500 or something, and adds on. Still in the game.
Go another shout out to one of our friends out in Vegas, our man Chase Bricker. Played in the mini main, made it to day 2, finished 331st, which sounds crazy, but that was 331st out of 10,794 entries. So deep run, $1,000 buy-in turns it into 4,700. Great job there, Chase. That is a huge field to try to get through. But another solid cash for our man, Chase Bricker. Oh, wow. Hating this flop when you've got 2 jacks in your hand, and Spooky normally not going to stick around with a 4 high, but he's landed a pair of 3s and a diamond draw.
Yeah, check and call. I think a couple of different options on the table. Always a little bit awkward to check raise someone who presumably has the range advantage, but
does go check, check. And Scott's like, wait a minute. Jacks are actually good here? Okay.
Yeah, 3rd pair. Let's go. Yeah, it's so
Gladly
easy
take
to-
that down.
Yeah, it's so easy to see like every hand that beats you, and it's hard to find the hands that you beat in spots like that. But important to not lose track of what your opponent's range is.
Oh, 3 of hearts did a cartwheel and exposed himself.
Dirty
Put-
little 3 of hearts.
Yeah, going to be put in the penalty box. We're not impressed with your 3. Shout out to Travis in the chat. What's going on? One of our finest has come back to visit us for a while. Came back from the Pacific Northwest and going to be hanging out, dealing, and playing with us for a few months, it sounds like. And he's shouting out our friend Sassy. Curious how Sassy and Mighty Hammer are running in St. Louis right now. I know they're there for some work, but they're also playing some poker.
Three players, check.
What the hell? And you gotta have that just to practice, the very first practice.
Yeah, that's.
Middle pair still best for Bobby, and in fact, either opponent can improve to a better holding. So he'll bet 200, and whether he gets called or not, we'll be winning the pot when we get to showdown.
I gotta put the dog in doggy daycare.
I don't know enough about
Cards are in the muck. Bobby wins.
the rest of the side.
All right, Travis is going to be one of our next dealers here, joining us.
To the saliva.
I think there's pockets.
It's going to be a hard act to follow, man. You got the fastest in the Wild West, Mr. Johnny Rodriguez. No pressure, Travis.
Yeah, he's 1-year-old mutt.
So Spooky up a little bit more than Bobby is down, 3,400 to 3,100. Garrett up a couple trips to Taco Bell. Let's go.
Let's go.
He's a mutt. He's like, we did the DNA testing, and he was like 1/3 German Shepherd, 1/3 Pit, 1/3 like Texas mutt, like which is like Chow and all these things. So he has like, I don't know. He was a good dog.
There is some.
Not really.
225.
There is some.
There is our lovely waitress, Miss Lauren, making an appearance on the stage.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, you got Gino on, too. So, yeah, we got some great dealers tonight. Heck yeah.
I love dogs, but I haven't taken them.
Pretty heavy responsibility.
Yeah, and like, your mom has a dog, and my sister has a dog.
He's pink for JD. Drops the hammer.
Yeah.
Yes, how we adopted him when he was a puppy. He was
I'm listening to Zach and the boys talk about dogs. Zach's kind of telling my life story.
like, all right, we'll adopt him.
Oh, yeah, I don't have a dog because all my family, you know, my mom has a dog, my sister has a dog, and that was me forever until I took the plunge
Spots and like,
4.5 years ago and adopted my own. And it is a big responsibility because you just can't pack up and travel without your dog and leave it behind. You got to take it with you or kennel them up. But man, has it been worth it? Definitely suggested go adopt. So many dogs at the shelters. You know, those shelter dogs, man, they make the best dogs, man. They once you snatch them up, they're gonna stick by your side.
That's right, man. What kind of dog you have?
You know what? I need to do the doggy DNA test, but I'm pretty sure it's some sort of like a boxer mix with like a greyhound or a whippet or something like that. It's she's a brindle, so she's got that really cool tiger pattern, but she's got like the white chest and broad shoulders. She's 47, 48 pounds.
Okay.
Just a ball of energy. Doesn't have the smashed kind of nose like a boxer though, but you know, definitely has the hyperactive, you know, super fast, you know, behavior. But she's got a little hunter in her too, though. She loves chasing rabbits and squirrels, and unfortunately for the stray cats of the area, those suckers as well.
JD here, double gutty on the turn. Carlos picking up third pair. But JD here does the old claw machine bet where he sort of reached it out there and then just released it onto the felt.
The claw machine.
Yeah, it was kind of awkward. And for whatever reason, Carlos is like, I don't know if I believe that bet. Was correct with the call, but the jack does fill in one of those gutties. And JD will make what he should believe and is the best hand. 11.55 in here, and this is the kind of perfect card to get paid on where it's going to two-pair your opponent a lot. Does another claw machine drop, but isn't going to get paid this time.
It's the claw.
You're afraid of the claw.
Thank you for picking up that reference.
Didn't he say it's the hand?
Yeah.
You're afraid of the hand? Because it was the claw was what the real dad did. The real, like...
liar, liar, yeah. It's the
yeah.
claw. I'm also mesmerized by that shirt that JD's wearing when it goes back to it. The pattern is pretty crazy.
You're afraid of the claw. Yeah, when he like does the like really cheesy like slash at them with it, and they're like, "You're an idiot." That was good.
All right, well, great job there for our previous dealer, the Panda, free Panda, Mr. Johnny Rodriguez. He'll probably be in the chat here in a minute, saying howdy. We got Gino joining us now. Great poker dealer, great poker player, and he's got his own poker brand, Stuck for Life. Got some cool hoodies and hats and card protectors that he's put out over the years that you've seen a lot of folks rocking. You can check all that out at stuck4life.com, I believe.
Check the deck if JD wins it. JD always wins it.
Really scamming himself.
And one of his boys is currently overseas in the military, and he's tuned in a few times, so shout out to the whole Playo family, but definitely our boy Chase, who's serving. Thank you for serving, Mr. Chase. He got some of his partners in crime tuning in with us, so that's pretty cool to see some of our America's finest in the chat and tuning in. Yeah, that's right, as we celebrate America and her birthday this weekend. Happy birthday, America, you beautiful bitch.
All right, $200 PLO flip.
I didn't know how to play PLO. I never played it.
Four.
Oh, that's not
Clubs now available.
Watch how I fuck this up.
I see an open ender. Carlos saying, watch how I screw this up. 7, there's a straight for the 5-4.
two pair.
John with 2 5s. Yeah, he's going to have the Burgers blocked up and locked up.
200, JD.
So it looks like 4, 4, 5.
He's got your other ball.
Oh my god, you had 5 too. Except you might have a 4 with it. Here, I'll take that one.
Pocket 5s. We're also in another holding, I think, but no 4 to go with it. There you go, John, going to win that one.
Feels good. Chipping up even more. 8,600 now in the stack.
Yeah, they did an 8. They did what, 200 apiece that time instead of just 100.
Yeah.
Juicy little PLO flip.
And after that little win, John is nearly out of the basement. I mean, $1,600 of profit right there goes a long ways, given the fact that he was stuck 2K before the flip. All right, $50 straddle on. Back to 2 cards. Scott here. Going to be first to act.
There's a good look at Mean Gene.
I need to get my money back because I don't know how to play these. Then he goes up. Sorry.
You started playing.
Gene the legend.
It was the one hand. It was 3 cards actually.
Oh my god. The third one hits your hand. Like, what?
Well, it gets even better because like I go and I look at my and I don't know what I'm doing. Right? I'm playing
2
threes,
black
and
8s for
I got Nick,
Spooky.
he's like, don't worry, man. I'll work with you. Dead serious. Guy on the other table goes, there's no coaching allowed.
Zach will make the call, play in position, heads up we go to a flop.
$100 tournament?
Maybe. I think maybe. It was like 200. I think.
He was serious. So, and then I was
As
playing
queen
hands.
high
I play
board,
hands, honestly,
good
that's-
for
that's what I
Zach.
do. I play hands I should have never been
Not a
into it.
terrible flop here for Spooky a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Pocket 8's still going to be good, but he'll go into pot control mode and
All these guys are-
just check call this flop for
Every time I
225.
knock a guy out, they're so pissed. Man, I only wins a big pot. They'd be so pissed. You know? They're like,
Do I win, guys?
this guy does
That would
not
be,
even
that
know.
would be so tilting. That's
They
not
start
like, there's
going,
another rule.
why are you even in the pot, man? Like, with
Yeah,
that,
I do all this. Yeah. And turns
Spooky going to show up here with a lot of just like ace king, ace jack, ace 10 high,
usually beginners, yeah, they'll call
pocket 8s, pocket 9s, things of that nature. River 9, maybe not the best card in the world. Oh, Zach here, actually, never mind. He has the 9, so he's not worried about a set of 9. Spooky here going to take a stab after the check back. Don't really know about this one, as I don't think you're going to get value from worse. Maybe ace 5 bets flop and then slows down, but not too sure. Anyway, Zach here should be going for value with a raise. And see how big he goes. I mean, Spooky going to be looking at 2 brick flush draws on board. Will he ever get roped into the hero call here for another $1,000?
Adds a little frisbee there. $1,000 on top.
The old I see your raise and I raise you, you know. the old language of I see you and I raise you and whatever, like, oh my god, it was so ridiculous.
Every bad poker movie or Western has one of those announcements.
Yeah.
I'll see your 5,000 and raise you.
How are you doing before?
Yeah.
I mean, the first like 4 shots were just like muscle memory's just like, what is this thing?
Yeah.
Like,
And this is an awkward spot for Spooky. What goes bet, check, bet? Or excuse me, bet, check, raise.
That was not it.
At my place, we have
It's kind of like exactly queen 9.
people go gamble.
Right?
Wants to catch him on maybe a busted club draw, but that's really all you beat.
But the value range is so thin. I don't think a call here is actually wrong.
It was really big for the.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's like printing, but it's kind of like Zach just always has queen 9 or a set of 9s, right? Because Spooky raised 3 to like 250 on the $50 straddle or 225. So like it wasn't an inconsequential raise. Zach calls, bets when check 2 on the flop, checks back the turn with 2 flush draws out there. Like he's sort of saying, I just want to get to showdown on the turn, and is now raising on the river. What does he ever have? How does your hand go from I want to get to showdown to now raising on the river 9? Like what? It doesn't make sense. So calling with the 8s here, no heart, 1 club. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably paying some.
Finds out the hard way. Zach did have the goods. Queen 9. Nice hand there for Zach. Quick reminder, there's 13 minutes left in registration in the Tuesday night 10K guaranteed black chip bounty tournament. There's 29 players remaining out of the 65 entries, and of course you don't always want to register late in a bounty tournament because you have the chance to knock folks out and get your $100 bounties, but with just 29 players left, got to think about winning that sucker too. Just 4 tables going, and that is a 10K guarantee. So 12 minutes to jump in. If you're in the room, jump in there.
Same with
or right down the street.
Yeah, absolutely.
He says the same thing for both. He says, "You guys doing some power, so many."
Well, you'll have to throw up our lovely graphic for the summer series coming to TCH Social down here in the Austin area at
That's right.
our next opportunity after the hand, because that's going to be a jolly good time. We're kicking off here in just about 2 weeks, and a lot of really great tournaments. We got Deuce 7 single draw in the mix. We got plenty of hold'em tournaments. We got the PLO. I think we got Big O. We got all sorts of stuff in that series.
And so you just shoot till you make one. You don't play that. Oh my god.
6 ways to be off 7 high 2-tone board. It is the Jack 9 of clubs with half the equity for John. Unpaired Jack high holding with 50% equity.
What do you do on Saturdays? Like I play like 6-7 hours of poker. They're like what? 6-7 hours away from
And I mean, this is crazy. The eat deuce for the bottom pair, eat kicker is the best hand. It has 23% equity against the field.
But golf is shorter than that, though, right?
No,
4 or 5 hours.
4 or 5 hours, and then you got your pre-game and post-game.
Yeah, then you got the drinks after.
Once we get some of these hands cleared out, though, things will improve equity-wise. And the Queen of Clubs on the river will bring John home.
We finally got a flopped flush draw that gets there.
Stretchy pants are such a game changer.
John takes that down. And that'll probably get him out of Stucksville. And here we go, Aaron. This is what you were talking about. The TCH Social Austin room has a summer series starting July 15th. So just 2 weeks from now. 16 trophy events, 600,000 in guaranteed prize pools. And Aaron, tell us about that player of the series thing they're doing as well.
Yeah, so you're going to earn points for every entry, I believe, as well as how far you make it in the tournament. So if you make it into the money, you're going to earn some points. There's going to be, of course, bonuses for making it to the final table. So basically, the further you make it in a tournament, the further into the money you make it in a tournament, the more points you will receive. And the player of the series, the player with the most points over the course of the series, going to come away with $10,000. And there will be some nice payouts for the players that come in second, third, fourth, and fifth as well. So, and maybe even a little bit more than that. I don't know exactly the structure of the payouts, but 10K for the player of the series, and then you'll get a little bit of something else if you're not too far behind as well. So get in there, fire, earn those points, and come away as the player of the series.
Yeah, with some big money and trophies. 16 trophies they're giving out too, so that's good stuff.
Damn right. Yeah, 600K plus in guarantees. The main event, I believe, is a 300K guarantee tournament. So you can't really beat that. I think it's a $600 buy-in with 300K guarantee. Fantastic.
All right, Coach taking down a pot, flopping a flush draw there. There you go, graphics catching up. Took that down, hit a 9 on the turn, had the nut flush draw to go with it. Wins the hand.
Are we on right now? Oh, we're waiting for him to get back on.
Hunting, okay. Well, you got a lease?
My family has some outside.
When we go?
Let's see, the main event.
Can't tell by the accent.
Excuse me, I said 300K. It's 250K guarantee for $600 buy-in. But yeah, very juicy main event of the series. With the initial kickoff, 100K guarantee, $200 buy-in. So a couple of really good multi-flight tournaments to go along with all of the single-day events.
What day is that first one, the 100K kickoff?
100K kickoff
Is that
starts
on the 15th?
on, no, the very first one of those is going to be on the 17th.
Okay.
Thursday the 17th.
That'll be a special kind of turn.
Very special.
Yeah, the initial events, there's satellites running from basically a week from now all the way until the beginning of the series. But event number 1 going to be a $300 buy-in, 50K guarantee, no limit hold'em tournament to kick things off on Wednesday the 16th. Then the next day, the 100K flights will begin. All right, Jack 3-3, King on board. It's the Kings and Jacks here for Scott. Going to get looked up by Spooky? No, he folded. Never mind. Full pot bet. Too much for the ace high to call.
Seymour. By Seymour.
Celebrity.
Yeah, probably never heard of him.
I know children.
South Pass. Yeah, keep on going. Keep on going till you almost fall off the side of the earth. Yeah.
I believe we're going to have those knit buttons passed back out. They were waiting for Spooky to get back to the table, so we'll get a knit game going again. Shout out to Beyond Their Control, who's joined us.
I think there's a civil case going on.
No, there was also
Getting his gamble on.
Unfortunately, rolling a 44 in the 10K TCH Live loyalty points, but still a healthy bank.
Yeah, my bank is about 12 points, so we're going to get in there and try our luck.
All right, you go first, and then hopefully you take the bad.
I mean, it's fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's the same. Then the civil case, like, he's also the producer, so he hired that person, so they're like,
Yeah. At the end of the way,
Roaring Spring.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You know,
John going to raise it up with the 10-9.
like I said,
Spooky going to put in a 3-bet.
You
And
did
while
it.
Aaron's laughing at my failed attempt at gambling, Zach is going to make the call with 2 9s.
Oh, I wish too, though. There you go. My number is better than yours, though.
You take that L, sucker.
Eric Van L.
out of there and then do some other stuff.
I did take an L, didn't I? A Van L.
Got a link in
very long drive when you, when you
Just
have
Van losing points again. That's what I do.
to still dress it and take it to the, take it to get it.
Spooky will continue. 300 here on the flop.
but like, the problem is, like,
1 overcard, good enough for Zach to pitch it away. Like you're betting into 2 opponents. Somebody might have a king, somebody might have a flush draw, 2 9s. Can I compete across multiple screens? Probably not.
Here comes the win from our boy Travis after 3 big L's.
I mean, yours was a big L, let's be honest. 5?
Yeah, I got felted. Streamlabs felted me.
44, 43, those were respectable rolls, though. They were close.
the whole thing was like,
You, on the other hand.
and now
They
they're
get all excited like it's like they get free,
over flooded.
they get free
with rentals. Like,
Travis being slow rolled here, unless it just means he doesn't have any points.
No, that's probably it. You must have them. Check your points with your exclamation point points. See if you are getting close to the 10 that you need each swing.
Carlos doing Carlos things, gonna limp in here with the kings, and hello,
Wow.
raise from Zach with the 5s, and now the coach looking to coach up Carlos a little bit.
We had at least 4 people stop
3 bets
from the state trooper to arrive.
Yeah,
with the birds.
limp back raise running straight into it.
Ruh-roh.
Incoming.
Let's look at the face of Coach over there, still mid-story.
On the telephone post behind the house and gutted it and
Well, by golly, I just got 4 bet and I got number 1 with covering suits.
And a call. All right, we have an only go once or twice, coach.
it's up to you, boss. What do you want?
Up to you, boss.
I don't think you're ahead. So.
Oh, you can't gamble till you get 10 points,
2
Trav.
times?
Sure.
Okay.
Twice?
Wow.
We're going twice. No, let's just do once, max paying.
Okay, one time?
Yeah.
All right, one time.
One time, the man say, Max Payne on a Tuesday.
Well, but you got a chance to make
Somebody's going to win a big one. $10,000 in the middle. Ace in the window. GG Carlos.
GG, because the boat right out of the gate. Big old hand there. The classic aces versus kings. Gut punch. And that is going to be a full double for Coach, who is now going to be up 8,000.
Yeah, Coach is the player who bought in for 2K. Everyone else was 3,500 or more. So he's spinning that 2K the F up, and
Heck
he
yeah.
is now covering the table with over 10,000 in his stack.
That is a good feeling. Wowzers. So Gene's going to get that pot right. Streamlabs, although they're not being very generous with their points, does want to remind you, if you'd like to play on the Houston live stream, we're trying to grow the Houston live stream. So there's your opportunity if you're down there in H-Town. Click that link, fill out some information, and we'll get you on the TCH Houston live stream. We also stream in Austin and down in the Rio Grande Valley out of our awesome club down there. Shout out to those boys at the RGV location down in Edinburgh, Texas.
I've been to duck hunting.
Okay.
And I don't care what they say. The button is you're gonna like that.
Of course, we put up your flyer for the summer series, which is starting July 15th. There it is one more time. I'm going to get out of that one real quick, though, and show you what's coming up this fall. The Trailblazer Poker Tour Season 2 is coming back.
Hell yeah.
Going to have 2 stops in the DFW area. First one being in September, second one February of 2026. But last year in that Trailblazer Poker Tour, we had $7 million in prizes given out. So reminder, everything is bigger in Texas. Scan that QR code or check out the website for all the info on that. Get your fall plans ready for another Trailblazer Poker Series coming to you.
Yeah, and 7 million in prizes. I mean, I know there were a few guarantees that were missed here in Austin in particular. Set the sights a little bit high for the initial kickoff, but I mean, every spot after our initial launch of the Trailblazer series was just like crushing the guarantees, and
Yeah.
I suspect that 7 million is going to be
Crushed.
it will be eclipsed well before the end of this next series.
And I'm pretty sure you guys will do a number on yours in the Austin area as well when it hits. I know that was kind of a new thing, new room, still relatively new in that area. So
yeah, I think it was a little bit under rep as far as maybe the word of mouth advertising or go or whatever. I don't know exactly, but we definitely underperformed as far as hitting the guarantees. But I'm sure the mark will be lowered a little bit. Maybe not the 1 mil guarantee main events and things of that nature, but I think we're still gonna have a really great turn. I mean, and it made sense to try to sort of swing for fences on the first go around because Austin is sort of in the middle of all the other major metroplexes, right? Like people could drive up from Houston, people could drive down from Dallas. It's a nice centralized location to do the big guarantees, but yeah, it just didn't quite work out the first time around. I'm sure we'll take another swing at it and have a fantastic showing now that TCH Social here in Austin much more established and I dare say absolutely blasting off. It is the busiest room in Austin day in and day out.
All right, here we go. We got flop top pair for Zach. Spooky, another flush draw. He's going to swing and miss. Let's see if he wants to bluff at this.
I think your opportunities to bluff your way through this one started earlier than the river.
Yeah, for sure.
And once you get to the river with this hand, it's just kind of like you're just sort of resigned to your fate of losing the hand, whether your opponent bets or not. Zach here recognizing that he can maybe extract a little bit of value from
You can't wrap enough.
a hand weaker than a king, or perhaps get a king to maybe just fold. I don't think for this size he's targeting a king to fold and chop. So this is trying to get value.
I don't much care for that either. I'm a quick
Yeah,
one.
not sure what value to get from, but does choose to bet, and Spooky with an easy fold there.
A
And
river 7 really
river
makes
7 possibly, yeah.
with 2 busted front door flush draws, like nothing was ever really represented, so it's a little bit unlikely that your opponent's gonna like YOLO it in there and be like, oh, you missed your flush draw. But whenever there's a card that appears on the river, particularly an offsuit card where your opponent could have had a flush draw with that card, that's the hand to target, right? When you have a king. Like, hell yeah, let's see if we can get that to pay up. Yeah, everything else is gonna fold, whatever, doesn't matter. Go for a bet.
I've just been watching it. This is a conversation we've had every time he said something.
Rebel Poker playing 1-2, lost 8-6-5 pot to a donkey. Well, someone from the local agriculture department should look into that.
200.
But if you're losing to the wildlife,
Yesterday got flagged.
Still need your small.
I've been watching his vlog.
That is the one animal we tend to have the most of in every room.
I have been losing a lot of not just decent sized pots, but massive pots of donkeys here as of late. I tell you, I go in and play 1-2 and I get absolutely murdered.
You know, if they're going to do it every time they say
Top
something.
pair for Scott. Up for bet. Carlos, over card, will stick around for a turn, which is not.
I'm sorry. Sit on your hand.
Scott will barrel again and get rid of his net button, so he's not going to be in the running for the final.
That's right.
This time around. That honor is still available for Carlos, as is for most of the players at the table. Only Zach and Scott have released their net button at the moment.
Yeah, Scott working his way out of that early hole.
Still ain't gonna make it till
He doesn't care what people
It's down a few $100 now, about $545.
Just punch me out.
Okay. Done.
You got it, huh? Don't have to tell me twice.
Gonna wake up with a pair of 5s here. Going set mining.
definitely sells the self-driving car.
Go there, stay, they put you up in the line. Yeah, you go into the 5-star.
JD wants none of it with the Jack 4 after John raised it up to 200.
Better flops for the pre-flop aggressor here. Although Scott does just have best hand and will call for 100. John gonna need to size up and rep a real hand here if he wants to win this one.
You got leases and all. We live out in the country, and if it wasn't fenced, we'd hunt it. And it is fenced,
Does go for the 2/3 sizing on the turn, and John will show him the ace high.
The Vegas strip's like pretty hard.
And those are the spots that always just feel annoying. You're like, it's the Nick game. I had a pair. Like, I could have looked at nothing. Yeah, but it's also fine to get bluffed. You had a pair of 5s, and it was a pocket pair of 5s, right? Like, one thing that I think a lot of people kind of lose sight of is they think about the strength of the hand in a vacuum of like bottom pair of 5s where you have like 5-6, and it's like king jack 5 versus pocket 5s on a similar looking board, right? Call it like king jack deuce, pocket 5s there. The 5-6 on king jack 5 is so much more valuable than the pocket 5s on king jack deuce. You have 5 outs to improve your hand. Pocket 5s only have 2 outs. Like, it's so much worse. Because not only do you know, if you're just like over here bluff catching with 3rd pair, like at least you have a chance to improve your hand as well when you're behind.
Like, you start feeling the pressure.
The
Every time they put a new one on the
so
table,
yeah,
they pull out
it's
the
fine to get
one.
bluffed when you have little pocket pairs like that. Yeah, just
And then
fold
if you get
pure
heads
fives.
up, it's just like,
And it
because
was
the point
not
is
likely
basically
to
jamming
improve.
almost everything.
Coach getting a little ambitious with the 6-4 off over there.
Basically,
Like when you're the jacks, you play like
And JD going to put in a huge 3-bet here, 850,
Man, is it good to be spooky.
right?
oh, when he laid that down.
I mean,
Well,
I say that right now, of course, but anything can happen. This is a pretty juicy spot to wake up with kings in the $50 straddle. 850 here, spookies 5100 deep. I think he should flip this. Basically, just like he's going to go to the full 2000. I don't mind that, but I think he should go smaller. I think he should literally like click it up to 1600. 1700.
And unless we have the ultimate card read error, Coach is pondering what happened in 1964. 6-4 into the muck.
Yeah, JD is now feeling a little bit of bile, backing up.
We've all felt the bile back up
Yeah.
at the poker table.
I mean, I think this is an easy fold, but it's an uncomfortable one. You just put 850 of your little babies out there, and you're just going to work just like that with a hand like pocket nines. But he knows.
Yeah. And if all of us won 12.55 every time we had pocket kings, we'd be feeling pretty good. So Spooky feeling pretty good over there. He will take that down all day long. He's up now almost 3K for the evening. All right, just getting the payouts here for that black chip bounty tournament I mentioned that was going on. They did make the guarantee, 10K. They're paying 8 spots, and it's going to be 3,700 up top, 3,725 for first place. 27 players remain, so 3 tables. And, of course, all those $100 black chip bounties for every player you knock out as well. So great little Tuesday black chip bounty tournament here at TCH Dallas. Do that every week, so come join us. There's a tournament going on, though, every day here. Check the schedules. How are the weekly tournaments down there in Austin, Aaron? Do they have kind of some weekly smaller stakes tournaments?
Yeah, dude, there's so many good things. So during the middle of the day, it was very consistent throughout the week. You get $60 buy-ins with rebuys and add-ons. Called the bankroll builders.
Gotcha.
With guaranteeing 3K in the prize pool, regularly beating that. So those are running throughout the week during the daytime, and then in the evenings, there's a variety of different tournaments. Hold'em, PLO, the Pineapple Tournament, and then on the weekend on Sundays, it's the Showdown at the Capitol. Now increased to 30K guaranteed in the prize pool from the original 20K, as turnouts have continued to grow. And I played in that one just the other day on Sunday, and made a run close to the money, but yeah, there was a guarantee of 30K in the prize pool, and they beat that handily.
Nice.
435,000 in the prize pool, something like that. Yeah, it was 10K for first. I think I think I undersold it. I think it was closer to 40K in the prize pool. Anyways, first was a little over 10,000. They ended up doing a 4-way chop, I think, at the end. It was all, everybody got 6,500, 7,000.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, pretty good payday for those folks.
All right, Zach, flop top pair ended up backdooring a straight there. Nothing doing for Garrett with the ace queen. Nice little pot for Zach. He's now up almost 3K.
Well, you better start checking your points again, brother. You lost your 12 that you had or whatever.
16.
So, 16.
Yeah, we were really growing there.
I feel for you.
Try to get those back. Streamlabs being a little stingy tonight.
But I wasn't supposed to play. It was just Doc and Randy, and then somebody no-showed, and I needed a player.
Oh, is that how you got in?
Well, I didn't want to. It was just the Venetian. Yeah.
Well, if somebody knows you, you might see anything.
You guys done? You guys did one?
Yeah, I do.
Now you don't. I know.
Big hand for Carlos there. Ace King. No resistance. Gets rid of that knit button. It's got to feel good not having to pay it out twice in a row.
There hasn't been a big lot.
I like that.
There's got to be some. It's hard now.
I've never seen anybody do that.
No, Mallory texted me that she's like, I got you on
You have big plans for America's birthday on July 4th there, Mr. Aaron? You going to keep all your fingers intact?
All of my fingers will be intact.
All right.
I'm pretty certain of that. I will be playing day 1C of main event in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Heck
Doing
yeah.
my best to grow my starting stack of 60,000 to something greater than that for day 2.
Is that flight you start on the 4th?
It is indeed. Starts at
Alright.
noon local time out there in the great state of Nevada, which is Pacific time. So, going to be flying out there on the 3rd here in just a couple of days. Get myself registered and get in the mix the following day. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
On the 4th.
Well, we'll hope for fireworks on the table for you, just like Garrett getting fireworks here, flopping the ace-high flush.
Brandon's going to keep your fingies intact. Yeah, I unless someone does something truly egregious at the poker table, all of my fingers should be very well attached. Coach here bets 550. This is a big bet here, and this is spicy. I mean, Garrett here with super nuts. Yeah, I mean, I think you just check call and hope that the turn is like a brick, you know, like put a black 5 out there. You know,
Oh, wouldn't that be gross?
blackjack, a super brick. As far as Garrett is concerned, Coach here may feel like getting called or the big size on the flop is maybe reason to slow down.
He's like, I got about even.
But he's got a net button. He's been winning all night. Okay, he's got it. Never mind. Drawing dead to the river we go. 10 of diamonds.
He's like, I got a surprise, but I want you to watch it. But I got even.
Now, if you're trying to get paid here, what kind of sizing are you going with here, Aaron? 1,800 in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's awkward because you feel like your opponent probably just has nothing when they bet big on the flop and then check. Like, what doesn't continue betting big? Maybe a big pocket pair that was like trying to get their value and then like, okay, I'll slow down. So if you're gonna bet at all, I think you go big. Like, you're only ever going to get called by a really big hand. I don't think you try to target just like some middling nonsense.
Like a whole drive home, I'm just like looking, I'm like, that car's been behind me for a while.
1,200 into 18. It's maybe a little bit on the lower side of what I would go for,
I
but
don't mean to follow him, but he's coming straight to me. So.
it's fine.
He's driving down here for me, but you know.
Coach, of course, with 2-5, no heart.
And it was like a
It's
Sunday,
like,
so I couldn't go to the bank.
what do I ever beat? Ace 9 with a heart, Ace Queen with a heart. Like,
But he basically was unstuck even. So we were happy, but like.
He says, oh, look at that.
it's old.
I didn't get run out. I was dead from the jump pretty much. Beating some serious runners to survive that one. That was funny. He says, oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's kind of it's the curse of the Nick game. You have pocket 5s, you see a 7 high flop with 2 cards lower than the 5, you're like, this is my chance to win. And then get rid of my nip button, right? So you bomb it, and then they just like check call you, and you're like, oh no, this doesn't feel good at all.
Yeah, the regular. And now they have so many.
Yeah, I was at a table the other day, and thank God it wasn't me doing it this time, bluffing into the absolute nuts, but there was like a 10-10-5 rainbow flop. Ended up, I think, running out some sort of a maybe backdoor flush of some sort, and the the guy that was in the middle of two players that were putting money in from the jump was just sitting in hiding with quad tens.
I check, I call, I check.
Yeah, and just ended up with a bet over jam, and then he's just like, yeah,
Too, like, I mean, obviously
I
the
call.
tournaments with the highest stakes are gonna get the
Yeah, every once in a while you get blessed with a spot like
just
that.
like quality of the
Yeah.
of
Bobby
everything.
will be
Like,
blessed
the
with
rooms,
a
like,
winning hand. As neither
everything is
neither of his three opponents, none of his three opponents can improve to a better hand.
Next to TCH,
Yeah.
like, you know,
I want to go to one of the stops where they have like reasonable tournament, like like a 10K, 5K, like the Cyprus one maybe. I'd love
I
to.
think you did.
John still hovering here around break even. As he got down early, had to add on, and then won some nice pots to get himself back up to very close to even, but in for 9,000. JD and Coach, the only two players with a knit button.
Would I win in
Have we been straddling?
Some people have something like that.
As we're getting down to the wire here, what do you think, Coach or JD? Gonna pay out the knit packs.
Man, Coach running hot.
Have you been straddling?
GD doesn't lose a whole lot of knit games, doesn't lose a whole lot of much. I'm going to go with Coach. He's going to lose the knit game.
Seems fair, but JD here raising the ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah, how's it possible? Yeah.
10 million.
Gonna have to get through his opponent in the knit game down there, playing from the $25 blind, and Coach will not be folding Choctaw Nuts.
Or will Bobby.
has-
Suited Choctaw Nuts.
All right, JD with the betting lead.
Oh, wow.
Top middle pair gets two opponents up and down.
And they both check to him as they should.
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead and blast off, JD.
Top and bottom, are we kidding?
Like, be in it just because his fans are fine with actually wanted, like,
Coach is over here like, I ain't losing this damn knit game. It's time to get wrecked. And then he's going to face resistance from Bobby and be like, wait, you don't have a knit button. What the hell are you doing in this hand?
Right? And then when he possibly wins the hand, it's just going to end up a chop, and he keeps the knit button. So.
So he's from here. He's a Texas kid.
Yeah, exactly. He can't. Oh no, it's the worst case
That's
scenario.
the worst.
And how does Bobby ever fold? Bobby can't fold.
No.
This is a check raise from Coach who has a knit button. He should be thinking about Vegas and the effing Mirage here. He's just going to call.
And incoming, somebody in the chat letting us know that the Mirage doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, man.
It hasn't happened yet, but we'll see.
JD's like, well,
What?
I guess I could probably still hit an ace or a 7. I don't know what's going on over here, but like the most disconnected board and Bobby makes the call is like, what? What do you
19.
have? Like
Whoa.
9-8 of spades or something? You know, it needs to be like very connected to this.
And Coach checks, though, after the check raise, called in two spots, now checks. And Bobby says, I still got two pair. I'm pouncing on this before you guys catch up.
Yeah, I find it a little bit odd.
Thank you, Francisco.
On cue. I find it a little bit odd that Coach checks. I suppose just exercising a little bit of pot control against JD in particular, but
All in.
All in, snap call, disappointment coming.
Two times announced.
run it 18 times, please.
Good. Wait, because he's got a button. Okay.
Oh, I'm trying to be kidding.
All right, run it once.
All right, well, they're going to chop JD's money and then realize that you keep your knit button over there, Coach.
Because it's offsuit, okay?
Oh, yeah, his is better because it's offsuit. He had to risk more.
I did not see that.
Oh man.
I wouldn't have liked
All right, the battle continues. JD and Coach.
Yeah, JD loses the 600 or whatever that he invested in that hand, but at least the consolation prize is that he's not paying out an additional $800 splash pot yet. And the battle continues, so you still think that Coach is going to pay it out. Coach has got heart, man. Coach is going to do what he do. Channel an inner 3-coin maybe, and just power one through and make JD pay the snit tax. Feel it coming.
10, 25, and you would be the straddle.
Are we straddling?
If you want.
John's like, I don't want to. My hand sucks ass, but I'll straddle.
We said around the straddles.
Yeah, I think we said around.
Some people haven't been doing it.
No, he started.
Oh, now you want to start doing it.
I
We've
started.
been doing it every time.
I had to go. He started. He said we're gonna do it.
Welcome to the game, Bobby.
JD's out of there. This is Coach's chance.
That's why we need microphones. Shit talk. No, the shit talk's too good.
I think we got
Too
that.
good? You think it's too good?
Well, sometimes it's good. Sometimes I take it old.
Oh shit.
To me, that's what makes it interesting.
Yeah.
That's what makes it interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Coach is out of there. All right, it goes to the next
Unless
one.
it's shady.
Yeah, Death Meat Bobby, that's what we
That's
call
right.
you.
That's what they call me.
DMB.
Jack 6 deuce.
How should I light these fireworks?
Choctaw Nuts coming in big again.
They just
But
don't-
nobody has it.
I'm not scared of that shit.
Real loud.
I did it in TCH.
What kind of fireworks?
Let's find out.
Garrett just wins. And we move on to the next
Oh,
one.
those you guys want to
can do
take
them
a break?
on
And
These
are good ones.
Firework grade.
Oh shit.
They're talking about those firework poppers right now.
Don't do it here.
No, you don't want to do it with these.
So you do it here, you're gonna set a panic.
Oh shit.
If you throw one of those poppers on the wall out there in the room, it will induce a little bit of panic. Not recommended.
I use it.
Someone may have thrown one in the booth earlier, caused a mini panic.
This one looks legit.
What were you about to say? What do you use it for, Carlos?
I know what I'm going to
The
use.
mini panic actually was coming from me, Aaron, as I was praying that
Now I
we didn't have a smoke detector in this room because I started smelling smoke. I
Oh,
was like, oh, if I just cleared this building, I'm getting fired.
dude, those things do have quite a smell to them. I remember blowing those up, and the smoke off of them was.
Yeah, these are called
not
bacon. They're
inconsequential.
called bacon snaps. Underneath it, it says adult snaps, but then it says warning, explosive.
It's usually a high roller.
Diarrhea.
It's usually like 3K.
Carefully read other cautions on package.
And they have it here. TCH.
Fuseless firecracker.
The
Not big fields, I'm
the
assuming.
one I got second in, I think the fine was 900.
Okay.
Is it 1100 or 900?
How many in the field?
That's one with Mallard.
That was a huge one. There was like 4 or 5 day one
Say,
flights.
who won
And
that
there was
one?
2 days. It was 2 flights per day for like 4 days. Mallory won those.
Was there a Jack?
That
You
poster
can
right
read
there,
about it
that's
right
the
there on
winner.
your thing.
Oh, Mallory won?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mallory won it. I think it
Don't
was
look at the
Jack
fine
Nine.
for
Night, almost 2,000 people. Wow.
Yeah,
That's a big turn.
First place
Yeah, it
paid
was-
nearly $250,000.
Yeah, but who got second? Who got second?
No one cared.
Who got second? Who got second in that?
I mean,
I can't remember.
Zach is like, you guys can needle me all you want for my second place finishes. I still took home well over 100,000, so suck on that.
no, he was a
Yeah,
We got in like
totally.
One of the first, like in the first.
Right here on this table you're looking at, Miss Mallory took down
There were two
Mr. Zach.
And
Oh yeah, I'm finished.
It was a lot of fun. You guys got to commentate,
Another one that was like
Aaron and RJ, and I was out there on the rail cheering them on.
with like
Yeah.
7 laps.
T9 or
No,
something.
with
It was me and Mike actually.
Oh, it was Mike. Okay, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
9 on the turn.
Yeah, what an incredible,
I mean, we had a lot of chop.
Yeah,
what an
opportunities
incredible
in that hand, but
final table.
9 was nice.
Yeah, if you don't hit that one, you're out.
Yeah, and my first big chop.
Or maybe it
tournament,
was
I had
the
kings
three of
against
us.
aces
I guess
with
maybe it
15
was the
left
three
for
of
my
us.
tournament life. I hit a king on three.
Make the king? Oh,
Yeah, RJ was in there too, I believe.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
That
guess,
was- that
yeah,
was the
that's
best-
what it was.
my
Mike
best
was in there as well, but it was.
That was the feeling on that one. It was against that guy David Soskin, and he's like the guy.
All right, what do we got here?
He played
Pair of
chalk touch
fours
him,
for Garrett, best hand.
Somehow.
He lit free with aces.
Oh my god.
Gonna get Coach out of there.
Right when we got it in, he was just like, Jesus, please hold. He's making this whole thing.
Yeah, JD. I mean, 7-3. You have no prospects here,
flop
but
like Queen 9-9.
I mean, you could just YOLO a bluff in and
Queen
hope you
9-9,
get it
turn
through
9, river
to
play.
save yourself the
They
800.
love that, I bet.
And it is going to be really tough for Garrett to
I
continue
know, I
against
was
this.
like, no.
Yeah, even if you think your fours are good, what do you do on future streets? And Coach gets the bad news.
JD like a boss.
Like a boss, 7 high, full exhale there.
All right, Coach has got to pay it out.
Well, I believe I'm now 2 for 2
Throw your button in.
on my heads up
Throw your button in, JD.
knit button game losers. Can we go 3 for 3?
Waste if they didn't blow somebody else off.
I think that's smart.
How many we got left?
Definitely me.
Oh no, this is the first one?
It's the first one.
Half a splash one. Once again, Scott.
I didn't even think about it. I've been able to get out of it. And I could maybe find a hole.
Garrett feeling the steam after folding the pair to the 7 high. He's going to get after it with King 3 suited. I kid. He's in the hijack. He can do what he wants with this kind of hand. Raising totally reasonable. John will make the call. And over and around to Spooky. 5 deuce of hearts. That man ain't old.
Get all that money out there.
Spooky is after.
Deuce in the window. Spooky picks up a pair and the best hand for the moment.
Most equity, though, still goes to Garrett in the hijack with that suited king. And he's going to use it.
Yeah, almost impossible to continue here. I mean, we talked about it, like you'd rather have a hand like this than pocket fives, but it's still not great. And yeah, now you're just cooked if your opponent bets, which Garrett almost certainly is going to. Would like a small bet here, 1585 in there, just something like 500. No reason to go big. Oh, Garrett disagrees.
Chunky. Puts out a little chunky monkey.
Oh, 1600 over bets by $15. Spooky can't continue. I don't think Spooky could continue there with just a jack. Even ace jack is like, what? Full pot? Are you kidding me?
I don't think he was continuing for $16, much less 1600 on that one. And we got, I believe that is Tony Turgeson there, the MMA and car addict. Mr. Dupree is not here yet. There he goes. He corrected himself. Aaron Mack.
Doing well, man. Happy to have you in.
I do tap my feet a lot.
Welcome to the stream. Welcome back to the stream, I should say.
What is he? What are you kicking? I've never heard that as you did.
Just the floor.
Oh, just the floor. I've got a direction on it. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that's probably that. That's probably that.
Thumper. The thumper over there. Hey!
Talk your shit, Bobby. Talk your shit.
Yeah.
400.
Talk your shit.
All of a sudden, you hear the boom, 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 boom.
All right, Scott getting a little bored under the gun. +1.
He's at 1200.
Raising it up. And Garrett doing some of them big old GTO things with that suited wheel ace.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the $400 splash pot, the second payout here from the Nick game. So makes some sense to open larger. So I do like the size. Like if you're going to open, I don't know, maybe the queen 10, you just let it go in early position. But if you're going to open, you should go larger. So I like that aspect of it. Garrett here just feeling himself. He's like, yeah, YOLO one time, ace-5 suited. This is a hand that I'm going to want to bluff with. And why not try to pick up an even bigger pot? And yeah, you get to style a little bit by showing it there when you get the fold.
Using that image.
I'm a maniac.
The button down.
Whatever.
He says, what image? I'm a maniac. Even Gene had to pause for a laugh there.
Don't worry, next screen, I'll have the t-shirt. Just the tip.
Round the straddle.
Maybe that could be your poker name.
Just the tip. That'd be a good poker.
All right, that's gonna be my poker name.
Bluffing with the best. How do you fold ace queen?
Will just the tip fit on the poker name? On this, no, on the string.
Maybe JSTIP.
Yeah.
Oh, you made it?
Yours will fit.
On the Atlas now it's all 3 letters unless you pay for like the special membership.
Premium
You have to do
membership.
3 letters.
Oh man, that
Get it for,
Poker
like,
Atlas
$4 a month.
thing,
So you
that's
can
pretty
change
funny.
the 3 letters. It's tough. It's tough to think of a good
If you want just the tip, you can have it.
And also they would run out.
You have Andrew, right?
Carlos allowing Garrett to use just the tip if he wants.
I have to do 3 letters. So.
For his Poker Atlas name, I should clarify.
Yeah. Check through on the flop, 3 of diamonds on the turn, ace queen high, still best, and very likely to win if we get to showdown. 5 on the river changes nothing. And yeah, just check, showdown. Ace queen high, let's go.
When you hear ace high more often than not and you're holding ace queen, feeling good.
Yeah. Coach still up heaps even after losing a little bit. Still 7,100 in the profit zone. Zach up 3,100.
Can you see who's
Carlos down 8,500.
Yeah.
That big beat
Yeah.
with the aces versus kings hand
Why can't they show who's
against
playing? That would
Coach.
actually be valuable.
The aces versus kings, and of course the windowed ace, followed by 2 4s, knockout punch.
You can see who's on the list, not
No,
who's playing. Not who's
that's
playing.
it's even more interesting to see. Who's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Why would they sell that like you generally know like
So the WSOP app in on these tournaments in Vegas now is like unbelievable. You can buy in on there with a credit card, all this stuff. You can also see who's at your table before you get there.
Oh, that's
You
it.
can take notes. So if I sit at a table with
Oh,
you,
notes on the player.
I can take notes on you, and then like let's say we play on a table next year, you sit at my table. I could be like, it says like Garrett 3-bet me with King 8 off, and, you know,
Yeah.
whatever, and like so we can have notes on that exact player if they ever play with him again at WSOP. Kind of crazy.
Wow. That is recurring revenue right there.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
building that
Yeah.
database.
Well, the best part is the rebuys, because you can just rebuy. Like, it used to be you have to go wait in a line to rebuy. Now you just like bust. You just like if there's a rebuy,
There's
literally
lines
just
to wait
you're
to
in.
pay cash took forever.
Yep.
That was
I
I
know.
did that one time.
And you can do like Lumen Pay on there, like crypto and stuff like that.
And they just send you
They send you
to
the,
your phone, and you just take
they
your
send you a
phone.
thing. They say what seat you are, everything on your phone.
Dude, it
And
is
then when
the
you cash
absolute
out,
nuts.
you can so like.
Yeah, pretty exciting hearing Zach talk about that WSOP app.
Put 'em all, I didn't go cash.
Poker Atlas, if you're
My
listening,
trip, and then showed up,
step your shit up.
Took it all out.
and I take it all out. Oh, that's great. The fact that I didn't have it before this year is like, it was a huge improvement.
Yeah.
Some people didn't like that you could see who was at your table before you got there, because you could do like a lot of research, and don't have to show up on time, and you can still keep your starting stack. So let's say I see that
They don't mind you down.
Alex Boxen's at my table and like
Fun little card here
I could just
for
like
JD.
wait till level 7 and be like, I don't really want to play with these guys all day.
You still have starting stack?
Yeah, they don't blind you until you sit down.
Oh, really? That's wild.
I guess it makes sense.
Yeah.
You could
Put a lot of the games
It's funny because people will sit down now and like immediately.
Bobby does have the only pair here.
Yeah, the combo draw, a lot of equity, but Bobby does have the best hand. Makes the call.
Like, this guy doesn't look that good. You look at him, I was like 20 million.
And a board pairing queen means Bobby is going to finish with the best hand. If we get to showdown, and it's going to be really tough on this river card, I think, for JD to try to go for the bluff. Like, he has a very good bluffing candidate on the turn. Like, on the flop, on the turn. Now it's just like... It's still actually not bad. Like, having the 7, even though he's got 2 clubs, the 7 sort of adds a little bit more value to it as a bluffing combo. And, like, he is sometimes just going to get to the river here with top trips and want to go for all of it. So,
that's what Windstar used to have.
like, YOLO one time? Or does JD give it up? We'll see.
Yeah, Poker Atlas was a big hit.
YOLO one time. Full pot almost.
Yeah, 1,500. Decides not to go for the overbet jam. Oh, just 1,000?
Oh, just 1,000.
Oh, he's going to try to make it look really value heavy.
Thought it was 1,500.
Yeah. So he's like, all right, I'm going to go for this down size, which makes it look like I just can't be bluffing very often. I'm just like trying to get you to pay me. But it's a little too small. Bobby is like, nah, I ain't folding my 8, son. Get wrecked. And JD, I'm not sure if an all-in or any other size was really going to do it. But the 1K certainly made it a little bit easier, right? Like, Bobby can just be like, yeah, let's find out. What do you got?
Now, Bobby, little newfound confidence. We may get to hear the Bobby we love, the chirping Bobby.
I didn't love it.
Got him some chirping chips, and JD's going to add on as he's now in the red.
One round the straddle would be complete on Bobby. Game facilitator. 150.
Yo, graphics getting caught up there. Carlos with the beautiful suited ace king.
The real hand. That flash, so I'm turn him over. Deuce Simons.
Zach's deuce of diamonds doing the cartwheel.
I have to do it. I have to do it.
I mean, he's playing super tight.
Super tight, yeah. We always knew.
Wow, Coach is going to get involved here from the straddle with King 5-0 in a dangerous spot, and he is flopped into the basement, but no real piece of this, so shouldn't suffer much damage, barring a poorly timed lead of $200. Oh no, check call. Check
Whoa,
call,
okay.
200. Oh no. All right, but no improvement here. I mean, you check call here every once in a while just to keep your opponent honest. Like, your queen 9, your whatever jack 9, like, doesn't just get to barrel me off of the hand, and then when I call, you just like shut down on the turn a lot. But when they bet again, obviously now you know the jig is up. So Coach doesn't get hurt too bad, but $200 he didn't need to lose, perhaps.
Yeah, might have gotten a little inspired from some of the other loose calls and wild bluffs he's seen tonight. And Carlos continuing to barrel. He decides wisely to shut that one down.
Yeah. No bueno.
Who's going to be table cap?
You, Bobby.
Scott?
You're gonna be it.
No. They don't want me to run the show. They're wrong.
Rattle is
Think about it. They don't get a vote. Just
They
take
don't,
it. Yeah.
you get to talk. You get to say who's.
If it's me, we're playing all the weird games. We're playing 7 deuce, jack deuce, squid, head.
Who's in my mouth?
There's no windows here. You can do a whole
And we vote someone off the island every hour. Person who's played the least amount of hands.
Yeah, they do that.
Has to get up.
Oh, that's it.
I had 7-3 off. I could not defend.
That means
John gonna take one down for free.
Good hand. I think it's
No, we can set it.
No, I had it, and I let him catch up.
3-0, we got it. John is probably the best
It's
person
because he
to
played it.
start it up.
He played it right.
$50 straddles are still on. If you're just joining us, 200 of y'all watching. Hand number 79. This is a 5-10-25 game.
If I can
A $50 straddle.
move
There is a look at our leaderboard. Coach still up, almost 7K. Zach
5-10 games sucks.
up 3K right behind him there.
If I make the final table of the main, would you fly from Ireland to Vegas for me?
I'll play Vegas.
Yeah, I'll give you 1%.
Oh?
I'll play Vegas.
You final table the main, I'll fly. 100%.
All these guys letting Zach know they will fly to Vegas. Support him on the rail if he final tables the main event
I'll go from Dallas.
Dude,
for the
absolutely.
heads-up match between
Not even having a piece.
Zach and Aaron McAvoy.
Are there
Dude, please. Well, Mallory was already, she already dipped the heads-up battle, but we'll give Zach 3rd place this time.
Yeah, but I was going to say we can't have it be Mallory versus Zach because we know Zach's going to finish second.
Yeah, no. I'm getting second. Zach gets.
Just kidding, Zach. Just kidding.
I think they have rules against that now.
Oh, yeah.
You can use the WSP app, man. Make a bunch of notes.
Yeah, what the fuck? Don't do it, I'm good.
Jack 10 versus King Deuce and straight for Carlos.
No waiting for Carlos.
You've got Pat
Taylor wants something.
like 2 classes.
And this board getting a little bit connected, but the top pair should still feel decent. Zach, though, of course, happy to just check it back, keep the pot manageable, and he is going to have to face a wager here on the river, one would presume, unless Carlos tries to get real tricky. Oh, he does. He gets tricky and checks.
No.
And Zach is like, oh, thank God, I lost the minimum.
Absolute minimum.
I had an ace at 5. I just happen to have a king.
I was playing in a session yesterday for a little bit and flopped similar. It was the Jack 10 on the flop. I had the King Queen, and I was actually up against 9s and aces and almost got it all in. And fortunately, I laid it down because my 2 outs were in my opponent's hands. The 9s and the aces.
Straddle's on for 50.
Instead of kings.
But we pondered it for a minute there.
It's always worth a ponder.
Should have led with that. Alright, if you were in town, actually, you probably wouldn't fly out for that many people. I was thinking who's like if you were in town, you had no plans.
I was going to do
It would be like the cutoff. Let's go.
No, I don't want to now. I don't want to now.
But that does sound like JD is going to make a little trip out to Ireland, so we will have a new table captain while he's away.
It's not the first thing if I get to walk out to the main.
Carlos hits his 3-outer, and coach runs for the hills. John was in there as well, but it doesn't matter because Carlos is going to win the pot.
My biggest fear is that everybody would bring.
Now, Aaron, if you make the final table, will you just be your normal Aaron McAvoy self, or will you come in like Phil Hellmuth with some sort of gear on?
No comment.
We will have to see.
I would,
You'll find out when I get there.
If you're there, we're good. My kings, because you on top of every all in.
No, I actually do have kind of a fun idea of what I would do if I made it to the final table. So I hope I get to unleash that world.
Unleash the fury.
Yeah,
Unleash
exactly.
the fury, Mitch.
Carlos is tears, keeping them nice and clean.
Fun hands here. Zach gonna raise it up, and a big ol' 3-bet from Mr. Scott. Been quiet for a minute. Big ol' hand for Scott. He's had aces twice, had ace king once. Only won one of those
Oh,
hands. And,
wow.
oh, hello. He's gonna run right into it here.
A pretty modest 3-bet, actually. Less than 3x. Zach is like, screw you guys. This hand is so pretty. I don't want to fold it, but I have to. And Scott is going to launch the whole kit and caboodle in for 55.50. And JD's like, well, I just might be running into aces, but
And
not
yep.
folding.
One time, Max Payne, we got to respect this. One person going to be winning a big old healthy pot here. 11,290 in the middle.
Don't look, don't watch.
Oh, yeah, he's super live. Nobody had an ace either. I mean, it's probably like 60% chance ace on the flop.
There's the Queen of Hearts for a little bit of backdoor activity. That used in the 4 interacting with the ace as well, but going to need some help, and that is not it. Down to an ace and an ace.
Barry Greenstein.
Barry Greenstein.
No.
I played with Barry Greenstein.
And damn. Well, Doc Hollywood, someone's going to need to get him on the phone, let him know that his wish was granted. Scott goes down to the belt
He didn't even snap it.
in a big one against JD. And that hand played itself. I mean, what else are you going to do there?
Yep.
You can just call the ace-king suited against the 4-bet, right? Play deep stacked with a pot of 2K SPR would have been like
Oh, yeah.
a little over 2. I mean, you could do it. He would have been in position. And of course would have just like bricked the flop very hard, would have folded and preserved. But also, I mean, JD 4-bets you got ace king suited.
Yeah, exactly.
Get it in there. Why not?
Yeah, Scott wanted to play a big pot.
Queen.
Was hoping he might run into jacks, queens.
Another ace king, right?
Yeah.
Fucking call.
Unfortunately, does run into the Cowboys,
Come on, bro.
and they were not ace magnets that time.
Game, this guy.
Go, sir.
Fucking pair. Eights. Oh, shit.
Middle pair.
I flopped the double gutted. You know, turned a pair. Put you on,
Called off like a
put you on a flush draw the whole way.
Oh, that's a respect call.
It is a respect.
Yeah.
I would have made the same bet.
I said nothing.
Could you? The question is, could you have made the call at the table?
Oh, he is. That's it.
Bird.
I would fucking snap it.
Good to know. Good to know.
What are you talking about?
Put that in my little note.
Yeah, put that shit in your notes, buddy. See what that gets you. This guy's gonna fold 4 pair. Yep, in the muck. Boom.
Third pair. Wasn't it?
I'm just, yeah. I'm trying to make you sound worse, obviously.
Yeah.
Shitty third pair. Nah, it makes sense. I get it.
Okay. There it is.
Coach gonna take it down.
Move the button.
Burns saying looks like a Russ Hamilton, a young Russ Hamilton. I had to Google that.
Ace King had been winning tonight.
And I'm looking at a picture
That beats me with
of
his
Russ
ace
Hamilton.
Strategy in Marvel 2.
Don't know who you're referencing. Which player are you saying looks like Russ Hamilton? I see Russ Hamilton with
I knew you had ace king too.
a lot of good-looking women when I did a Google image search on him.
Okay,
Yeah,
continuation
you
there.
continue that call.
100, 200.
Oh, okay. Maybe JD looks a little bit like Russ Hamilton
This big game is 4.
back in his younger years. I can see that a little bit.
Minimum of 7.
Yeah, but they don't quit. It's unlimited buttons until somebody.
Yeah, but obviously there's a minimum.
Yeah.
Guess there's also a famous English
Minimum would be.
Yeah.
singer-songwriter named Russ Hamilton.
I think so. Yeah, I think they like shorter.
Poker player, though.
I think they want to be like.
1994 main event winner, Russ Hamilton. Gotcha. Bobby gonna take down a small pot with the tanks, pocket nines.
It's 400 per button, but it's unlimited buttons. It's done like reverse buttons.
10.
And every pot they just stick one in the middle.
Can't get
And
nothing
until
tactics. He
one
always
guy
knows.
is left,
Curious how much the main event winner won back in 1994.
guy has like one hand, and everybody at least everybody has one
He
button.
knows I play ABC. I mean, it's easy.
I believe it was $1 million.
400 per button everybody's got.
ABC.
They don't play ABC
With your
too much.
pinky
I
on the
raised
side of your
$5
mouth.
when
Fine.
Jack did.
Those are the ones
Yeah,
that
you
got
got
last week.
$1.
$1 million.
What was I supposed to do?
He likes specific
People
hands.
aren't calling $500 to Jack too.
I mean,
When I've already made 2 pairs?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, you did not make the
I
500
did?
button. No,
You sure?
I'm positive.
Wow. Well, here's the breaking news. I didn't know about this. Russ Hamilton, man, says the Kanawake Gaming Commission found him largely responsible for cheating players on Ultimate Bet out of $6.1 million through software that allowed him to see his opponent's hole cards. In 2009, they increased that number from $6.1 million
All good
in
hands.
cheating to $22 million they believe he cheated players out of.
That
Good.
is a lot of money.
That is.
Yeah, being a super user, who would have guessed? Easy to make a lot of money.
Sometimes you just gotta close your eyes and pray.
Jedi Master Ted, it was you on the Black Harley that said hello the other day. Oh, okay. Yeah, it'd been such a long time since I saw you. I'm sure you realized that I was like, I know you, but I don't remember who you are. Good to see you again, man.
Now, was Aaron sitting in front of you on the Harley or behind you, Jedi, when you guys went for a little spin?
Very clever, Eric.
Yeah, exactly.
I had my king 10. I had to play my king.
How'd that hog feel between your legs there, Aaron?
All right, everybody. It was a lot of fun. I have to
Rum.
drive up to Dallas
And whoop somebody's ass in the
and fight
booth.
somebody. I'll see you guys in an hour and 45 minutes.
Put you on a note. Figure you had it.
I'm a little jealous, though. Jedi, I've always wanted a Harley Davidson. Mama said I couldn't have motorcycles or bikes when I was a young man, and no, I'm sorry, motorcycles are guns. Got the guns, no motorcycle though.
Shit, you're your own man now. You do what you want.
I'm a grown-ass man, Mama. Mama tried.
All right, looks like Limpin' is pimping. $50 to go, and Garrett will check his option. 5 players to a flop.
And you got an overactor like Jim Carrey.
Ooh, nice flop here for Garrett. 10s and 7s. Bobby probably thinking he's got a nice hold on this hand with Jack 10.
I can't look at him without seeing the fireman from In Living Color. Every time I look at him, that's all I see. So.
Fire Marshal Bill.
Dang,
We got probably some old enough folks.
rolling a 13. No bueno. Oh, excuse me. All right.
2 men on film.
Bet of 100, a raise to 275 with the top pair, and Spooky up and down. Gonna call this raise.
Lawanda.
And back over to Garrett. How do you play this one? You've gotten raised and a caller.
You probably didn't watch it because there was minorities on TV, Jay.
It's one of those spots where it's like, all right, I know that 2 of my opponents probably have a significant portion of the equity. I have top 2. Do I just want to YOLO it hard and try to get the money in and just see how the chips fall? Or do I play it more cautiously, see what the turn card is before I really make my move? Garrett is not going to take the passive route. 3-bet to 1,000.
Yeah. How famous the people are. It's nuts. Yeah. It was
Jim Carrey?
Yes,
Jim Carrey was there. He was the fire guy that had the
David Allen Greer,
Yeah.
Paul Abdul, Victoria,
Out of
Tommy
position.
Davidson.
Tommy Davis.
With a spade,
Wayans brothers, you know
so
them, right?
maybe just a tiny little tilt towards continuing from that card alone, but yeah, it just feels really uncomfortable. You know that you're just going to see a brick so often on the turn, or that maybe even like worst case scenario, you make your hand, but it's a spade, and your opponent has you just crushed with a spade flush.
Yeah. It's like a.
I'm looking at the I'm trying to do
So that was a good hand that was brewing, but I was kind of listening in the background because Coach is reminiscing the old days of In Living Color, the TV show, and Zach's a little bit younger than I think I am, and maybe not as familiar. So he was asking about the show. They were talking about the classic show that was In Living Color. Jim Carrey, the Wayans brothers, of course, were all part of that production team, and it's where J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez, got her start. She was a dancer on that show. They had like some music dances in between some of the comedy skits. Man, if you haven't seen In Living Color, you could go back and see some of the funniest skits they could definitely not get away with anymore.
Yeah, that was a different time, man. Some good music came out of that production too. All right, 2 black cowboys against the Jack 9 suited for Carlos. Can we get an action flop? No.
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Yeah, just go.
Heck yeah, Jedi's got a little sidecar for me to ride in.
We used to mic you up, and you had to like remember to turn off the mic.
Wow, top set now
Now
on
they
the
just
turn.
do this right now, so.
They got tired of guys going to the bathroom here.
Got to build the pot a little bit if possible. 250.
That water sure is deep.
There's a little tickle of the pot. Carlos runs for the exit.
They got tired of hearing that. Doesn't fall for the bed on the flop. Except Eugene, he keeps his turn down.
You have a tell.
Yes, it is.
What? When you're in a hand. Gets me. I had Jack, I couldn't do it.
All right, Scott now joining Carlos down there at the bottom of the barrel. See if he can't get it turned around. We still got a couple hours left.
Yeah, and these big wins for Coach and JD and the big losses for Scott and Carlos have really just been the result of big premium hands crashed into each other. Aces versus kings, and then kings versus ace-king suited. I mean, if you just subtract those 2 hands out of the night, I mean, we're talking like up and down a few $1,000. And so, I mean, it hasn't felt like the action is just dead or anything, but
just haven't had carnage aside from those 2, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, aside from that, it's really been just like a few people trying to bluff it through. When another player had like a decent bluff catcher, the pot built up to a couple thousand. I mean, nothing, just really getting it all in there. So, still been a very fun night, and want to thank everybody who's tuned in, hanging out with us. And I hope you're all looking forward to just about 2 more hours of free poker action here on TCH Live, as I will be headed out to get some Taco Bell at about 10 o'clock, and Mr. R.J. Dupree will be joining us to carry it home with Eric and company.
Well, Scott hauled ass back to the table just to look down at a 7-5 offsuit that was quickly mucked, and boom, 7-5 on the flop. And big action flop that would have been, because we've got a open ender and a flush draw joining the party as well.
Yeah, open ender with a pair. JD definitely one of those sort of combo draw type holdings. You don't give it quite as much value usually as the pair and a flush draw. 1 out difference, but the
Actually, by way of Mexico City, she's born in Mexico.
yeah, just the potential of like a one-liner to a straight, right? Everybody can see that it's just like, yeah, you just have like a 6 here a lot. versus another club coming in is like, well, you can have one club and be bluffing sometimes. You can have other hands that now decide to bluff when the flush comes in. The straight, just a little bit trickier, but doesn't matter. JD improves to that 7 high straight here onto the turn.
Button is kind of floated over. Spooky actually is the button, so Zach is going to be first to act here out of the small blind.
Oh, okay. So bet of 850.
Yeah. Deciding to go ahead and lead now. Represent maybe a hand like JD is holding.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the intention, right? I mean, the 8 is a very good card for him to hold. He knows that it's really hard for JD to have the 8-6. Just by the virtue of that being a difficult hand to have exactly here, but also having one of those combos is nice to have removed. And JD, I mean, he doesn't really have to raise. I mean, if your opponent's bluffing, just let him keep bluffing.
I love playing with him. I mean, not just for the money. I mean, it's fun to play with.
A lot of people will just sort of be like, oh, I have what I think is the best hand here, and just like YOLO it in, and then you miss out on your opponent bluffing the river. Jack of Hearts comes in, doesn't improve Zach, and he showed on screen that he snap checked, but that was not the case. Yeah, he's going to think this one through. And as is usually the case when you have the front door draw that bricks out, you're tempted to just give it up and shut it down, but Zach is going to go for it. He says having the 8 is good enough, and JD will have enough, like sort of 2-pair hands and maybe pair and whatever, but wait, what? JD, oh, I thought JD mucked his hand. I was
No,
like, you have a blitz read here?
He tried to just turn over one card at a time.
Okay.
Either way, though, the 4 was good enough for the win there, as Zach had complete air, but yeah. JD now jumping over the coach, showing him who Joe Daddy is. 9.3K in profit for Mr. JD.
Yeah, and it's similar to what we saw earlier, where JD had the front door flush draw that bricked, but he also had the straight blocker. He decided to bet 1K into like 1,800 and got looked up by Bobby. And here's Zach, similar situation where it's like he has the flush cards, which are bad, but he has the straight card, which is good. He decided to go with it and for the larger size, which I think if you're going to do it, I tend to prefer going bigger, because you're not really like saying like, oh, I just have this like medium strength hand that wants to get paid. Like, I'm telling you, I got the goods, man. If I'm gonna bluff a missed flush draw, like, I better be going big. Of course, he just runs into it. I mean, JD just can't fold the 6.
Next, you're gonna tell me they don't case or this.
And we have seen some big hands here. John with the kings. 3-bet to 600. It's gonna get no takers.
Do they have chimichangas?
I'll ask her.
Ask her if they have queso and chimichangas in Mexico. If not, we'll introduce it. New business plan. I'm gonna need some investors. I'm gonna introduce queso and chimichangas to Mexico.
I can tell you, I don't think they have chimichangas in Mexico.
This seems like a business opportunity.
Yeah.
Selling Tex-Mex to Mexicans.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
all our
That sounds like
money
good
in
business.
that. Hey,
And you're already
not
doing the
only are we
pitch.
going to come take all this land from you, we're going to force us to eat our food after we do it.
And look, you already got the business pitch for me, buddy.
Is businessmen watching the live stream right now, or is this Google friendly right now?
Put that into ChatGPT and see what it says for your business plan.
Raise
The chatbot
175.
spits out from the chat. I had a guy this week ask ChatGPT for some like engineering something, and then got some answer, and then sent it to me. He was like, "Hey, what about? Can we do this? This sounds great." I'm just like, I like read it. I'm like,
hallucinated, or was it?
I mean, like, I still don't understand what it's supposed to do.
Anybody go?
Was it correct or not?
Well, he made some bluff.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
There's a lot of that looks good, looks reasonable, and then it's just complete garbage.
Well, it's like a chatbot, right? It's not like it's not thinking engineering problems. It's just like
Well, but
it puts in like the characters you put in. And it's like, what characters do you think it expects back? And then
have you ever asked anything about poker? It's total trash. Like, total garbage.
3 top pair holdings here. Bobby,
Anything
John,
that's
and
beyond
Zach.
surface level of-
All the real piece of this.
Anything more than basic is
Yeah,
can't.
yeah.
Dallas females are like that too.
it does really well. Yeah, it's gonna do really well at things that are like well documented already in text on the internet.
Yeah, totally.
Like if there's like a lot of information about it, then like that's about cooking, it's probably gonna do like actually okay. Because like there's so many recipes and all stuff. Yeah, you ask about like weird things. There's not like a lot of like articles for it to like digest. It's not gonna.
I think people forget the most valuable
4 of
information is not-
clubs. No improvement for
it's
anyone. The
not
king
publicly
queen still
available.
far and away the best hand. Checky checky over to Zach.
Usually not
And yeah, I think he's probably feeling the heat here. A little bit of let's just get to showdown perhaps, but no, he's gonna bet half pot.
Like, I don't remember the function. Like let's pull up the function. Let's see the format. So you can speed it up.
What type of engineer? You're an
Trying to
engineer?
charge the king 10s, the 9-10s of the world. I mean, it does make some sense, but he has a 10. I feel like this is a little ambitious. What the hell? He gets king queen to fold?
Interesting.
What is king queen afraid of on this board? Are you kidding me?
What happened there?
What do you lose to? Queen jack, ace queen?
Just a couple of hands and gets it out of the way.
Wow. That is an enormous fold.
Courts are now requiring
An absolutely enormous fold.
And potentially a hand that could have got John out of Stucksville here and into the profit world. Instead, it gets Zach out of Stucksville and gets him up in the profit world.
Wow. I'm over here thinking that Zach is going too thin with a 10 in his hand because it blocks his opponent's like bluff, or not bluffs, blocks their draw continues from the flop that are going to fold on the turn. I don't know, man. He just manages to get the king kicker to fold. There's always a chance that that was actually king 10 or something on a misread, but I'm just going to go with what I saw on screen, and that's a fold of top tier second kicker to 2 barrels. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, full rainbow too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like it's just like.
I mean, the full rainbow is actually a little bit more, it's a little bit of credit towards a fold, because it's like, it's not like he could have just like bluffed the flop, picked up a flush draw on the turn, barreled with it, right? I mean, when it's full rainbow, you do tend to be like, okay, whatever they're betting with is a little bit skewed more towards value, because all of the just like turn, pick up, equity, and barrel stuff just doesn't exist. But still,
you know, it used to be that people would share their like.
I mean, I guess he's saying to himself, I don't think that Zach will value bet worse than king queen.
People are like,
And I wouldn't think that either. Queen 10, I wouldn't expect to barrel for value.
Let's get back to that here in a second. I just looked up at the board while we're talking about that hand. We have a flopped nut flush for Carlos and JD with 3 kings.
And this pot is like small for what's going on here.
We were trying to leave, and like they were like begged Granny to stay, and then he against that. Yeah, I was like, let's, because like he told them we were leaving at.
Brick City on the end. Carlos with the super nuts. And he's going to overbet the pot into 2 opponents. Don't love this. This is going to let JD off the hook. This is exactly the kind of hand that you want to get paid from, and you overbet and allow them off.
The guy went up 200K in the game.
Oh, and then it's bound.
If Carlos bets something like half pot,
he said, I'm gonna be too tilted.
I think JD just like eye roll calls. Like he's like, I probably lose a lot of the time, but you could be value betting worse, like ace jack for half pot, but definitely not
Now,
for
is this
overbet into 2 opponents.
maybe a misread hand? Our 2 seed sometimes is the one that does a little misreading.
But the guy literally just goes like, I'm gonna be too tilted after
Coach
this.
definitely not thinking about calling with just a deuce here.
Oh my god.
No, yeah, I think he is just kind of thinking it through, trying to understand like what his opponent has, not necessarily like should I be calling with a 2 here.
Nice hand there from Mr. Carlos. Dodging the boat there on the river.
Yeah, so let's go back to it though. Queen Jack, what, deuce or Queen Jack 4 or something? Whatever it was a very dusty third card. And then
I like the win because they have like, all the places have the machines, and I don't.
Yeah, I think it was Queen Jack deuce and then 4 on the turn. I think you're right.
4 on the turn, exactly. Full rainbow turn for. Like King Queen is just like your bread and butter bluff catcher. It's very strong. Like it's on the verge of could be like raising flop for value, and when you just call with it, now you're just like, okay, this is just like this is what I bluff catch with. Queen 10 as well, like sure, we're bluff catching that, but all of the straight draws and stuff that your opponent can have. Sure, they're not really like value betting worse a lot of the time. It was a little bit awkward with the Queen 10 bet for value there, but you've got to give Zach some bluffs, and if he ever has any bluffs like King Queen, I mean that's your money card. Those are your hands.
Got him.
You're not gonna have Ace Queen. You would have raised that pre, right?
It's terrible. See how bad people play. Well, really, they don't play.
I mean, we don't need to kick a dead horse here, but it just does feel like you're square in the meat of your bluff catching range, and like when you let that go to just a half pot barrel on the turn, you're like getting kind of smushed.
It's super fun when you have a full table
But
and everybody
let's not belabor it. I mean, we're also not at the table. John is going to have his reasons, and it just didn't work out that time.
Here's the aforementioned Ace Queen coming in for a nice raise, suited variety. Running into my favorite pocket pair, though, the 2 Black Queens. Gonna 3-bet it up to 550.
Yeah, I mean, there's maybe perhaps a smidge of temptation to 4-bet here. This is cut off. Excuse me, low jack cut off. Why do we not have a hijack in here? Did we lose a player? Oh no, he just stood up and his chips were off to the side. I thought all of a sudden I was like, did coach just like rack up and leave really quick? But it was just the angle of Garrett's arm blocking the chips there from the previous view. Anyways, there'd maybe be some incentive to 4-bet this hand and sort of get Bobby out of there. But yeah, I think inviting him to come along is just fine with the Ace Queen. It's a brilliant flop, and John does c-bet. Typically, ace-high flops are going to be good for the 3-better, but I do think in this instance, having the pocket queens is a little bit problematic. I mean, he does kind of hard block. I don't know. It's just everything is just always weird in these spots. You never really know what to do. If you just always check with queens and kings, then you end up getting bluffed off the hand later sometimes. And yeah, but he's cooked. No more bets. Garrett wins.
Nice hand. Always sucks when you're holding that pair of queens or pair of kings and ace flops and you see your opponent held one of your cards. Dadgummit.
300?
Yeah, you go from just pure dominating them to never winning the hand. Like, as soon as they hit their card, you're just super smoked. Which is why, like, so many times, right, you ask someone this question, would you rather be the person with ace king or the person with queens? When you're all in pre and it's just a standard flip. And from a statistical standpoint, right, like, the correct answer is queens. I will win like 54% of the time. If we run it out a million times, I'm going to be a winner. So give me the, give me the queens.
Shout out. Yeah, no doubt. I was gonna say shout out real quick to our dealer Travis. Just joined us, and of course, coming off those other tables, these cards with the RFIDs are a little slicker.
Actually, I should probably just count these down.
If they say color up, just.
And we had a little bit of a squirter situation, but he got him. He got him back under control. I heard him say, "I'm new here, guys. I'm new here." He'll laugh at that later.
Nice.
All right. Well, shout out to Johnny Rodriguez and, of course, Mr. Gino. Great job dealing and bringing in the closer here, Mr. Travis.
All right, so I got a chance now. Let's go.
It looks like 300.
300. And me and JD have 300 on the side. Make sure.
All right, and there's 300 on the side between Zach and JD.
All right, flipping time.
I gotta get a rebate.
300.
Uh-oh, we're
So-
increasing the flips. Let's go.
Yeah, started at 100, did 200 apiece on the last one, which was already pretty juicy. John picked up 1,600 in profit. And now the winner of this one is going to be really happy.
Absolutely. Let's go Carlos or Scott here. Let's get one of these guys unstuck. Close to it, halfway.
Oh, it's got to be Bobby, right?
Well, Bobby would get completely unstuck almost, yeah. But I'm trying to get Carlos and, and Scott somewhat.
I'm dead.
A couple of queens here for Scotty.
All right, here we go.
A lot of Broadway.
Red.
Ooh, 8 straight away.
Eight
here.
deuce.
Flopped boat for Carlos.
Case queen one time.
6 is full, drawing to a 6 for quads, but JD has it. Oh, wow, the flopped 8's full of deuces. Gets drawn out by JD's 8's full of 6s on the turn. Are you kidding me?
No way.
So I gotta say,
Like the last one. Watch how I get fucked.
Yeah, 8's full of 6s, 6 is full of 8s today.
And JD's like, yeah, we had 300 on the side, so pay me my money. I get it all. And Zach is like, bro, you suck. I had a straight.
put the heart on the river just to.
And you got the extra 300.
Oh, he wins 3K. JD wins 3K. He's already the biggest winner, and he gets 3K of profit.
The case 6 falls from the sky. Boat over boat.
2 cards.
Dirty. Dirty.
Now
man.
JD is just up 11.4K. No big deal.
Straddle on, and another
Casual
straddle on.
Tuesday night when you're JD.
It's 100 to play. 100 from seat 1. Scan your cards. We are all good to go.
All right, let's see. I tried to gamble a little while ago, and I lost my points. I don't know if I'm able to gamble again, but you should check yours because
I did.
you need to get up to 3.
I need to get up to a solid 3, like after a warm shower.
One day, man. One day.
Yeah.
Taking your Ozempic.
JD and I've been working on this for like 3 months. Yeah, 3 months.
Make it look good. Don't let me flop.
All right. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. It's all part of the game. That's right. Look over here. That's right. Straddle on.
So as of right now, we got 4 winners and 5 losers. Zach stuck. $50 redos. 5.
There it is, Aaron. In the chat, act like you're not impressed. There's my solid 3.
It's almost a 4. Really.
It's healthy.
Yeah.
That's a race to 150.
It's a flaccid 4 is what it is. You know.
Call 150. Oh.
I'm trying to think, Garrett, how you're going to do that.
And we're hit up.
Yeah, I think you probably have to stay home.
Queen, Jack, 4. Bottom pair for Scott is the best hand. And with the ace of spades here, there's definitely some opportunities to rep spades later on, but there's a certain opponent that you want to try that stuff against, and maybe Scott isn't it. Zach decides against it.
You like the spirit of competition. Get out there with it.
Nice,
Them
nice.
women don't play.
You
Those
gotta like get your seats and everything. And
put your blankets down and hope somebody doesn't steal your shit.
There you go.
You a camper, Eric? You like to go camping? Is that something
50
you
on
do?
C2.
I have not been camping in a hot minute.
Yeah.
And
When's
it
the last
looks
time?
like I won't be going camping with Doug R. Man, I can't tell you the last time I've been camping, like an actual out in the sticks, real camping.
Been a while for me as well. I mean, probably less time than you, but been a couple of years for me. I definitely enjoy it, but
450.
it's a different vibe here in Texas, man. You got to go to very specific places because the public land is just so few and far between here.
100%, yeah.
Whereas back in New Mexico and Colorado, I mean, you literally you got in the car and drove for 20 minutes in any direction, and there was going to be a big piece of public land that you could camp on.
Right.
And like a beautiful mountainous piece of land too. So
Yeah, or forests, if you're somewhere on the more of the East Coast, opportunities, or even California and Pacific Northwest, a lot of forests there and places you can kind of get lost in, whereas you're open plains a lot of times in a lot of parts of Texas, so a little farther to drive to be out in the proper sticks.
yeah, my favorite place, I guess, really, I think the only place I've camped here, truth be told, is Enchanted Rock here in Texas, which is a very beautiful place. I've been there several times, really did enjoy it, but yeah, I would like to make it to Big Bend. I'd like to try a few of the other sort of state parks that we have here, but I also just need to get myself back into the mountains and reconnect with the old Southwest energy.
Check.
Doug says, his wife says camping is staying in a 4-star hotel. Wow. That's roughing it. 4 stars only? My goodness.
It's like a
Spades heavily represented here.
squeeze them.
How do we not have a spade on the flop, though? Come on, man. We're missing out on some action.
Spooky folding the nuts here. Pair of threes.
What a nit.
This is the next time he's going to experience fireworks.
The deuces never lose.
If I recall, your dog's like really well trained on the channel, right? Like
He's pretty well
very
trained.
serious.
He's like exactly 1 year old, 70 pounds. So he's like,
Alright, we
for a
got
1 year old
5,
dog,
10.
he's really well trained, but he's still puppy. So he's still got like that,
Quarter and the
he gets
50
excited, I had my buddy come over.
Hand number 99.
He hadn't been in my house a
Doesn't
little
jump
bit.
up on him.
Rocking and rolling here tonight. Turning through these hands. Let's go.
He should come in, we're going to do some training. Like,
50 to play.
I was like, if my dog jumps on you, you have full permission to like
Knee him
kick
in
him
the
off
chest.
you. Yeah. I told him, straight up. He goes, okay, I was going to do that regardless. I was like, yeah, that's fine. It's totally fine. Just ignore him.
I was about to wreck your dog, JD.
It's hard, man.
Didn't matter if you gave me permission or not.
Raise 200.
I coached him ahead of time. I was like, all right, just prepare yourself. He's going to help me hang some cabinets in my garage. First thing first, yell at my dog, like,
Call 200.
maybe jump on the training exercise.
Part of the deal.
Yeah. And you just got to stand there and be like,
Not yet, sir. I appreciate you.
With small kids, it's like kind of scary. Because,
Thank you much.
My parents have these animals that are not well trained. And it's
Check,
like,
check,
sorry,
check.
I don't want
And
you
check.
like 80-pound lab.
Free turn card here. Definitely a spot for
Like those labs, like
a few chips to have gone in between John and Bobby, but
they're like one of the top fighting, top worst of
Scott on the button with the betting lead. Natural check can flow to him. He checks it back. So here we are on the turn.
Yeah, my buddy,
Call
like,
272.
he likes dogs. And he's trusts my dogs, but like this is still like to him, it's still kind of a newer dog. I've got him for months, but like he's still like puppy. He like he goes, he's so big, and he's all muscle. I can tell he's like in his head being like, he's like nervous, like. But then he like hung out with him all day. He's like better, but like he's still.
All right, heads up to a river.
I'm not gonna push it to have him around his kids for.
No flush for John,
Here,
but one overcard to the jack. So if Bobby checks here, John
Are you training your dog to
would have a window perhaps.
Like,
And indeed, check and a snap call. Oh, John just pushes the chips over to him. $8.75, a pretty good sized bet.
And shakes his head. And Bobby can do nothing but laugh as he's having a good time. Chirping chips for our man, Mr. Bobby. John just can only look at him and say, "Damn it, Bobby."
It's so awful when you're out there cutting out the bet and the call has already been made and you're just like, man, come on. Let me at least like believe there was a chance that you would fold. Think about it at least. No. Insta-cook. And John, who had kind of gotten himself out of the basement, I mean, he was buried. He was like our first, you know, real tragedy as far as the losing goes. He'd gotten himself all the way back to even, and now back down over 3K. But a valiant attempt.
Right? That's your kid.
Yeah.
It's your baby.
Raised to 1,000.
Yeah, I'm gonna treat him like.
There's the coach's hand.
You should have touched him on the arm.
From the small blind.
Got a little of that good luck
Nice
roll.
healthy squeeze. I like the size. And likely to just get this through.
Oh, I love that.
That my dog can make more baskets.
There you go.
1,000 to 1.
Yeah, my dog can make more baskets than you, dog.
I've only seen you do this once, and you got aces. So I guess this time you have kings.
Zach gonna give him a little bit of the business here, but
Five.
I see an ace.
Oh, aces. Ace could be ace.
Well, I'm going to retire then, Jedi, because I don't want to try it again.
You have an ace.
If I've reached the peak of the mountain, I shall stop.
Appreciate it, Coach. Thank you very much.
Eric Von Hill. Love it.
You're king 10?
Yep. King 10. King 10.
One more out there, my friend.
You've missed the window. You've missed the window.
All right, we got the 100 straddle on, so it is.
You shove on that, and I can't get in there fast.
50 and then 100. You know what I'm saying? You got the thing?
Yeah, I think so.
5, 10, 25, 50, 100.
Not quite getting right.
Top of it.
$100 straddle on from Spooky. Let's go.
How long as you got it? Yep. Raise 250. Oh, maybe that's top of it. I
I
don't
like that answer.
You know. Full. Sure. Top of this game here.
Okay.
Please, thank you. So we got folding 1 and 2, call the 250, and 3 and 4, folding 5. And folding 6.
So unscanned card here for Zach.
Ish, no.
But
It's like 15 minutes later.
looks like a call from Bobby and John.
Yeah, there's
Spooky
RFIDs
here.
in the and the cards, and then as soon as you get here, that's what's scanned.
No
into the software.
no,
You
really?
see it in the production.
Wow. Pocket Deuces here is happy to go multi-way most of the time. You just try to spike a set and get paid, right? Like, bluffing with deuces is,
Yeah. So if they don't scan, it'll say.
I don't know, a bit odd.
Sometimes, yeah, it'll mess
And
up
what
a
is
little
Zach's
bit.
mystery card here? Jack Links. He is very interested in this pot.
A lot better in recent years.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand, like, you always would love to just squeeze and win all the dead money, right? If you raise it big enough to get Zach to fold, then Bobby and John are just like eye roll folding. But deuces, you can just put another 150 in there, see the pot go up to 1,000 and change, and like try to spike a set against somebody.
So what were they
I don't know. I mean, it's on the road to working, but John,
Hand number 101, Aaron. We're going to have to ask Zach what that mystery card was. Looked like he really wanted to get involved.
I don't know. King, Jack, King 10.
Yeah, suited variety, probably.
Yeah. Something that feels a little bit cuspy, but just doesn't want to, like, absolutely, like, yeah, I'm opening up the gun light, guys. But Spooky just brutalizes it through, wins 825 in profit with deuces. What a savage.
It doesn't show it, and I wonder if, if he's told Zach what he had, because Zach's going to be like, get out of here. You didn't have freaking deuces. You didn't pull that play with deuces. Well, he sure as shit did.
All right, we got 5, 10.
Well done, Mr. Spooky.
Yeah, and for anybody wondering, at least my rationale on it is the reason that you would rather just call with deuces typically
Actions in 8,
is that
$50
the
life trap.
value of your hand if you hit a set
So there's two ways. One
is
other
enormous.
person said that
The
they-
chances of you hitting a set are very low, but you're getting an amazing price, so you can just put the 150 in
Anybody 13
and
inches,
see what
70,
happens,
somebody
right?
We got a raise, looks like
The
150.
problem with raising is that if you get jammed on
Fold.
or even called, your hand fucking sucks, dude. Like,
It is the dustiest of dust.
I mean, you have a pair at least, so like if your opponent does jam something that you can't, right? Like you just can't fold because they jammed for 3K and you raised it to 1,300. Like, okay, at least you have a pair, but that hand just doesn't play well post at all. Like, 3-bet pot, 4-bet pot, like pocket deuces plays like garbage. So building a huge pot in that kind of a scenario is just, there's so much more risk than there is reward versus the call 150 risk versus reward being so much more skewed in favor of the reward. So I don't know. It's a bold move and it paid off for him. Cotton.
One more bet. They don't cap you anymore. It used to be 2, I think, when they first opened.
I remember that. I mean, I feel like they can't, like, because of the thank you so much. Because
I mean, the flip side of it, of course, is don't just do what everybody thinks you'll do. Mix it up from time to time. Have a little sliver of raises with hands that you wouldn't normally, and be unpredictable.
Oh, well,
you know?
I mean, we haven't always
And by all
beer
means,
either. There hasn't always been
mix
beer.
it up.
Yeah,
Spooky showing us how to do that.
Feels like it's been longer.
All right, we got 5-10 quarter here. 50 on in seat 8. Action in seat 9.
Well, I just found out our boy RJ Dupree is on his way, as is Aaron. My Taco Bell order that I just put in to Uber Eats.
Wow.
So technically, you and I will be on a Taco Bell date. You being in Austin, and I eating it here in the booth. But yeah, this is my 3rd Taco Bell trip now of the last 48 hours. I may have a problem.
You may have some internal damage. I mean, I'm not one to badmouth the Taco Bell, but 3 in a row. I don't know. Well, here's the real question. What sauces do you eat and how many per item?
Well, I'm pretty upset that I was only able to get 2 hot sauces and then had to get 2 mild. I'm too much of a sissy for the fire. But yeah, they were only able to give me 4 little packets for free, so shame on you, billion-dollar corporation. But Carlos went in a nice hand there with kings. He's now not as stuck as our seat 9. I'm going to root for these 2 guys to get out of Stucksville.
We got the 5-10, 25.
Only have another hour and a half, but let's see if they can do it.
Nope, and a fold.
Not with hands
Garrett,
like that.
Garrett tried to put the 100 on, and Scott was like, no, I'm not doing the 50. Garrett has the queen, man. Oh, he's like, come on, dude. You got to put the 50 on so I get my 100 in there with queen.
Raise to 325. Fold.
Oh, coach is going to do the raising, though, so Garrett not going to be left disappointed. Jedi, I'm going there in 2 days. I will be playing on the 4th for day 1C. But yeah, I think when it comes to Taco Bell, it's all the same ingredients across the board, right? And all the different items. But if you're someone who eats fire sauces or whatever, yeah, you can definitely, you can do some damage with a lot of those. As it stands, 3-bet to 3 1/4. John cold calls out of the cutoff with 2 deuces, and he's about to get punished for his insolence.
Big words. Insolence. RJ used big words last night on our stream. Precipice. Used it twice.
We gonna learn you up, Eric. I'll tell you what.
It's exciting.
Get out
because
your
people are so,
dictionary.
like,
I didn't know that the
excited.
Oklahoma City area had
Like,
any
20 bucks, like a-
sort of
I
precipice
like that for that
type
aspect.
situations. Maybe a little bit of eastern Oklahoma as you get into the mountains a little bit.
Don't they all have that little state park or whatever that's not
Yeah.
too far north of Texas? I've heard stories about it anyways, of that being like, if you want real camping that isn't Big Bend, you go up to Oklahoma. You don't stay
Yeah,
in.
you go Broken Bow, you got Broken Arrow, all sorts of broken things. A lot of Brokeback Mountains in Oklahoma.
Perfect for you.
Perfect.
There's an all in, they stop and play. No one shows their cards.
All right, so it's 5-10 and a quarter.
All in the room has happened, which is forever.
You're into the gun.
And
Yeah,
then
okay.
it's like, all right,
That's how rumors start, Aaron.
We got the 50 on.
Are they rumors still?
Pretty excited.
Great Fleetwood Mac album, by the way, Rumors.
Perfect. Yeah.
Fold, fold, and a fold. It's a raise 150.
If you stare at JD's shirt long enough, you can get hypnotized. I'm telling you.
All right, Zach here about to attack this button open from JD.
Zach attack.
Raise. Fold, fold.
625. Gonna get through everyone in between, and JD is gonna be like, can you imagine me folding this hand to Zach? God.
You gotta give it a bone, you know?
After you took his bone.
You want him to bluff you once, so I gotta give him some hope.
I thought you like called me like with a real bluff.
I'm not allowed to say.
All right, let's look at profit and loss here. Scott and Carlos down the most 7 and 8K respectively. JD up 11,000. Coach still up a respectable 6K, although he has dwindled a bit from his peak. Garrett and Spooky round out the top of the winners column as we approach the 10 o'clock Central Time hour, which will bring us an RJ Drizzle
You seem confident enough.
It's 100 to play.
and the Blues U, an AMAC.
Even dogless, like, well, I mean, obviously it was overtime. 2-1.
Bobby getting tricky trappy here, limping the ace-king suited from under the gun. John steps right into the trap, as does Scott.
No game, actually.
Yeah, he's looking for anything.
Yeah.
RJ Dupree in the building. And he is wearing
There's a raise.
a 1776 shirt.
Let's go, America.
Mark.
Bobby does a limp and back raise. Ace King of Diamonds takes it up to 700.
Call 700.
Oh, John is in there.
Fold, fold. And we're head up.
Says, okay, you can limp raise if you want, but I have a suited ace and I'm going nowhere. Well, that's not the flop you wanted to see with the ace 3 of hearts.
Use them for one more net game. Shoot ones up.
Looks like a bet 1600 and a fold.
And is that the heaviest breathing that I hear from RJ
yes, I
Dupree?
think so.
What up, fellas?
What's going on, man?
What is up, good sir?
Nothing. Chilling.
Here we go.
Chilling like a villain. Just in time for a brand new round of the knit game. Let's go.
There you go.
I love the knit game.
Everybody's got a button.
You prefer a knit game over 7 deuce game?
Yeah, probably.
Gotcha.
You're the 50.
I think they both have their own like little merits or whatever. What I don't like doing is having both of them on at the same time. I think it's a little bit too much, but I like them both.
I would agree with that.
Turn the net game.
Yeah, I think the knit button game a little more active while it's on. Of course, 7 deuce you can go for a while without it showing its face. So.
You get shot for saying
And those are actually like the best times too. Like everybody kind of forgets about it, and then you just like YOLO blast off in a 4-bet pot and get someone cold because they're not thinking about it, and then you show the 7 deuce and remind everybody, oh yeah, we're playing and I'm getting paid.
Call. Fold.
All right, 150 to go. JD here getting after it with a blackjack hand straight away. If this can be believed.
Wow, Bobby gets some discipline.
Nitty. I don't have this placard for nothing.
4 ways to the flop.
Want to make sure you get his buttons straight.
Yeah, 9 deuce misses. Who would have guessed?
You're not supposed to grow attached.
That queen 7, Bobby just threw in, landed.
Well,
Yeah, the only hand to land. Everything else has bricked, so
I got regret.
JD may just get this 9 deuce home because what on earth
No regrets.
can even call him at this point?
Watch the,
They were picking on JD for folding, getting those massive odds, closing the action, and he said, to heck with this hand.
you close your eyes
Head up.
and listen to coach.
Now these two like to battle,
You're the third
verbally
person in 2 days.
and on the felt.
If JD actually has 9 deuce offsuit, he has just picked up a monstrous turn card.
That is good. You're not wrong.
Pretty close.
Or I could walk in and say, shooter's full.
But Zach didn't float the flop to go quietly into the night. He has jack high with no chance to improve. And yeah, he's reaching for chips.
And got a bet of 5 1/4.
Half pot, setting up a, yeah, presumably just river YOLO for another full pot size bet if he gets called. JD can't really understand how he got here. He's like, I just made a pair and I'm folding. Jack high like a boss. Let's go.
And a little smack talk
All right, put him out
being
there.
mumbled out of the side of Zach's mouth there, headed JD's way. Love it.
Queen 7?
Everybody say hi to Debbie so I don't get in trouble.
Yeah, good to see Zach and JD getting after it, as usual.
Quarter 50. 50's on.
Yeah,
Game's better when those two get fired up.
Yeah, there was a good one earlier where Zach missed the 10 high flush draw but had an 8 of club in hand. There was a one-liner to a straight that JD did have already with the 6. And Zach blocked the 8-6 for the nut straight, as well as bricking the flush draw. Went for it on the river for 2,600, and JD called him off, obviously, with the straight. And that was the big confrontation between those two boys prior to that hand.
2 actions on 3. Call.
And the rivalry was on. Bacon snaps. I think I know what those are.
They taste just like bacon. You should try them.
Yeah. Highly recommended.
You just chew them really fast, like you want to chomp down really quickly. All right, 4 players with a nit button make it to the flop, and now the turn.
Couple
one can
players
fold diamond.
open-ended, and now John Boy with 3 niners. People putting money in. John not loving those diamonds, but he wants to see if he can maybe fill up.
Yeah, even Coach was in there with the gut shot, and he drills it.
Nobody holding a queen. You just try to take this to showdown somehow?
I like a block here.
Check.
Yeah, so much action behind you.
And check. What do we
Oh,
got?
well, showdown it is.
Yeah, I mean, good enough,
Straight,
but
7, 8, 9, 10, jack.
if you block, it's always a possibility that you have some sort of monster hand and your opponents are just going to kind of sheepishly, you know, just call. Nobody thinks about bluffing with a 9 or whatever, right? So it doesn't matter. He still gets to win a showdown. But
Yeah, only 2 of those 10s left in the deck, and bink, there it comes. Somehow, some way for Coach.
Yeah, pretty juicy. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way, let you two boys bring it home. Thank you, everybody,
right.
for tuning in here. TCH Live Tuesday, as per the usual. 5, 10 1/4. Nice, fun game here on the night. And I'm going to be in Vegas here coming up in just a couple of days. And
Let's go.
if all goes well, I'm about to miss a couple of these nights because I got a big heaping pile of money to win. But we'll see how things go. at the very least, I will not be joining you this following Tuesday, as I will definitely be out there still. But
No button.
follow me on social media. I'm on Instagram at Words Are Hards. Got some updates for you guys on there about how the main event is going. Hopefully, good things abound. But I'll be seeing you guys all here soon.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Aaron, out in Vegas. There you go. Future main event winner, Aaron.
That's right.
Money
Happy
McAvoy.
stacking. Fire emojis your way.
Hell yeah. Keep them coming. All right, everybody. Good night. You have a good one.
Good night.
$10.
It was queen 7 off, bro.
This must be a good. That's a computer hand. No, bot loves that.
Calls the 500 and a full.
$500 3-bet here from Bobby in the big blind.
Spades.
He's got ace jack.
You got the dude.
Because 1 out of 3 ain't bad.
We ended up with ace jack versus sixes here. The queen 10 went away right before that 10 high flop came out.
Sixes still good.
Y'all kept me out of the doghouse, fellas. I appreciate that.
Call it.
My son played in the
And there it is. No waiting. Ace on the turn.
tournament. His team all year long has been.
That's why you raise with your premium aces right there.
Oh wow. And then,
Only 1 6 left in the deck, and that is not it.
Qualified for nationals by winning every tournament qualifier that they played in.
I would put about a 400. Thank you.
And then about 3 weeks before
400.
nationals,
1, 2, 3, 4,
3 of the
6.
players walk in and go, "Yeah, we're not going to nationals." Sorry.
So what about it?
Zach makes the face of a player that does not like that board.
Family vacation we're going to instead. I mean, they knew.
He
Like,
knows he was probably good on that flop.
Signed up 9 months ago for this. They knew the commitment for it, and they walked in. And
It's a block bet with like.
so now they went and picked up like 3 mediocre players trying to fill the gaps while they go down there.
Is baseball?
That is the look of a man getting ready to fold, just having a little bit of a card funeral there,
Everybody's looking.
slowly putting those sixes to bed.
Yeah, if you don't want to show your
Without
hand.
realizing.
Oh, got him. Damn it, Bobby. Bobby
Sorry for her.
forgot to show his cards.
Did he?
He sure
I was
did.
wondering what happened there. I couldn't tell.
It was actually worth not showing
Been
it.
losing a lot.
It was worth not showing it.
I mean, if
He
it
says,
was
"You
a
think he
bluff,
got
you'd
you?"
show it.
So me and her coach, when I got out of
5 and 10 here, guys. 25.
Bobby holds the knit button because
Nice.
he forgot to show his cards.
That's a good hand to forget, though.
they played
A good hand to forget to show because
Alright, we got the 50 on in seats.
it was beating Zach up a little bit.
This team
He said, I'm going to keep this knit button just for funsies.
they lost 4 today, twice as many today as they've lost in 3 years.
Damn it, Bobby.
It's a new experience.
I told you.
That was a real damn it, Bobby, coming from Zach.
I was the shoulder earlier today. She called me. She's like, "I'm about to get on a plane and just fly home. I can't handle it."
Well, if I have to pay that net tax, that's
Full.
yes, yeah.
You've been a loser your whole life. I figure you know how this feels. Maybe you can walk me through this. You know?
Why did the guys leave? The 3 guys?
So one of them was a family
Shoot.
vacation.
I bet if he pays it, if he has to pay it, it was probably still worth it.
There it is.
Exact weekend for the boys.
Thank you.
One's in Dallas and the other one.
All right, Scott with a big old win of 90 bucks.
Take her down, buddy.
We're trying to get him unstuck over here.
Okay.
$90 at a time. Hey, Travis, he's going to need about 67 more of those hands, if you will, sir. He would appreciate it. Actually, 81 more of those hands.
Like, you know, he didn't get a choice. He didn't get a
Started off the night with aces and ace-king and aces again.
50 to play, fellas.
Small win 1 out of those 3 hands.
Right. Yeah, that's always fun when you start your session with some monster hands that go badly.
Yeah, and then he waited and waited and woke up with an ace-king suited. He's facing a 4-bet, went ahead jammy jammed. JD had the kings. They ran it once and no ace magnet. So Scott went down to the felt. Been a little rough night, but we still got another hour.
They went the first 2 days they got there. That's where they went. Yeah. So.
Fun little flop here as everyone misses. John's got the best. Gut shot and some overs there for Coach.
They kept talking to him and they did the same thing. Got him.
What's that? Yeah.
What up, T in the chat? Appreciate it. He always sends the heart to Dupe Show and EBO.
All right, my man T. Thank you, brother.
This one. You take that. I was looking.
Keep it nice and friendly in the chat. Por favor.
All right, 5-10 for y'all.
5-10 and a quarter game going on tonight. TCH Dallas. Got 225 of you fine ladies and gentlemen watching right now. If you're enjoying it, smash that like button, hit subscribe. We do stream almost every day throughout the week. Tournaments and cash games Texas Card House does. All the locations, Houston, Austin, the Rio Grande Valley, and of course right here in Dallas.
Because I didn't turn over your cards, yeah.
RJ and I had the pleasure last night of doing a 250K guaranteed tournament, the even bigger one, once a month.
Even bigger?
Yeah.
And it was even bigger last night.
It was the Mas Grande of all Grandes. $413,000 in that prize pool, and our man Asias took down $71,000 last night.
Yeah, congrats to him. He's still fired up today, I imagine.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it, buddy.
And here we are back for another night. Cash stream.
Let's check. I'll bet a 400. 400. 1, 2, 3, 4. A call from seat 4 and a hold. C8. Good.
Neither one of y'all have a button? No. How did neither one of them have a button?
So I'm after it.
Oh, I remember now.
Cool. Check. Check.
No diamond to help out Scott here. He's going to need an ace. Now it's a diamond.
Check. 6. That is a pair of 6s.
Flop middle pair, winner, winner. I like those days.
Heck yeah.
Absolutely.
I play that like ace.
And they put this up there for display.
Show everybody.
That's right.
All right, we got the straddle on 50. And 100. The 100's on. 100's on seat 1.
All right, got the 50 on and the 100 on.
100.
Could you really hear me breathing when I sat down?
I don't know. Might have been me. Who knows?
Unprofessional.
That's right.
You know listening to me too.
Almost as fun as the $71,000 winner was our second place winner, who still took down $48,000. Doug R. reminding us that it was the Wow Row.
It was the Row Show last night.
We had a lot of fun rooting him on, as did his friends and family. That was cool getting to meet him, too, when we walked out last night.
It was cool. Finally got to say hello to the players as we were leaving.
Absolutely.
And some of his entourage was out there as well, so that was cool.
How about top
Top two
twosies?
for Bobby. Now, when we met the entourage, we did forget to talk about when the next picnic was.
This is true. Hopefully they'll reach out.
I know.
Invite us to the Rao family barbecue.
Kind of got screwed on the job.
Yeah, last night was a good time. Little gut shot here for Carlos on the turn.
Somehow, some way, 5-4 has a chance.
Yeah.
Gonna have to pay for it.
I don't know if it's going to have that much of a chance. Bobby's swinging. That's $1,000.
$1,000 for a deuce. Graphics showing us that two of them are not available.
Okay. They're going to hire another black people. We're going to go ahead and pay you for the year, and you're just going to do scouting and video stuff for us. All right. So, stay going and do that for them, and then next time. Thank you kindly. Appreciate it. Took a job at a high school, so I was coaching at the high school and doing all that for TCU. And it's weird because at the high school.
All right, we're through 114 hands tonight, so we've been flying. We've had some of the fastest dealers in the West. We had Johnny Rod, Mr. Johnny Rodriguez, Free Panda, starting us off. Then we had Mr. Gene Playo.
Straddle on in seat number 9.
And now we've got the man, Mr. Travis.
Very nice.
That's a
Looks like no one's in the basement terribly tonight, but we do have 2 players that are $8 down. That's
terrible for you and I, but
that probably doesn't feel good. Yeah.
for these players, we bought in for $5K, just a little bit over a buy-in.
That's how I met my wife.
I know if I'm down 8K out there on a 1-2 table, I might be joining Derby D.
Yeah.
Prison Block 6.
If I'm ever down 8K, I'll probably just throw a party because that means I had 8K to lose. That's a mumbling kind of flop. 2 hearts for Coach.
It's about a 400. Fold. Fold. And a call.
Would be
All
interesting
right.
if a heart hits. Instead, it is a king ball.
Taking a hot minute here to get around that round of betting there on the flop, but we have made it.
Oh, my goodness. It went check, check. He allows him to get there. Goodness.
And he is smiling as if he knows he hates that card.
It's about a 400.
Check out at like
Big sigh as Bobby bets 400. And
He had-
Coach finds the bad news.
He had that hand locked up on that turn until he didn't.
Yeah.
Bobby does get rid of his knit button.
Showed that one off. Got rid of the old knit button.
from all of their cabins. So we were literally just kind of like, I'm glad you told me that.
That's probably going to be
Yeah, we had the legend of Rao in the chat last night. That thing grew bigger than the legend of Chuck Norris.
Yes, it did.
Doug reminding us that Rao was once bitten by a rattlesnake, and after 30 minutes of terrible pain, the rattlesnake died.
Bad luck, Snake. Bad luck.
Don't bite Rao. You gonna die.
That's full. Kind of full. It's a raise to 250.
Breaking news: my Taco Bell is on the way.
Thanks, Lauren.
There you go. Congratulations.
Yeah, they got me hooked. They got a new set of combos, courtesy of one of my childhood idols, Tony Hawk, the skateboarder, who was actually just right here in North Texas.
That's right.
Riding
He was
at
piddling around in McKinney.
up north of McKinney and a Melissa, I believe it was, where they got a new skate park. And now he's got a bunch of Tony Hawk Taco Bell combos. Just
as he should.
Continues to make money. Doesn't even have to skateboard no more.
Thank you.
Sponsorships left and right.
And that is a bet of 600. Okay.
Carlos doing his best to try to get rid of this knit button, and he's going to get it done with the tanks.
Gets it done. 10s are good. 540 in profit there. Knit button gone.
I didn't mean to knock him down.
Trying to be a good poker player.
Oh. 10 stuck in here somewhere.
Wow.
There it is. Nailed it. That's all right. We need a little wash. There we go.
Yeah, just because it was a checkout exactly. So like, yeah, if you were going a little later, when did the holiday weekend? I don't remember. I don't think it was. I don't think it was. I think it was in October. I think it was just like, we just like
Straight
on
along,
the exact same
50.
checkout time.
Hand 116 of tonight's
It's like a
5, 10, 25.
Okay.
Big game cash game. Tuesday night in
50
Dallas.
to go. We got a straddle on seat 3 action is here.
$50 straddle. It's on it.
Call 125.
125 from John under the gun with that Queen 7. So
Call.
he's going to try to get rid of that knit button. But
Call.
we got a bunch of medium to small pocket pairs behind him. 5s, 4s, 7s. And Coach, he's looking at ace queen.
Now looking like 2,000.
Perfect time for ace queen to squeeze it up, looking at all those bets. 2,000 now to go.
I get that? Yeah. Thank you much.
So the 5s are gone. 4s are gone. What is Zach going to do with pocket 7s on the button?
Come on, you can do it.
Haven't shown any weakness in any hand.
Fold. Fold.
Zach throws 7s away. King Jack thrown away by Scott. Nice little pickup there for Coach. 685 in profit without even seeing a flop.
Put me out of my misery, son. Go have some sexting with my wife.
Nobody had, it doesn't sound like anybody had an ace or.
I had a queen.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Might have won.
All right, we got 5, 10, 25, 50. Is on.
Okay with a race.
All right, so we're down to 3 players left with the nip button here.
50 to play.
Garrett in the 1 seat. JD in the 6 seat. And Spooky in the 7. All still hanging on to that nip button. JD's got an ace. He'll bump it up. 150 to go. Spooky with another small pair. This time it's deuces.
6 has been fair, right?
Appreciate the respect, though.
2 through 5 is a low pair. 6 is.
And a call of 150.
Zach and Scott in the muck with weak aces, so that'll give
3 players.
Spooky position here in the hijack.
Oh,
Check.
that would have been church.
Check.
John calls from the straddle with Jack 10. We see a flop Queen 7-6. No help for anyone. Deuces still with the best of it. Check, check. 2 Spooky and the deuces.
And check.
He's going to check one more time.
Check.
Queen of Hearts pairs the board.
Check. We got deuces and queens with a 7.
Spook shows it off. Deuces are good. And JD
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
thought his ace high had a shot. No, no, no. We got pairs. High card poker in this game.
Maybe we can carve you out of your.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get to 55. That's the goal.
All right. Couple more 5, 10, 25, 50. 50's on.
I can come do this full time.
Now we're down to 2 players with the nip button, JD and Garrett.
50 call here.
Come do what I like to do instead of what I have to do. Right? Kind of like in college.
It's a raise to 175.
Do them heavy set women until I got all cleaned up. And then
All right, JD's stewing over that last hand. He thought ace high was going to take it down. Now he's bumping it up with the old 6 Triz.
I can tell by the giggles.
Spooky jumping in there with 6-8 of diamonds. Bobby's going to hang around 7-8 of hearts.
And call.
He didn't have that experience.
Suited canooders for everybody.
175. That's good.
Well, I can tell you didn't miss it.
All right. We got 5 y'all.
Carlos hanging around with King Queen in that straddle position. We get a flop 5-5-7.
Check it. Check.
Bobby lands the 7 here. John has a 5. Thought somebody had one. There it is.
That's a better 250.
Is that tournament or is that tournament?
250. Continuation bet here for JD. Trying to get rid of that net button. Raise it up at 3-6, and he flops a gut shot.
They have a 5-card game?
It might
Definitely worthy of a continuation there. Spooky's open-ended here with that 6-8. He's going to hang around.
That's the mixed game.
It might be, yeah, it might be mixed game.
Now it's to John. He's got 5-6 flop trips.
I know the bald-headed dealer. I know that's all he plays is mixed game.
Not yet. raised to 1250.
John, going to go ahead and check raise here, 1250 now. Leaves behind about 2,000 in his stack.
High game, low game?
Logan.
Logan.
16. That's the one in.
You want deuce two?
Straights and flushes don't count.
You want deuce two seven? Ace low, high.
JD 6'3", gut shot. That's in the muck. Spooky. Thinks about it for a few moments. 6'8", also in the muck. Nice hand for John. Flashes the 5.
Ace is low in Raz, isn't it? Ace is low in Raz, isn't it?
Yeah, in Raz. Yeah. Deuce to 7,
So
ace
you
is
want
high.
ace to 5, that's what you
Yeah,
want.
ace to 5 on the wheel, right?
How many draws,
Yeah.
or is it played like hold'em?
It's a stud game. Raz is a stud game.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many draws? Oh, no draws.
It's 7-card stud.
7 cards.
Yeah. I think they might have 5 cards as well.
How many do you start with? How many cards?
You deal 2 cards down and 1 card up. And then
Don't you go dying on me.
Yeah, all of them. We got
Yeah, I think my allergies are bugging me a little bit.
last one full.
Don't sit so close to me, man.
Other than that,
And it's raised to 150.
I'm trying not to go dying on you as well.
Button is in seat 2. Yeah.
Well, I was gone for a few minutes. When I came back, did Scott get unstuck?
He did not.
They get him any cards yet, damn it?
Did not get to play any pots while you were gone. I think you might have saw a cheap flop
You're seeing all the up cards. Everybody get 4 up cards. All right, let's call.
maybe a couple hands ago. 150 to go on this one. Ace 10, Jack 10, Queen 6, and of course Queen 6 going to land. That's Garrett.
Not much bluffing going on.
They'll check to him. He's in the cutoff. He has position. Top pair bets 150.
Y'all have a mixed game. When that place first opened, y'all had like a mixed game table.
Yeah, they do. It's a 6-12 mixed game, white chip game.
I don't think it was that big when y'all first. It was like 1-3.
We started.
I am trying to introduce a new thing to my life called water.
5-10 for a little while, and then 6-12. Yeah.
Well, they did away with it for a while, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just whoever wants to play. I mean, it's still you can.
Without all the high fructose corn syrup that is in what I'm drinking.
And we're head up.
Nothing else was available when we sat here at the game, and the guys were teaching me how to play as they played. And somehow I ended up.
How many games were they playing?
Well, they had the placards out
They
there.
had I think they had 12 placards. Yeah, 12 placards.
Chose the game.
Garrett's going to get the check mark here. 765 in the pot. They go check. Take her down, Garrett.
These are yours. I believe the next game.
Pineapple. Yeah.
All right, what's this game?
Yeah. I like that game.
Garrett put in a nice, I think, 4-bet bluff earlier with suited ace 5 and then told the table, watch out, I'm a maniac.
I'm a maniac today. Well, it looks like he's got it going there. He's got a $9,000 stack. Perhaps up a little bit.
Okay.
I've been gone for about a year and a half. Yeah, so this is my second week back. Yeah, I've been
They
a
were
year and a
teaching me
half,
all
so.
kinds of the Daisy, but
All right, it's 525, 50. We got the 100 on.
honestly, I still don't understand. I played for like 3 hours. Oh my gosh, what are we doing here?
All right.
Yeah, Garrett's up 3.8K.
Probably. And then we have
$5,000 buy-in.
And seat 9 is full.
Scott looks at Queen 6 while he's needing a hand. He's got that look like he's ready to spike that one into the muck.
They were teaching me.
Well, you probably didn't lose much.
No, and I think the buy was $200.
Yeah, those cards have not been cooperating with our man Scott tonight.
I just wish I'd learned how to play one.
Players all in.
All in
Good luck, all in. Most of the time.
with the
10-8. He's got it. We've seen Zach do some damage with that 10-8, but everyone folds. He'll take it down. $410 in profit.
And Taco, you have a $100 chip. It's on the rail, by the way.
A lot of times those games when people get stuck.
Now, if he normally bets 3,700 just to win 400 bucks, I know a bookie that would love to have him sign up.
A second, JD. A second splash box.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking at his stack over there. Oh, okay. He does have a big chip.
He sure does.
I was looking for some big chips because I was
One time we got with it.
that little old stack wasn't what it said it was.
When you got that many cards, basically, it changes every card that comes down.
But yeah, it looks like he's got two big stacks, big chips there. Yeah, now it makes a little more sense. Back to action in hand 121.
Scott trying to get a little something going. He's going to raise it up here with the king 10 off.
King 10, early position, 400 to go. Love to see it, but we're going to have company. Coach got pocket eights behind him, and now we're off to John, where he has the button and pocket aces.
All in here?
Wasting no time, he's going to rip it. All in. 4,670 in his stack.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I get chips?
I think he knows.
Yeah, that $100 straddle here is pricing in our 4K stacks to just ship here.
Got it. Yep. Yeah, so all in from C4.
It's almost, sometimes it turns into tournament poker when those straddles get a little big for the smaller stacks. Coach sitting over there with 7,000 in his stack, wondering if he wants to gamble with pocket eights.
Well, John wasn't necessarily targeting a player like Scott who's stuck, but he knows, if Scott had some huge premium type of holding, ace, king, queens, jacks, he might go with it to try to get unstuck.
Oh, yeah, and there's $1,200 out there.
Absolutely. Scott, though, waking up with the king 10 off, can do nothing with it but fold. And now we have Coach, who is only in for 2K today, so he is up quite a bit.
Okay, so he's had a nice little smooth run.
Yeah, he's thinking, what?
You want to call or no?
The chip count's 44.50.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Can I have his hand?
Cater from Decatur.
Oh shit, never mind.
That's a poll.
He shows him.
He lets him look.
He looks up to the sky and says, "Thank you, baby Jesus. I folded them eights."
Stole it.
That's right. You're gonna see it in about 20 minutes.
Really?
Nice.
What'd you have? Aces. I believe it.
All right. 5, 10, 25.
He had the goods indeed.
You're jamming with like all your shit.
Just aces on the button. Thank you for the free money.
Yep. 50
I had you good. I didn't have to
$50
quite
straddle on in seat number 9. Fold in seat 1.
Nice.
Fold. Fold.
Jackson Queens.
Are you for real, John?
Appreciate
Are you for real?
JD waking up with one-legged aces.
seat 6.
That would be fours. Not as cool, but pretty cool. Scott with that dreaded queen 6 again. In the mug. Ace 6 jack. Ace lands here for Zach.
Anybody thirsty, guys? Here she is.
And then it's no longer the tip after that.
Last year in the exact spot, somebody had ace.
Call one with a call.
Oh, he had 8. That's definitely a game.
Deuce of spades here, so JD's going to pick up a spade draw that actually is live.
Roll the dice.
If you want to gamble with 4 high flush draws with 1 card to go. Talked about the rivalry that is formed tonight between JD and Zach, which you don't have to twist their arm to get them rivaled up and going at each other.
It's getting terrible. It's not that big.
350 here from JD, and a call, and a 5 of spades on the river. 4 spades has a check mark if we go to showdown.
Ruh-roh.
Let's see what JD thinks of this card. I would think a blocker will be easier than check call here, but if you check, you're hoping for another check, and that's what we get. Check, check. 4 spades going to be good, and Zach's not going to like that.
He just can only shake his head in disgust.
Guys, on every street he doesn't have the best hand in checks when he makes
All right, we got the 50 on y'all.
call the river.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly on screen, they should just perpetual technique.
Once you get
I
stuck,
personally believe it should never be on. Just
you
run
gotta
it all
climb
the time.
yourself out of that hole, right?
Really puts the pressure on.
50 to play,
I
y'all.
think it just should be
Spread a
run
lot
like
of
this
seat.
perpetual game. Run it back.
Oh, is it an asshole you actually?
There's no way better.
Reverse three.
You're good on check, check. It doesn't really work in check, check.
About a 150, y'all.
And then the other
Check,
thing,
check, you're good.
Ace Jack of clubs, you can get a royal flush with that one. So Carlos, he's going to bump it up. 150 to go here. JD will 3-bet with the button. 5-6 of clubs. He's going to make it 450 to go. Now Spooky's in the small blind with a real hand. He's got big slick.
4-bet incoming.
you get basically
4-bet indeed.
That's a better 1,000. Fold from 8, fold from 9.
you play
Looks like about $1,000 now from Spooky.
just the 5 in your hand as like said.
And he has
12,000.
And you're playing the board with your hand.
Two out of your
Yeah,
hand.
yeah, and if the drawing game too,
1,000 from seat 7.
take
Fold 4 here. Call and seat 5 for 1,000.
And there's different variants of it. I played one variant where like, let's say you want 2 cards.
okay. So Spooky now somewhere around 4,000 behind.
And
Yeah, it looks like it's accurate. 38.15.
Yeah.
You're getting at least half.
At a limit game?
And a call.
And with Carlos making the call, JD says, why not? I don't think they're holding my 2 cards.
All right, 8-8-5. Flop. 1 diamond, 1 club.
A lot of rebuy.
And JD was right. He does land the best hand here.
Spooky gets to bet first if he chooses.
The biggest was the run out was like 7-7. It was like 7-7 deuce flop. River 8 turn. Turn 8 river 7. I had aces 4 and 7.
Check from Spooky, check from Carlos.
Now this is a spot here. You got 2 players checking to you.
Where do they play game like
He is going to check though, and boom.
King of Hearts on the turn. Spooky likes that one.
Yeah, it was a good game.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
It's not opening.
3,800 behind, 3,000 in that pot.
Sometimes you got to bet it while it's good.
All in, gonna rip it. Spooky's in there, 38.15 to bet. Carlos, not much work, and he's out of there.
Yeah. So it was no limit until the button.
JD out of there, nice win for Spooky, 2,000 in profit there. Pretty near 7,000 in that pot. Well done.
Yeah, then it got really
And then at the end of the night, we just play all
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
But like you said, a lot of people just choose yellow. 10 or 5 cards yellow, 6 cards yellow. One guy who's nuts, he chooses like no limit. Crazy. It was like, he just wanted to get it in. So he get 5 cards and he's just like, all in.
Oh, rebound.
Probably gonna rip it in my face, maybe.
Try to get him stuck.
Not happy.
Yeah, exactly.
That was all I had at that point.
Fold. 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 Raise to 75. Fold.
I guess I've never been to that.
Fold. Fold.
It was fun. It was a fun one.
Baby bear. Fold.
Most of the more wild part of the game is
Carlos taking it down with King 9 pre-flop. Atta boy.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, Carlos says he did.
Let him know
And it was a
you
while
are
back
not
when
to
he
be
did
messed
five-
with.
he did the five blue for the chips. That JD gave me.
I'm trying to learn it.
That's correct. Yeah, but I just want to make sure.
Sorry, I thought you knew.
Oh, no, I did. I just
That's what I was telling
just
you, I
now
didn't need
looking
it.
at it. Yeah.
Sounds like I can hear a thunderstorm near Lubbock in the distance.
That way they have accurate chipsets. That's all.
Are you a winning pillow player?
Oh, that's just Eric. I got it.
I mean, ish.
I mean, the two main things.
This week,
I'm calling you out on that.
Don't blow.
That was just me crunching on some Taco Bell.
Knocking her down, keeping you alive, ready to roll.
Now that we are fat and happy, we can get back to business.
So you're just gonna have to run good then.
Well, let's cook one up here.
75.
Spooky raised with King Jack, 75 to go.
I know a lot of people.
One-legged aces making their appearance again. There's only one other 4 left in the deck.
6-4 clubs.
First action over here. Check.
Spooky raised with King Jack and lands King Jack. King 6-5 here on the flop.
He's heating up.
That's about 150.
6-4 club, 6-4 suited always still holds a special place in my heart. You know, back in 010, 012, when everybody had a favorite crappy hand, back when
Because they got so many
people gambled.
That was yours, huh?
Yeah. And it was a lot of people's. A lot of people always said 6-4.
and they put you, and they put you on.
Our good buddy, Gabe, co-worker.
Yep.
Gabe loves the 6-4. That's his favorite hand.
Yeah, he likes to play mixed games, low games and stuff. That's right, 6 comes in handy. You can pick on.
That's about 200.
My favorite hand is
on
and
those
always
wheels.
will be the winning hand.
True that. I had one of those once.
I can tell you I'm not very good at it.
That's the word. That's most of
I had quite a few here lately. It's been all right.
I lost so much money with flushes and bomb pots. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
Boats come and get you.
Zach's still wanting to hang in there after that 6-4 lands a 6. Not only is he going to hang in there, he's going to bump it up now. Ace here on the turn.
No limit here.
Going after the pre-flop razor once the ace hit, and you can tell Spooky not loving that.
Not loving it.
Dude, it's like,
yeah, pillow just gamble. Like, it's more different.
I mean, I've seen people sit down and buy in 5 times for $4 grand a piece and drop 20 grand on the table, and you're looking at the hands they're playing, and you're like,
And they go home running. The best they think they're running, but seriously, they go like, God, I'm running like shit right now. You're like, yeah, you're playing like Jack 6-7 deuce.
that's about to say, yeah.
No suit.
Yeah.
Okay, but the 6-7 was suited.
Yeah. Oh no, I had the suit. Yeah. I'm like,
I was going for straight play.
I'm like,
All right, Spooky's going to lay down. King Jack. Zach's going to get this one through.
Those are the guys you
Gets
want
it through.
Picks up 740 in profit, 2K in that pot.
Now he's just bullying.
Not a monster, but not a skinny rabbit either.
Everybody looking at him. Spooky looking at him. Scott's looking at him. Bobby's calling him a bully.
They know he was up to something, don't they?
Everybody's got that crooked eye checking out Zach on that one, but well done.
50 straight alone.
Zach getting closer to Unstucksville.
All of who you know.
Really is the haves and the have-nots tonight. All the players that are in the green are up at least 3K,
Change mine?
Everybody good? All right.
and a
got
few
a
players
fold,
are
five, fold,
down heaps.
Call 58 and 7. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Wonder where that button is.
Call.
Goodness gracious, I'd have to move it. That would drive me crazy.
Call 50. Fold.
Scott wanting to double down here on that 11.
Clean tables, happy table dealers.
Call. Call the option.
I remember one day Sassy was picking on me on my bomb pots because I was putting the cards like exactly where I wanted them. She was like, what is wrong with RJ?
little OCD.
I guess so.
3 days.
Fun little hand cooking up here. John made it 300 to go. From the straddle position as everybody limps, and now everybody's going to limp and call. Scott did get out of there with that 7-4.
Devious thoughts. Devious thoughts.
Coach rocking a 10-9 offsuit here. He's thinking about it.
Gave it away. I can't say.
Bobby's not going to go anywhere. He's in there for 300 with that suited ace.
Devious thoughts.
All right, we got a full deck. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good luck, all in.
All right, 4 of us.
8-4-2.
As you wish. Oh, you're not even a hand. Come on. Check. I take direction.
8-3-3 the flop. And that'll help
Nobody.
no one.
Bet 400.
A couple of hearts at least for John Boy.
Yeah, 300 to go from your straddle position. At least you can flop a heart draw. So he'll continue to the tune of $400.
Fold and fold.
Nice hand, sir.
And takes it down.
Ready.
$1,000 in profit with just a queen high. That'll work.
John putting on a clinic here in this last 30 minutes.
Like a sore dick, man. You can't beat it.
That's right.
He's still stuck 3K.
He's moving up.
Moving on up, though.
He's halfway back.
I'm learning. I'm liking the Arkansas. It's great.
All right, we got the 50 on in C5.
That thing pulled out to that first fell behind it.
Queen Jack.
Okay. Hold on. Everybody scan your cards again, please. Everybody scan. John, scan your cards. Good. We got the 50 straddle on in seat 5. Okay. We got a fold in seat 6. Fold in 7. And we're good.
No, you had king high spades.
Back to regular business. We're raising to 150 in seat 8.
He has spades, no?
No, you had
We don't even need to commentate. Travis has got
Yeah,
us.
he's got it.
Fold. Fold. All right, 150.
Back to business, he says.
3 ways to the flop.
A lot of Broadway cards, and we get a Broadway flop.
Okay, now we're talking. Open-ended, open-ended. Middle pair for John.
That's about a 175. Go.
Zach going to lead out here. 175 with that Jack-9 open-ended.
And a call.
Call from John.
You mentioned green babies earlier.
6 of spades on the turn. Big old brick. Check, check to Zach.
That's like a father's dream, man.
What to do here on the turn when 2 players called you.
For the most part, it's great.
Take that, Free River.
Queen ball.
Check. Queen pairs the board.
Check.
Oh, just a grandkid. Oh, I thought she was.
Yeah, going to be hard to represent that card after checking the turn.
Check.
And John says, this is good. I got a king and a 10.
I met them all that would come back in from time to time.
Thank you very much.
Jack 9.
John,
You need my 9.
Bobby over there talking about his grandkids.
Wouldn't be a Tuesday night without it.
That's right. Happy grandpa over there. They live with him.
Definitely going the river. I
Meet
don't
them
know.
all.
Yeah, wait, 1000% calling
Dude,
her.
is that the milk turtle baby? Is that the
You bluffed me earlier, I
baby?
Right?
All right.
You look at it.
Well, in
like it was 50
Arkansas,
for
you
mom.
know.
And the 50 on.
The rest of my mom.
It was a queen high flop.
Dad, in fact, if you look at it,
You
go,
made
what's that
1100 on the
ace
turn.
do? None of
You
it.
either
I may not make it to my grandpa days, so.
$50 straddle seat 6. Fold 7.
And I'm leaning more
We
towards
both.
I'm leaning more towards
Actually, a
that.
running joke, 'cause he's about 5
We're off to a slow start.
and the
I might
shortest
have
kid's about
neither
6
of the
four.
two. I might have neither of the two
No,
things you said.
no, it's gotta be jack shit or no.
Maybe I had a queen.
No, I had a queen, he had a queen.
Maybe I had a queen too.
How the fuck is that possible?
We're raised to 200.
There's 4 queens in the deck. And
If you have a queen, okay, then I had a queen. No, there's not 4. There's not 4.
Folds around to the small blind here. Ace-7 for Bobby. He's going to bump it up, take it down. Nobody even wants to play with it.
I should be calling, I think. So anyway.
I'm sorry, John.
No, it's all good.
It's good to have the table talk because I played in a tournament this last weekend.
Oh, where they're all just sitting there.
I was there for 2 minutes.
Brent123 wants to know if we are hiring any chip runners or dealers at the moment. They might be hiring a chip runner because one of our chip runners just became a dealer.
But there was an older gentleman
So
to the right.
that
Yeah, there's been a little movement around lately, but I don't know if it, at the moment, I don't know what's going on.
could always go to the website or
Definitely check out the website.
make a phone call, try to talk to one of the floor managers and see what the current staff needs are.
Obviously, Randy's gonna.
Yeah, everybody's pretty friendly. They'll tell you what's going on.
And I just make a comment like,
You know about the CD?
really?
Garrett's got the tanks this time. Pocket 10s, 150 to go.
And the dealer,
Brings in Spooky and JD.
the dealer pushes
We get a flop of ace, queen, 9. That's middle pair for Spooky.
Yeah, going to be hard for the 10s to win this without betting the other folks off of it. There's
Getting
only
after it.
only 110 left in the deck now. He is behind Spooky, who's landed a queen.
He knows what he's doing.
Oh no, he's not bad. But like he's just maniac. He takes it to the fucking house every time.
And
Oh,
hello, 10. That's going to be a nasty card.
I said it was going to be tough to win that one.
That is a naughty turn here. Spooky now has top,
He's fun.
Yeah, that Julian guy's a good player.
I guess, middle and bottom 2 pair.
Can't talk about the board or
Garrett
your holdings or anything
holding
like
a
that.
set of 10s.
Even if you're the only two in the hand, unless you're the last two in the tournament, that's about
because the
700.
board came out with 2 queens on it, right?
You're lucky if you.
I bet he raised, and I look at it and I'm like, really?
Right.
And I'm looking at my cards. And
All right, 700 here from Garrett.
I said, you got a queen?
Spooky makes the call, and look at this card. Jack of diamonds puts 4-liners out there.
Spooky has to check.
All kinds of chaos. This card could save Spooky some money, and it does.
So I sat there and thought about it.
Goes check, check here on the river. 3 10s for Garrett.
You heard Trav say queen 10, and he looked over and said, oh, 3 10s. 3 10s is going to get it done on that scary board.
I'm like, you know what, let me just, we're playing in the library here. Let's nobody talk, right? Everybody be quiet. And I fold my hand, and then he goes, you didn't have a queen. And he flips over the other queen. I said, you need to check.
1,100 in profit there for Garrett. Nice hand.
You know, there's 5 queens in that deck right there, brother. You know? And then
We got the 50 on.
what made it worse is the guy that was in the 9th seat. I was pretty steamed after that. I was a little irritated with it that he called the floor. And I even asked him, I said, it's just out of curiosity, man, why did you call the floor?
Why didn't he just tell you?
That's right. Why didn't you just say, hey, man, you got me, I can't talk.
We're on to seat 5.
And I said, that rubbed me the wrong way, is what I told the guy, right? And then the other guy's over here raising into it. Not only, I mean, the starting stack was what?
All right.
30,000, yeah.
And I think I lost.
I feel like they're starting to slow down just a bit here nearing the end of the stream, but
7, 8 folds.
we still got stacks. We still got action.
Hey, I was like, well, I guess I go rebound.
Spooky's got big slick. That's 300 to go.
I had an ace 8.
Carlos makes the call.
Pocket aces. And a flop case. 8, 8, 2.
Queen 7-4, 2 clubs. No help for Carlos.
Now the guy that gets
Bet
popped,
150.
he had less than me, so he's done. So he starts mouthing to the dealer. And, oh yeah, him and the dealer are going back. And I mean, that's when it lit up the table.
6 clubs. Nobody's holding a club
Him
here.
and the dealer were gonna. I got up from a tournament and left for 10 minutes until the dealer took. They played another hand in the tournament.
Check, check. Spooky and his ace-king has a bunch of it. Now he's got more. He hit the ace on the river, but there are 4 clubs out there if Carlos chooses to pretend.
If I told you who it was,
1,000 out there.
you would say, I can see that.
No showdown value with Jack High.
Lance.
He's leaning like he wants to.
Bet 1,000.
$1,000.
Oh, yeah. No, I would do all that.
I'm pretty sure it was Lance. That's who I was following.
Well, the dealer kept turning to and going, who do you work for?
Fun little bet there from Carlos, and it gets it done. Spooky throws ace-king in.
He says, no, no bluff, just jacked it. Nice job there for Team Prince.
That's a great river for him. He's trying to show the bluff, and he says, no, I'm not bluffing.
Only way to win there. Carlos recognizing that and wins a nice little pot.
fuck off,
I
Jimmy.
do 100.
He's on for the 50, so we got 100 on in seat number 1. All right, you got 1 card, 2 cards there. All right.
All right, a couple back-to-back hits there for Mr. Spook.
So it's 5, 10,
He was up a good chunk now. Still up $1,000.
action on seat 2.
Yeah. 2 pair, no good. Ace king, no good. A little turbulent here, but that's all right.
I think so. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Call 100 in seat 5, fold seat 6.
He's continuing to get playable hands here. He's in the big blind with the 5-4 of diamonds.
That's 100.
He's normally a nice guy. I got from Zach, said, "Bud, you having a bad day. It's okay." I just got
You'd be proud of me, Eric. I even put a little extra hydration in this water today.
In that overpriced Fiji water?
Yeah, but you can get it for $1 right here.
Because
Texas
it's really,
House Dallas.
yeah, it's from the islands of Fiji.
Just make it 1,000.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. Fiji, Arkansas.
Now what do we got here? Spooky makes a call for 100. Zach coming in for 1,000 with ace-9 offsuit. Not recommended,
Bringing the heat.
but when you're Zach, you do what you want to do.
You do what you want, especially when you got a $3,500 stack at the end of a stream.
Call 1,000, fold in seat 5. Call from seat 9.
Garrett's going to make a call here with king queen.
Spooky going to get out of the way as you normally do with the 5 high, facing a $1,000 raise.
1 called.
But he had dealt those.
Yep. 7 fold. We're head up.
He was a deal with the other guy.
Here we go.
Oh, everybody's loving him.
Yeah, that's why I remembered it.
Jack 6-9. Gut shot here for king queen. Zach, after 3-betting for heaps, he's got a pair.
Not going to put too many jacks in Garrett's holdings here.
Yeah, 2,200 in the pot. 2,500 behind. SPR's getting close.
2 overs and a gutter for Garrett, though, but he does check.
4
The one that
hearts.
they had that was checked it off the board as you moved up. It started as like a boat, and then it went to the next larger boat, and then as the hands got checked off the list, the amount that they paid out got higher and higher.
It's progressive high hand.
Yeah.
Progressive high
I really like that.
Yeah, I think it was.
Could be time here for Zach. He's thinking about it. Time to check.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure nice dealt 2 of them. Back to back. Yeah, that's sick.
I got paid on a straight flush on one of them.
So
I think he's also dealt one of the bad beats.
yes.
Yeah.
It was like back to back. He dealt
Yeah.
promo.
That's crazy. The bad beat that he dealt, I think, was like a straight, like a royal over a straight flush or a straight flush over a quad or something.
So we go check here on the
They
turn.
run that just because they don't have a way to, like, casinos drop an
And it's a mystery river.
The Jack Links Mystery River. Garrett eyeing his opponent over there.
Typically the ones they run are like time. Yeah.
And then there's not like enough competition to win.
Ace of hearts on the river. Zach's got a 2-piece.
Is it still 13 or did they?
Players all in.
Hasn't bet yet. Now he does. He's all in. And
Okay, we made it. Zach finally got
quick
out.
fold.
All in. Garrett folds.
But right now it's not king.
It was up until June. Now today's July, and so now it's 14 and out. Yeah.
I had a bluff that turned into a very good hand.
So that maybe we can run some really good promotions.
Tried to check raise, you tried
People love the high hand. If you guys had more competition, I'm sure you'd do it. Had a feeling. There's just no competition.
Zach's getting close to even over there. They're going to mess around, let him get even. Had him on the ropes.
Well, we all know what Zach loves to do on our streams. He wins the final flip of
That's
the night.
right. He does.
It is.
Heavyweight flip champion of the world.
Absolutely. Zach Barron. Heavyweight flip champion.
Calling 3, folding 4,
I
folding
had the best
5.
hand.
Bobby, the ladies champ. He's got a couple ladies in his hand.
Bobby's back.
Playing it a little slow here.
Yeah, since I got here an hour ago, he's had some kind of timid holding, so he's been hanging out over there. Queens are pretty good.
Wow.
We're going to see a flop with $150 in the pot.
I believe a deuce 4 was folded.
Pardon me, 190.
JD, though, is going to land top pair here, get him in a little bit of trouble. That is actually a 10. Not
Trouble.
a
call.
All right, $100 Bobby bets on this flop.
Ruh-roh. That is a 10 ball, not a 3 out there.
So Garrett does not have a straight yet. Okay, Garrett still does not have a straight. The 3 of diamonds is not on the board.
There is no wheel. That is a 10 of diamonds. Garrett is going to take this opportunity to show his maniac skills, and Bobby, no thought about it, lets it go. Garrett doesn't show the 8-6.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's one of those deals where he was mad at himself for limping. There's no money in there, and he's just going to fold. And he said the same thing. He said, that's what I get for playing those stupid things that way.
Nice little pop, though, that Garrett stole there. He's up 4.2K, so nice night for the 1
Yeah,
seed.
Garrett's cruising.
Here's the 25 here.
You just flattered, though.
I had a very bad hand.
I never stopped you before.
I know, I almost did. I almost did.
What'd you say about how many hands?
This is we're playing 2 more hands, so this is 1. And there's gonna be another hand after this, and then a flip. Yep. Raise to 150 and C2.
All right, we're looking at 2 more Hold'em hands.
Call all secrets. We have 4s and 5s, fold, 6s.
Might see if we get a little no fold'em hold'em towards the end of the night here. And there you go. Got a raise, a call, and now a 3-bet coming in, no doubt, from Spooky with the ace-queen
Yes.
of diamonds.
We need to get Spooky to land one of these premiums here. He's seen a few of them here lately.
Call 400 and fold.
Coach making the call with the 5-4.
He won 2 plus side action twice.
8, 9. No help for Coach.
He said yes.
Spooky should be putting some sort of a bet in here on the button.
Bet 1,000.
Bets 1,000 with air.
Goes pretty large here. Says, let's end this one.
Yeah, that is an 8-8-9, not a 3-8-9 flop. Spooky going to take that one down. Says, I don't need to land these premiums, boys. That's how you do it.
That is it.
Nice hand there. So this is our last Hold'em hand, and
Look
there
at these play styles.
are the play styles going to pop up real quick. John and Zach, loose, aggressive. Coach, the only one they're calling a nit. Tight aggressive for Garrett. JD right on that line there. Got a lot of hands in tonight, though, which was excellent. We'd also love that graphic to go away. There it goes.
That's good. That's a good graphic.
It is.
Stays a long time.
134 hands tonight.
That's a few.
And Spooky with aces.
Well, upgrade.
Yeah, who needs ace-queen of diamonds? Give me the Redbirds. Zach wants to play a big pot because it's the last one of the night.
Spooky able to chit-chat with Zach after Zach picked on him for raising it up from the cutoff.
Almost thought I heard him say something about don't crack my aces.
That'd be awesome.
That would be a little bit of a jinxie. Coach with the Choctaw Nuts. He wants to play the last hand of the night.
He saw that chart calling him tight. He's jumping in there with Jack Dewey.
Oh, my God.
8-8 deuce.
Well, the aces are in trouble.
A naughty flop here. Coach lands a deuce.
Jack deuce is betting. Aces are like, well, the odds of hitting a pair, or trips, 3 of a kind, with 2 random cards are so low.
Call 300.
I'm getting in there.
What is Zach going to do with the button? Flopping trips.
Flopping trips with 2 random cards. You have less than a 2% chance, folks.
Just a call here.
Sometimes it happens, though.
If it can happen, it will.
Check, check, and now Zach in position. Betting here would definitely look bluffy. And he goes big. 1,100.
Oh, you guys don't have anything? Let's see if I can end this.
Yeah, this is going to be bad news when it gets back to Spooky.
And a call.
Yep, Spooky's ripped it. All in.
All in. I apologize. He announced all in. Burns down.
I don't think I can fold this.
Seat 7 all in. I didn't hear him announce it. So.
And Spooky gets the bad news. He does indeed have an 8. Spooky needs an ace. Only one is available.
So Spooky has ripped it here, but Zach officially is not called yet. So 8-5 here.
I predict king.
I don't have a kicker.
8-5 is not folding. He is right. His kicker a little low, but he's not folding.
And a call. We have a call.
He's got a flush draw.
I got an 8.
Yeah, you just got a flush draw? Oh, aces? Yeah, that makes sense.
We'll run it twice.
Yeah, are you
Running. We're going to run it twice. Spooky's going to need to find one of those aces left. And it looks like there's only one left.
Last hold'em hand of the night. We've got 10K out there.
Yep. Alright, burn. There's
nice hand.
No help for Spooky. Aces cracked down in flames. Zach with the button special.
Good.
And he is stuck no longer.
Last hold'em hand of the night, and aces go up in flames.
He play sneaky around here. These suckers.
He did. He opened fucking ball.
It was 25 to me.
Yeah.
I had to open it one
Oh, yeah.
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 4,800.
Sorry.
Man, that was gross. Well, while he's getting that pot right, reminder, this weekend, July 5th, we're going to have our normal weekend tournament. But
That's Saturday.
But because it's America's birthday, happy birthday, America, on July 5th at 10 a.m., we are going to do a $40,000 guaranteed tournament, $240 buy-in, 10 a.m., starting time Saturday right here, Texas Card House in Dallas.
Happy birthday, America.
So come on out. Whether you went out partying the night before on July 4th or not, come on out. Shake it off. Little hair of the dog, maybe.
I might get stuck at the lake or something.
Look at that pot. Late night fireworks there for Mr. Zach.
Alright, guys, button is right.
Left Spooky with some crumbs over there.
I'm not doing the flip.
Yeah, left Spooky with crumbs and not even enough to do the PLO flip. So that's probably going to do it for him.
He's got to reach in his pocket to play the flip.
You got it. I'll give you 4 cards.
Are we doing Steve?
I think so.
Looks like they're going to do
Just keep
$600
going
flip.
up.
You know, maybe he may do a flip here just to see if
Why
he can
not? Yeah, right. Just take that.
win it. He saved all those chips he didn't buy in with.
Take that
Hey, don't touch
Yeah.
nasty pot to the teeth. Might as well jump in here and try to get some of it back in this flip. But because I don't think he normally flips though.
No, a lot of times he won't.
Yeah. A lot of times he doesn't like to.
He is going to do it this time, though.
Yeah.
He wants a shot.
Yeah, I don't blame him this time.
3 for 3.
Are they doing 600? If they are, that is a juicy, juicy flip we're doing here.
It looks like a fiver.
He pulls the production. I got you. Just kidding. All right.
Looks like 500 each, I think.
All right, everybody's in. Cards are shuffled. We're good to go.
All right, well, we're going to root for Spooky after getting those aces correct.
Yeah.
Let's
For
see if
show.
he can't get him one.
Spooky or Scott. Scott hadn't won a pot in like 3 days, so we're going to root for Scott as well.
Yeah, we could add Carlos to that list as well. So let's see if we can't
I
get
don't know.
somebody a little
He
something
got
back.
that bluff through with Jack 10. Well played. Crushed it.
I have a terrible.
But we can always root for
Scott
Carlos.
has a Jack 998.
Ooh.
Jack deuce.
3 diamonds or 2? I think it's 3 diamonds. Yeah.
Oh my god, my cards are
Let's see some 9s out. Well, John's got a 9, so there's only 1 9
I
left.
can make a
I have
straight.
diamonds.
I have kings everywhere. I have diamonds too.
I can make a straight. Does anybody have clubs?
Jack.
Okay.
You don't have
Jack
I
Queen.
can make a.
Here we go.
I'm ready.
Here we go.
I'm ready. You ready?
I'm ready.
Flop it.
Here's the flop.
Queen.
Queen, 7 ace, 1 diamond, 1 heart, 1 spade.
8 ball.
Diamond.
8 ball. 8 ball for a split for me.
Actually, I don't want diamonds. No, I don't.
Jack ball.
Jack.
Queen Jack.
King 10.
Queen Jack.
So there's 2 10s in Carlos's hand, so
Jack.
might be kind of tough to find a king 10 here.
Jack. Yes. Boom.
Jack.
Queen Jack.
Jack's full.
Oh,
Jack's full of queens.
heavyweight flip champion of the world is celebrating over there. What's he have? He must have a queen right here. It's the mystery card.
0 pairs?
I've got a jack too.
0 pairs.
And he had a queen.
I told you I was due.
We saw his jack deuce over there that he flashed before the flop. And he's stacking them. It does look like a queen,
Well,
yep.
and he won more than $200.
He's going to get more than 200. That was a $500 flip pot.
Goodness gracious, that is a huge pot there to end the night.
So,
Got the
Zach
amounts wrong, but
Zach is now 5K up after dangling around stuck all night. In the last 15 minutes, he's now 5K up.
yeah, let's just take a second to admire that pile of chips that Zach has just amassed with the final 2 hands of the night. My goodness.
Yeah, he was down $200 2 hands ago. Well done.
Yeah, we're still going. We were going to take a little time to watch Zach stack those chips because what an end.
That's right. If you're
to the
still
night.
going, make sure you hit that like button. Thank you, MMA Car Addict.
That's right. That's our boy, Phony Turkison.
Thank you, Phony. We appreciate it.
Y'all come out this weekend. We've got the post-America birthday, the July 5th tournament going on. $240 buy-in, 40K guarantee. Come on out for that. And then just a couple weeks from now, go down to Austin, TCH Social, for the Summer Series. Don't forget, 16 trophy events, 15th through the 28th. You guys have a great July 4th weekend. Happy birthday, America. Stay safe and keep your fingers, folks.
That's right.
Keep those appendages.
Keep everything attached.
For RJ Dupree.
Happy 4th of July.
And Team America. I'm Eric Van Loosen. See you guys.
Good night.
Peace.